Hello, I am Hafiz Javed Iqbal and welcome to my YouTube video. So in this video, we will build the complete full stack messenger clone. So here, let's discuss the stack we will be using, and then I will show you the complete demo. First of all, for authentication and all the session management, we will be using the Nuxt auth utils, and then for the UI, we will be using the NuxtUI, and we will see how easy is to implement the dark mode as well. So we will have the dark mode as well. All of the pages will be in the dark mode as well. And then for the database, we will be using the MongoDB. Yes, we will store our messages and conversation, all of the stuff within the MongoDB. And then for the real-time implementation, because we will have the real-time implementation as well. Like once user is online, he will have this badge. Once user he is basically, if I click on this Dawood conversation, here we will also show the basically the either he is offline or basically the online. So now if you see here Dawood is offline, I will explain much more in the basically the demo, and then we will also use the Typescript as well. And for image management, because we will also implement this feature as well, we will be able to send the images and attachments as well. We will use the Cloudinary, and for basically the ORM we will be using the Prisma, and we will use the eraser as planning management. And because here we have all the screens, and also if there is a concept I need to explain, I will be using that. And now let's start the demo. First of all, let's start from the zero, so I can log out that. Now I'm in this screen. First of all, here I can log in as, for example, as user. Here I can also register that. First of all, let me enter the wrong email which doesn't exist. If I try to log in as login, so user not found, I will have the error. So now here let me try to log in as which the user already exists. If I do the register, user already exists. So we will have this the general type of how we can handle these type of errors as well. I will not implement this everywhere. I will have a general place basically we can use in our application at any place. You will also learn that. And then now let's try to log in. So I can log in as well. By the way, I will also have the continue with GitHub as well. So here first of all, let me log in here as Hafiz. Obviously this will give me the error, so let's remove this 4, and now I can give you the login again. As soon as I am in login, I will be redirected here in this page. And now if I come here, either I can open directly the chat, for example, with the, for example, if I click on Afzal, I can directly go to that single conversation screen. Now here I'm in the Afzal screen, or the second option is I can directly go to this chat page, and here we have all the basically the chats, existing chats. So here basically the Dawood, Afzal, and all of the existing chats. And if we want to create the new chat, we can also, for example, if I click on that, here basically we will be able to create the group models. And here for example I can say group 1. Here I have the group 1, and I can select the members. So these members will be here. We will be basically, we will have the list of all the existing users. So for example, if I want to add to the Afzal and Shehzad, let's make the group of this one. So overall now we will have the 3 members, which will be Afzal, Shehzad, and me. So now I can save that. And now if you see here, I have the group conversation, and if I click on that, so here I will have all the members here. If I click on that, if you want to see the detail, first of all, here if you see there are 3 members in this conversation, and here group, the name of the group, the overall members, the group, basically the members, the name of them. And now by the way, we can also delete the conversation as well. For example, if I want to delete that, let me delete this. Yes, here we will have this alert model as well, and I can delete that. As soon as deletion is basically done, it redirected us to this basically overall conversation screen, so that we will also implement this thing as well. Now let's test the chat each time I log in. So for example, here let's chat with the Dawood. Here these are the previous messages. So we can chat with the Afzal, so where we don't have any messages, so it's much easier to test. And now let's also open another screen as well, so it's much easier to see the features. And here obviously this, we can reduce this its width. So here I can say localhost 3000. I can remove this one because I already have the incognito mode. And now if I do the logout, let's again, and maybe I can clear the caches and all that stuff as well, so we don't have any issues here. So now here I can log in as Afzal, and here I can do logged in. And here if you see, if I refresh, because it was the cache issue, so this thing you have to notice. First of all, here now we have this badge with the Afzal, and here we have the badge as well, because 2 of the members from this group, basically one of the member from this group is basically the online, which is Afzal. I'm logged in as Afzal, and let me chat with the basically the Hafiz, which is the this screen. And now here I can chat with the basically the Hafiz. I can say, hello Hafiz, I am Afzal. If I send this message, first of all, this thing, as soon as message is done, notice this thing. Here we have this, hello Hafiz, I am Afzal, and here the last message was automatically got updated, and here as well. Here this is the other screen. So here I'm saying, here this is the Afzal screen, and here we also have the latest message now, and here we are saying, hello Hafiz, I'm Afzal. And another thing, if you notice, this is basically the layout is also different. For example, in this screen, Afzal is other user, so that's why the styles are different. Here I'm logged in as Afzal and I'm sending these messages, so layout is totally different. And here I can say, hi Afzal, I am fine. So here we send the messages, and here as I'm logged in as Hafiz, so this is my layout, and the last message got updated. And now if I hear, this is the without refreshing, we are getting the real-time messages. Here the last message got updated, and here as well, hi Afzal, I'm fine. So we can also delete the single conversation as well. For example, by the way, as soon as I will close this screen, this Afzal status will be offline. For example, if I delete this one, let's close this window. Afzal is offline now, and the active badge is gone. So we will implement this magic as well, but mine is still here because I'm still logged in. Now let me implement another, let me show you another thing as well. So basically, as soon as I will create the new conversation, let me basically, let's register new user, so we can also see that. For example, if I do the logout, and here let me register Hafiz1, and password should, I can say password at the rate 123. So let's register that. So as soon as I'm registered, I will automatically change this tab to login. So here I can enter the Hafiz1 at the rate gmail.com, and here in the password I can say password at the rate 123. So let's log in. So here now I'm logged in, and here I should have the basically the here currently, because we don't have, if I refresh, I should have that. I'm logged in as Hafiz1. So basically, obviously we have all of the other user. Now if I open, let's open another private window, and here localhost 3000, and if I log in as Hafiz, so if I log in as now here, and here now we have this Hafiz1. So let's open this chat, basically this conversation page. So basically here we have the, we don't have any conversation because we just created this Hafiz1 user, and in this conversation page we will not show anything. We will be showing all the conversation. So it's the good behavior, although I should have that basically the some kind of empty stuff, and it's an assignment, so you guys will be able to basically, I will give you the details and you have to implement that. Like, if we don't have any conversation, what should we show here? And now if I come here, and here I'm logged in as Hafiz, and here I'm logged in as Hafiz1, just to show you. And now as soon as I will start conversation, I will start conversation with Hafiz1. Let's see that. So if I click on that, see, as soon as it's done, without refreshing, so it was, here first of all, as soon as the conversation was done with the creation, here I am basically redirected to the single conversation screen, and here without refreshing this page, this was basically the within the conversation, and here also, the conversation screen got updated, and here, the what exactly is in the last message, started a conversation, and Hafiz started a conversation, because here I'm logged in as Hafiz, and in this previous screen I'm logged in as Hafiz1. So now let me send the message to the Hafiz. So here I can say, hello Hafiz1, hello Hafiz1. So without refreshing, first of all, here I'm sending the message, hello Hafiz1, and here we have the latest message. Even I am not in the single conversation screen, still I can see that. So we'll see how we can basically implement these type of features. Please like the video, share the video, and also if you have any kind of feedback, how I can improve whole thing, please, even if it's 100% negative, I will totally accept that. And now let's start the real magic, which is coding part. We will start from the auth module, and this is how the design will look like. Now let's come here. So you have to come to this basically repository. Currently it's private, but as soon as video will be is public, this will be you will be able to access that, and I will paste the link in the description. So we can clone this repository. In this repository I have all the packages installed. I will show you. For now, now let's clone that. You can click on this one and let's clone that, copy, and now you can come where you want to basically have this one. I will have this in the YouTube and then YouTube recording, and here I can open my terminal, and here let's say git clone, and you can paste that. By the way, if you want to download, you can also download as zip as well, so it's your choice. So now let's clone this repository. Let's move to git nuxt messenger starter. And by the way, one thing I want to do here is to basically I want to rename these two because obviously it will not be starter. Here I can say messenger recording. Okay, cancel because I opened this in the here, that's why it's giving me an error. Now I can rename this to recording, and now I can also open this in the terminal. And here, by the way, first command we have to run is to I'm using the package manager as pnpm. If you want to use the yarn, then you have to use the yarn. Other, if you want to use npm, then you have to use the npm, but I will run pnpm install, so we can install all the dependencies. So we are done with the installation of the libraries. Let's run the project, and let's also open this in the code as well. So here I can say code dot, and it will open this in the VS Code. And also now let's run the project. So I can say pnpm run dev, and basically we will have that something that wait for the running. And now meanwhile I can explain basically what exactly exists in this repository. And if I come here in the package.json file, I have installed Nuxt image, the NuxtUI, the Nuxt Cloudinary for image management, Prisma client obviously for Prisma, then we Vue.js module, and then for Nuxt version obviously latest one, the Nuxt auth utils for the authentication and session management. This is Prisma and Prisma client. They are kind of linked and they will do the same thing. Then pusher and pusher.js for obviously the real-time messaging, and here Vue and Vue router obviously, and then Zod for basically the form validation client side and server side. And within that, if I come here in the first of all Nuxt config, here I have all the modules, and then this is for environment variables, and this variable is basically related to the NuxtUI. Here basically we want to set the default theme. Currently it's the light theme, and if you want to set the default theme dark, you can also set that. And then in the app.view, I'm showing only the home. Basically let's come here and let's review that. If I come here, localhost 3000, we should have that. Okay, this is related to the because my VPN is on, I think that's why. If I refresh, this should work. Yes, it's working. And by the way, this is still persisting, the background, the dark theme for you can come here in the storage, and here from the local storage, if you come here, you can delete this property, this color mode one, this one. You have to select that, not like this. Why it's not giving me? That's strange. Yes, I can say delete. Now it's deleted, and now if I refresh, I should have that. Yes, now it's deleted. So because I was using the different projects as well, so what NuxtUI module do basically, they store the items in the local storage, so that's why. And other than that, if I show you what exactly we have, and in the app.view, that's it. And we don't here basically we have the one utils db. Here we are using the basically the Prisma client. Basically we are setting that variable so we can use everywhere. And then in the server we have nothing. In the public file we have nothing. And then we have the schema file as well. I will explain as soon as we will use. So basically we have the user model. I will explain once we will implement that, and that's it. Now we can proceed further. First step, let's basically by the way, also I have this environment variable as well file. You can copy that, and then you can basically paste that here. Currently it's the default one, and we can copy that, and let's paste that here, and we can cut this one, and we can replace that with this one, like this one. And we will fill step by step, once we will use them, like the database URL, the how we can get that, this pusher app key, pusher app ID, secret, all that stuff. So now let's start that, and here I can come, and here I can say page, and then I can say index.view. And as you can see, for design we have this type of view, and it will be the home page. So we can come here in the NuxtUI, we will be using the tab, and if I come here in the tabs, these tabs, so now let's scroll down. Basically we will use not this one, not this one. Yes, we can use this one. So I can copy this, basically this component, I can copy that, and I can come here and I can paste that here. And obviously we have to change the stuff according to our own requirements. So first of all, in the items we will have slot, and we don't need this key. Instead of key we will have the slot. Sorry, let's remove this description, let's keep that description. And here instead of key I can say slot, and here instead of account I will say login, and in the label I will also say login, and we will in the description, and here I will say register, and also this should be slot, and then in label I can also say register, and in the description we will change that. So here in case of basically the login description, we will have like this description: enter your credentials to access your account. And here in the register we can say same but with different lines, like I can say enter your credentials to create your own account. Now we will have, let's save that and let's see how it will look like. If I come here and if I refresh, obviously we won't be able to see anything. Why? Because I didn't change anything here in the app.vue. And here I can say nuxt page, and if I save that, now I should be able to see that. Yes, I can see that register login. So obviously let's now we will change that other stuff here as well. So here instead of items I can remove that because we changed this from key to slot, so that's why this is not working for us. So here I can say basically we will use this approach. If I show you the slot approach, yeah, here this approach, basically here we have this slot and we can show if you see here we are mentioning the slot name, here we are mentioning the slot name, and we can show the different stuff according to our own basically the requirements. And now let's come here and maybe I can copy this one of them template, and I can come here, I can totally remove this one, and here I can paste that. And here instead of account, our own is the login, so I can say login. And here item label, and here instead of this text I can say item.description. And if I save that, we should have the information here. If I refresh, okay, on submit, yeah, here that's why I have to change this name on submit. And username, account form username. Now if I save that, so now it's working fine. Now let's also do for the registration as well. So I can copy this one, the template part, and here let's paste that, and instead of login I can say register. So this slot key is very important. And if I save that, paste that here, register, and now we should have the different label and that stuff. If I come here and if I do register, yes, here we are saying register, enter your credentials to create your account, and here login and enter your credentials to access your account. So if I show you the design, this should be the centered and vertically and horizontally. So let's do that. For that I can come here, and here basically I will have the maximum. I can say maximum width should be MD, and MX should be auto. And if I save that, yes, but it's vertically it's not centered. And in order to do that, we can create the layout here, and here I can create layouts, and within that I can say default.view. And here let's do the base component by this one. And here I can say some classes, like class is equal to, first of all, minimum height should be h screen, and then I can say overflow y should be auto, and then flex and justify center, and also vertically, for vertically you can say item center. And here I can say slot, which will be basically replaced by the page we will use. If I save that, and now if I come here in the app.view, and here I should wrap this with the Nuxt layout. So I can say Nuxt layout, and I can wrap this, move this up, and if I save that, and let's see, this should be centered. If I refresh, yes, now this is vertically and horizontally centered. Register, login. Now let's change the form content. I can come here, and we will not use these. Let's remove that. Sorry, I can keep them, and I can change the name. So here I can say login form, and for basically the data, we will have the name, and then we will also have the basically the email and password. So instead of basically the username, I can say email, and then I can say the password. So but I can remove that. Maybe I can keep that password, and here let's remove the new, and here I can simply say password, and by default this should be empty. And here I can also copy this one, and I can paste that. And here let's change this to register form, and here obviously in registration we need all of basically three of them, but in login we don't need the name, so I can totally remove that. And here in email, by default email I can say office@gmail.com, and in password I can simply for now say password@123. Let's do that, and same goes to here. So I can copy this one, and I can paste that here, and here in name I can say and now obviously we have to change the data here as well. So where we are using the, instead of account form, we should have login form, and here instead of basically the login form, and here obviously we will have the email, so I can say email, and here as well email, and here as well email. And now let's also change in the register form as well. So here, yes, we will have the name, but instead of account form I can say register form name, then we will have the email. So maybe I can copy this field, and I can paste that here, and here instead of login form this should be register form, then we will have the email, and we will also have the password. So by the way, we don't need this one name in the login, so we need the password. Another thing I should mention here, this should be type email, so I can say type is equal to email, and then here should be password, and here as well password, and here as well password. Now let's copy this one, and I can paste that in the register, and here password, but instead of login form it should be register form. If I save that, and let's see, if I refresh, email, password, and in the register we also have the name. One thing I noticed, this should be, we should have some spacing here. And yes, here I can add the type, so I can copy this type email, and type is equal to email, and here I can say type is equal to password. I can also copy this one, and here we should also have the password. So if I save that, but yes, this basically we don't have this mp3, so we can add that from everyone. And other choices basically here we can wrap this component with u form because we will use that. And here I can basically say whenever we will do that, I can move these components at the top. And here I can say first of all, let's remove these two, we will handle them. The schema we will handle that later. I can remove that, and for now I can pass the complete, like in case of a register I can completely pass register form. And here basically space by 4, it will basically add space vertically between these items. Now I can remove that, and obviously this doesn't exist, so I can also remove that. And if I save that, now we should have the clear basically the distance between all of them. Now we have that. Let's also apply this to the login as well. So I can copy this form component, and here I can wrap this, and now I can move them into this. And here instead of a register form, I can say login form. And now we should also have the space between these items. If I come here in the login, yes, we have that. Now let's also add this GitHub stuff, this R component, and this connect with GitHub stuff. And for that, after this basically the U form group, I can remove that, this template footer stuff, I can completely remove that. And after this, keep in mind this should be within the U form component, so I can basically paste this simple stuff. Here we have, first of all, I'm saying we should have the space from the top, like between these items it should be 5 basically, which is the 5 multiplied by 4, 20 pixel. And also the margin from the top should be also 20 pixels. Then we have this basically the disable the submit button. I can basically remove this one because we still have to handle this is login is loading state. We will do that. And then I have this R component. Basically, first of all, I'm adding this border, then I have this R text, and then I'm also adding this border div basically. And then we have this component where I will redirect user to this page. We will handle that later. And then we have this simple button. The icon is basically from the Lucid, and this was installed by default as soon as we added this NuxtUI, so we don't have to worry about that. And in icon basically I Lucid GitHub, and let's remove this one as well. And that's it. If I save that, we should have that here. If I refresh, yes, we have that. Then this one. And by the way, if you want to customize the color, you can come here in the app.config.ts, and here basically you can use the different color. Like in the Nuxt, here you can come here we have the different color. Like for this you can use the red, orange, all that. Currently we are using, I think, this one. For example, if you want to use the red one, so here I can simply, in case of primary, I can say red. And if I save that and if I refresh, we should have a total different color. Yes, here you can see we have the red color now. So it's your choice. If you want to customize, you can do that. So now I can here index. So after that, let's also paste this in the register component as well. So here I can say after this U form, I can paste that. And here instead of obviously the login, I have to say register, and that's it. Now this should work for every component. Register, obviously I have to remove this footer stuff, so I can completely remove that. And if I save that, this is how it would look like. Login, in case of login we have this one, and in case of registration we have this one. So by the way, let's change this color to the default one, which is wall the sky. So here I get sky because red is not looking good. So if I save that, this is how it's looking. Now let's implement the schemas and form validation stuff. So here I can say index.view. So within the utils, here I can create schemas.ts. First of all, I will import this art, so I can say z from art. And if I save that, by the way, if you want to read more about it, you can come here either to the Zord documentation, or here we also have the related stuff. If you come here into the form component here, and we have different the libraries if you want to use the validation, Zord, Supersaas, all that. And here they have all the documentation for that. So for Zord we have that, but obviously we will adjust this according to our own structure. Currently they are using in the same component, but we will kind of reuse them. So that's why I will create in the util folder. So just like here we have the schemas, we will create everything. So for auth schema, I can create export const auth schema is equal to, by default we will have these fields, email and password. So here we are validating, like this is the field should be email. If user not enter basically the valid email, this should not work for us. And for password we are just verifying, like it should be minimum 8 string. And then here I can say export const login schema is equal to, this should be the exactly the same, just like we have the auth schema. And here for register schema, I will say const register schema is equal to auth schema dot extend. We can also extend that. So here I will say, just like the email, I can also enter another field here, like the password. Here I can say name, and in case of name I can say minimum should be 4. And by the way, here I can also add the customized message as well. So here I can say message, and in message I can say name is required, and same goes to here as well. So here here if you want, I want to add like message, and here I can say password should be, password is required, it is minimum length. If you want to basically you can write any message here, which basically user will be able to see that. And after that, just like in the documentation, we also have to define the schema just like that. So I can also import that, and here I can say export type is equal to login schema. The only difference is basically in case of type I have the capitalized version of this word, so here I can say z dot output, and in output I can say type of, and here I can say login schema. That's it. Now let's copy this one and also say register schema, and here let's make it capital, and here I can say register schema. So let's save that and let's import them here, and here I can come into the beside the state I can also pass the schema. So I can say schema is equal to login schema in order to import that. So currently here I can say import, and from util it's not giving me the auto suggestion, so let's reload the window. Control shift T. If you are on Windows, you have to press Control shift T, and this should basically reload the window, and we should have the Typescript. Now if I say here util, yes, even I think it will work or without that. If I say log schema, yes, we have that log schema auto, because this is the next feature, they will do the auto import for us. So now even if I hover on that, I should have all that fields which I defined, the email and password. And now let's obviously same will be if we will have the for the register as well. So here I can say in the form beside it I should have the register schema as well. So I can say register schema. Now let's define the submit method. So here I can say const login is equal to, here basically we will have the event, and the event type will be I can say form submit event, form submit. Basically this will be a type from the NuxtUI. So here I can say if I show you like this one here, form submit type, I can copy this line from the UI type and I can paste that here, form submit event. So here I can say the event type will be form submit event, and here I have to pass the type we defined. So here I have to say login schema in case of login, and here arrow function, and here for now I can only login, so I can say log, and here I can say event dot data. To that, let's remove this function, we don't need that. And here let's also do for the registration. So I can copy this one and I can say register, and here instead of login schema I should say register schema event dot data. And if I hover on that, we should have all that email, password and name. And if I hover on here, we have only email and password, because in login we don't need the name. And now let's fix this one. So instead of basically submitting here, I can directly here say submit is equal to login, and in case of a register I can copy this one, and here I can say let's remove this one, and I can mention that here I can say register. Let's save that and let's see the preview. If I refresh one time and let's inspect and let's see if it's working or not. And if let's enter login, we should have the login data here, email and password. And if I come to the register, and if I do register, and we should also have that here, email, name and password. So it's working as we expected. And now let's basically I can add one thing here. Basically in the registration, if you see, as soon as user is done with the registration, I should basically change this tab to the login. So automatically user should have this screen, so he can also log in order to do that. In here, after this login, here I can say first of all I have to add the item here. So here I can say after these items I can say const selected item is equal to ref, and it will be basically it's basically based on the index. So this item has index 0 and this has 1. So here I can say by default it should be 0, and as soon as we are done with the registration, and here I can say selected item dot value is equal to 0, and here I can say v model is equal to selected item. And if I save that, and now if I come here inspect console, and if I come here in the register, and if I do the register, see I am automatically in the login tab. After this log, let me register, I am in the login tab. So this is also working. Now let's basically, because we will be creating the API for that, and for API it means we have to set up the database, and for database we will use the MongoDB. So I can come here into the mongodb.com. Here you have to either log in into your account, or basically you have to register. So I can click on the sign in. You also can click on the sign in. And by the way, for this we will use the Google login. If you want to use GitHub, you can also use that. If you want to use the email, you can also use that, but I will recommend the Google login. So let's click on here. Even if you don't have the account, I can click on Google, and here you can basically select the account you want to basically continue with. I will select this one, and here basically you will have this kind of overview. Even basically I have two organization, but you will have this only one organization, because I created this earlier, so for my own purpose. So by the way, if you want to create the organization, you can click all organization, and here from here you can create that. But we will not do that, because by default, even if it's your first time, one organization will be created. And now let's create the project within this organization. Keep in mind, select that particular organization which basically you want to. So I will select this one, and now let's create the project. Here I can click on new project, and here I can give the name. So I can say Nuxt3 messenger recording, and after that I can click next. Yes, this user will be the owner. I can create the project. So this is after that we should have this kind of overview, and here this is also important. We have to create the cluster. So I can click on create cluster, and here let's select the, keep in mind this should be select free one. These are the paid one, and here if you want to change the cluster name you can do that, and this region you can select that. This is the closest one to me, Mumbai, that's why it is auto selected, but for you I think it depends on your location. So even if you want to change, you can change that here, the region, and then go to advanced configuration, and here we have to say this shared, which is the free obviously, and after that we don't need anything, and here I can say create cluster, and here this is also very important. So here this is the username. If you want to change that you can also change that, but you should save that somewhere. So I can copy this one, and currently I can come here in the environment file, and for now I can simply paste that here, and here the password as well. You can generate auto password here one, but you should basically save that somewhere. And by the way, don't use this user and in these environment credentials, because as soon as this video is published I will delete them, so they will not work. Now I can say create user, and here for IP address we will use the by the way you can also use the current IP address, but for some users this is the problem, like especially if you are on the Mac. In Mac basically they automatically update your IP address for security reasons, so you can face the problem during the development. So in order to fix that we can use this general IP address, and this will work from for everyone, but it's not the recommended one, because you should have dedicated IP address, so because that will be secured. But for now we can continue with this one 0.0.0.0, and then we will also have 0 here, and we don't need to add the description. Here I can say add entry and finish and close. Go to overview. Our cluster is being created, so our cluster is created, is done with the creation. Now I can basically connect. So I can click on this connect button, and here basically MongoDB for VS Code. I can come here, I can copy this is the important thing. I can copy that and I can paste that here, database URL, and here this should be your own user, so they are same. So I can remove this one, and for here the DB password I can select this one, and here I can mention that here DB password, and I can paste that here. Now we have the basically the password here as well, and here we should also mention the DB name. So I can say Nuxt messenger recording, and this will be the database name. So let's save that, and now basically I can come here in the terminal, I can close that, and here first of all I should run the command npx prisma generate. So after that npx prisma db push, so this will basically push all the this schema. So basically this will, now if I come here in the not here in the prisma schema prisma, here basically it will push our all of our model defined by s to the database. And if I come here, first of all let's see if it's successful. Yes, it's successful. And if I come here and if I close that, and now if I refresh, we should have that data here. And if I click on browse collection, I have all the data like the user, OAuth account, message. For now let's focus on the user, and in user if you see this ID will be auto generated, and then we have the email. This should be email should be unique. Then we also have the name, which is here the optional, and then we also have the avatar URL like the user profile image, and then here the hash password, which is the optional field. So avatar will be also optional, and hash password is also optional. Then we will explain these later, this one as well. And this is we also have the auth account, because we will also use the GitHub login as well. So this is for that. And if I show you the OAuth account, in OAuth account we have the ID, provider ID, like in case of Google GitHub login, so ID we will have that. And here in the provider user ID, so this user ID will come from the GitHub response. Like whenever we will make the request, I will show how the response is look like. So if I come here, GitHub user response, and if I come here, and this is how basically if I scroll, yes, this is how the GitHub API will give us the response. And if you see this, we have the ID. We'll use this ID. Obviously currently it's the dummy one, so, but here I think it's 6 to 7 characters long ID, and it's unique for every user. And we will also use the avatar URL from here, this response. So and then here, in order to this property is basically its property, it's the purpose of this is to have the relation with its user model, and same goes to this one as well. And these two properties will be auto generated for us. And here the combination of provider ID and the user ID, this ID, these two, like GitHub for example, if someone is trying to log in using the GitHub, and they are all already logged in, so we should not allow them because they should be unique user. So that's why we have these constraint here as well, unique constraint. So now let's create the API, and for that in the server, and here I can come API, and then I can say auth, and then I can say first of all let's continue with the register. So I can say register.post.ts, and in order to basically move forward here, let's come to the, I can close this one, and here I can say nuxt auth util. Let's click on here, and here you can read the documentation how basically we can implement it. Although we already did the installation, so how basically we can do that here. They have the detailed documentation how we can do the handling and all that stuff. So I can come here, and so first of all I can import the DB. So I can say import DB from utils, not this one. Here I can say util, and here I can say DB, and here I can say export default define event handler, and here I can say async, and here I can say event, and after that here it will be arrow function, and here first of all here I can say const. We will read the data from the basically the body. So I can say await read validated body, use that, and here I can pass the schema, and for just the first property will be event, not like this one, and here I have to say event this event basically, and after that here I have to say body, and in body I can say register schema. Don't forget to import this from the utils, because here in the server directory can also have its own utils folder, and that will be auto imported. But if we are using the utils from the root of the project, then we have to import that here. And here I can say register schema dot pass, and I can pass the body. Now this should work for us, and this should give us the auto suggestion. So if I say name, the password, and email as well, and if I try to enter something wrong which doesn't exist in the register, like the username, it will give us the error like this property doesn't exist. So I can remove that totally, and now I can here say first of all let's see existing user. If we have that const existing user is equal to await db dot user dot find unique, and in find unique I can say where, and here I can pass the email because email is the unique one, so we know that. So if basically the email we are accepting from the body, if user this already exists, then we should throw the error. So I can say existing user, and if it's true then I can say throw create error, and within that I can pass status code, and in status code I can say 400, and I can status message, and in status message I can say user already exists, and after that it means user doesn't exist. So I can hash the password. I can const hash password is equal to await hash password. By the way, this function is from the Nuxt util, and here we can pass the password. If I pass password, and if I hover on that, you can read the documentation here. Sorry, hash a password using script, and the plain text it will convert to. And if I show you here, they have the documentation related to that. Verify how we can hash the password, and this is the library they are using under the hood. So you can basically read the documentation in more details, and if you want to change something. And after the hash password, it means here we will have that, and after that I can create the user. I can say const user is equal to await db dot user dot create, and in create I can pass the data, and in data we will have the email, we will have the hashed password, and then we will have the name. And after that I can say const. Here basically we will transform the user, because it also mentioned here, although we will have session, but we should only basically send the not we should not send the complete user to the client side. Can be a security concern, so we will send only the the some particular fields which will not affect our basically the credentials and security. So here we have to transform the user. So I can say const user is equal to transform user is equal to, here I have to create that. So within the API, within the server I will create file util, and here I can say auth.ts server. Keep in mind server, then auth, and then auth.ts. And here first of all I can import. Here I can say export const sanitize user is equal to, here we will have the user, and the type of this will be user from the Prisma. Don't forget to import that. So here I say type, and now here this will be a arrow function, and here I can say delete user dot hash password. So basically imagine that we have the user like this one, ID something, name something, and then hash like hash password like this one. So after this basically we will have user like this. So this key will be deleted, this one. This is how after this line our user will look like. So I can now remove that, and here after deleting, first of all it's the TypeScript error, so I can ignore that. So I can say ts ignore, and now I can return the user. So I can say return user. That's it. And by the way, we can also add check here. So I can say if user not exist, then we should return the null, successful, and I can say return. So let's save that, and now let's come here in the register. So I can say transformed user is equal to sanitized user, and here I can pass the user we created, and here now I can say this will be basically either null or some user property. So here I can say if transformed user exists, then I can say await set user session. This is from the Nuxt auth util. You can read that here in the documentation if you want to change something here, and here I can say within the set first of all I have to pass the event, and after that I can say user, and in user I can pass the transformed user, and in case of return I can say return the transformed user. Let's save that and let's see, and let's also integrate this in the front end part. So I can come here and let's do that. So first of all here let's remove this one, and here I can say try catch block, and let's also have the finally as well, and here I can call the method. So here I can say const user is equal to, here I can say await and fetch dollar basically, and here I can call the API. So if we should have the auto suggestions here, it's not giving us. Let me reload. So I can say reload window. So now if I try that, I can say API still not. Maybe I have to rerun the project. So now we know what the path is, so we can continue. And here I can say register. First of all, let's change this to async. Yes, async. And here if I hover on that user, the type is unknown. Let's ignore that, and here I can say method. The method should be post, and let's do the login user. So what exactly the response will be, and let's also do this one, the selected item change that. So, and in case of error I can simply log error, and if I save that, let's try this login API. I think I have to run the project. Yeah, npm run dev. Now project is running, and I can come here and let's try the registration. So let's unpack. Let's also open this network tab. I can clear this console network tab, and here I can say Hafiz. Yeah, this is the user. If I click on the register, okay, 400 error. We are facing some kind of error, and let's see response. Okay, code invalid type, path message received. If I see the request, we are passing. Oh, we didn't pass the request. Okay, so here I also have to pass the body as well. So in body I can pass event dot data. Yeah, here. And if I hover on that, by the way, now we also have the response as well, because our project was not running, so that's why it was not giving us the auto suggestion. Now if I save that, and now I should have this should work for us. So if I click register now, or not this one, obviously this will not work for us. And here register, yes, 200 post, and I think our user is registered now in response as well. In response we are not sending any basically the hash password, and if I come here we should have that user here. So if I come here in the user, yes, we have that user here. So yes, registration is working. Now let's implement the login, and for that login I can come here within the auth, and I can also create another API called login.post.ts. This one basic stuff. I can copy this register file, so I can copy that, and I can come here in the login, and I can paste that here. Obviously here we have to change the stuff, like in case of register schema I can select Control F, and you can select these two, and now again select one register schema, you can press Control D. So all of the basically register schema within this file, they will be selected, and here I can say not control log, and here I can say login schema. And now if you see, we don't need the name, so that's why it is giving us the error. And here we have the password and email. So here we will also check the existing user based on the email, but here instead of we will go error in case existing user doesn't exist. As you can see, we are basically our email is unique constraint. So imagine that someone is basically the someone has the email which is basically associated with Google as well, and now he's trying to log in as an basically the default method, like he's trying to enter that email, but obviously for that password doesn't exist. So we will handle that case here. So here I will say, first of all, here I will say if existing user dot hash password, if that doesn't exist, then we should handle that here. So it's mean this account's linked with either Google or GitHub, so that's why we will handle that case here. So I will say const connected OAuth account is equal to await db dot OAuth account dot find first, and here I can say where user ID is equal to existing user dot ID. If for some reason this exists, then I will say here if connected account exists, then here I can say throw create error, and within that, so for status code we will say 400, and for status message here, obviously for OAuth provider we can get that here. So within that I can also say OAuth provider is equal to connected, sorry, here I have to say connected OAuth account dot provider ID, and here it will give us, if I hover on that, we should have either the basically the login GitHub, Google. So here the error is saying account connected with, for example, in case of GitHub, I will say GitHub, please continue with OAuth provider to log in. I will show you one, basically we will test that as well, and then I think you will understand more clearly this part. And after that, here I will say if existing user dot hash password exists, then we should verify that. So I can say const is password correct is equal to await verify password. This is also, this basically function is from the next auth util. So here I can say existing user dot hash password, we will have to pass that, and then the password entered by the user. And if basically this is false, if basically this is returning the false, is password correct, and I should throw the error. So in case of throwing the error, I will say 400 and invalid credit. And after that, basically I can remove this totally, and we will transform the user. And obviously here in case of user, I have to pass the existing user, and then transform the user that session user, and that's it. Yeah, that's how it will look like. First we are checking if user exists or not. If not exists, then we are throwing the error. Then we are checking if we don't have the hash password, then checking can this is there a chance this user is somehow connected with the OAuth handler like GitHub login. If that's the case, then we are throwing the error. Then if we have the hash password, then we are basically checking the password is correct or not, and based on that we are moving forward. And here we are transforming the user, basically we are removing the password field, and then we are returning and setting the session. This is also very important. So let's save that, and now let's come here in the text, and like in the register schema, I can remove that, and I can copy this one, and I can paste that here. And obviously instead of, first of all, let's change this to async, and obviously instead of register we should have login. So login, and method is post event dot data, and we don't need to change this one. But here I can log in the user, and here what exactly I have to basically refresh the session. And here I can say in order to refresh the session, I can import the data from, I can say fetch is equal to use user session. This is from Nuxt utils, this is composable, and here basically we will have the different. So this is where fetch is for, if I hover on that, fetch the user session from the server. So we will have the refreshed session here. So I can call that here. So I can say await fetch. I think this is not the correct name, so maybe I can say, although I can rename this to refresh session, and here I can say instead of fetch, refresh session. So let's say that, and let's see how it will look like. Let's inspect network. Maybe I can refresh one time. Let's test the login, and let's see if it will work or not. So I can do the login. Post request is getting, yes, 200, and in console, yes, we have this session. So it means login is also working. So let's also, just to at least see everything is fine. So I can come here, and another page I can do this here. I can say user dot view, and in this page let's say vbase, and here I can say the currently logged in user. For that, sorry about that. So here I can say currently logged in user. So I can say const, in order to get that, here I can say is equal to use user session, and here we will have that user. So here I can say user, and if I do that, here I can say free, and here I can say user. So user, let's save that, and now let's come here in the index.view. So as soon as we are done with the login, I should redirect user to the user page. So I can say await navigate to, and here I can say users. Let's save that, and let's see. So here I can come inspect console network. Let's also clear that, and if I do login, we should be redirected to user page, and we are. And obviously it's saying 404, but for that if I refresh that, and here we have all the user details. These are the details linked with the login, the currently email. And now let's implement the GitHub login, and for that I can come here to github.com, and here you should be obviously logged in. So here if you can come here into the settings, and here developer settings, then into the OAuth apps, and then here you can add the new OAuth app. I can click on, and here I can give the name. I can say Nuxt Messenger Recording, and here I have to mention the home URL. So I can copy this one, and by the way, don't forget to change this once you are basically on the once you deploy this application. So you should have your own home URL here. So here, so it will be this, just keep in mind here the way we have defined here. So here we will have API auth, and then we will have the GitHub. So if you have different basically URL setup, the API structure, then you should have the different URL here. So here I will say API auth and GitHub. So here we will have API auth and GitHub. Obviously we will define the GitHub here, so you don't have to worry about that. So yes, just to again, application name you can give any name, home URL. If it's deployed, then you should change that, otherwise 3000, the port name, and then this one as well. If you deploy this one, please don't forget to change this URL here, otherwise this should be same as well. Now I can register the application, and we need this client ID, so I can copy that, and for that I can come here in this code, and let's come to the .env, and here client ID I can mention that. Again, just a reminder, don't choose this one, because as soon as video is published I will delete that, so it will not work for you. Let's generate the new secret, so I can use my password, confirm, and now I can come here and let's copy this secret one. I can copy that, and now let's come here in the secret, let's paste that. So this should work now, and obviously I also have to update the Nuxt config as well, so I can come here, so not in the public, outside of that, so I can say GitHub ID, and it should be string, and then I can also say GitHub secret, and this should also be like. Now let's save that, and by the way, we have to rerun the project because it can create the problem, so I can rerun the project. And now obviously, as we are waiting for that completion, let's add the endpoint for that. So here I can say github.post, sorry, it will be github.get.ts, and here basically we can copy the basic structure from Nuxt auth util website. You can come here, and the way they are handling, or if you see in the documentation, they have the different route setup, but we are doing that in the API. So that's why I mentioned, whenever you made the change, like if you have different structure here, then the authorization URL should be different. So but we will have that, and now I can copy this basic structure from this section, and here you can, if you want to read, they have all the, basically you can implement everything here: AWS, Discord, Facebook, GitHub, GitLab, Google, everything. You guys only need the GitHub basically the secret and the client, these two IDs. Now let's copy this one, and I can come here, I can paste that here. By the way, this email should be basically GitHub user, the email should be associated with that. And now here on success, instead of basically doing that, now before that, first of all, let's remove these tokens, we will not use that. And here now I can say let current user is equal to await db.user.find unique, and in find unique, first of all, okay, this is giving us the error, it means I have to import that. So here I can say import db from utils and then db. Now this should work. And here now I have to say where, and here I can say email user.email. By the way, this is the GitHub user response. So if I show you, I can close this one, and here I can say GitHub user response. So in that particular user object, we will have this this object, a complete object. So we will have access to all these properties, and obviously we can play with that. And I can access the email by using the, if you, here we have the email, this email, we have this email. And now here I can say after this current user, basically if we don't have current user, I can create the user. So I can say current user is equal to, because in this single endpoint we will handle, for example, if user is first time, then it means we have to create the user as well. If it's the second time, then we will directly basically use we will do the login behind the scene, and we are good, we will be good. So if user doesn't exist, let's create the user. So I can await db.user.create, and in create I can pass the data, and in data let's pass the email, and for that I can say user.email, and then in the name we will have user.name. This also exists in the GitHub user response. And for avatar URL we will have user dot, if you see avatar, we have a totally this one, avatar URL. So let that, and now we have the current user. After that we will also create the OAuth account as well. So I can say const OAuth account is equal to await db.OAuth account.find, the same thing. Here we will check the find first, and within that I can say aware, and here I can say not like this, here I can say where user ID is equal to current user dot ID, and after that here same, just like I'm checking the OAuth account, I can also check the OAuth account. So here I can say if OAuth account doesn't exist, then here I can say await, let's create that. So I can totally remove that, and here I can say await db.OAuth account, so db.OAuth account dot create, and within the data obviously we will have the different data here. So here I can say user ID, and in user ID I can pass current user dot ID, and then in the provider ID here I will say the GitHub, and then in the provider user ID here I can say user ID dot ID plus string. So because this provider, if I show you this schema, this is the string one, provider user ID is the string, right? And but here if I show you the GitHub user response, the ID is number. So this is the simplest way. If you want to convert the number to this string, you can just simply add this an empty string, and it will be converted to this string. So now we also created the OAuth account. So after that let's transform the user, and in order to transform the user I can simply copy this code, I can copy that, and now I come here and I can transform the user, and obviously here instead of existing user I have to pass the current user. So I can say current user, and after this one here I can send the redirect. So this is the one, so I can copy that and I can paste that. So we will return that. So now let's remove all of this one, and in case of error, we can basically simply log in the error and let's see if it will work for us or not. So now let's come here in the index.view and just to verify whether we are redirecting user to that particular API as well. So yes, API, auth and GitHub. Now this should work for us. So let's save and let's come here, users. I just want to basically clear some cookies because in this board I develop a lot of projects and GitHub as well. So you don't have to worry about this if it's your first time. This is just you can say the early precaution. So I can clear cookies, remove, and if I refresh, is it our project is running? Yes, project is running. And by the way, as I cleared the cookies, so it means we are not logged in. So we will also implement this middleware stuff as well. So we should be redirected by default to the home page. And now in the home page, let's try the login with the GitHub. Let's clear this one and let's continue with the GitHub. Okay. By the way, on your first time, you will have to authorize that. Otherwise, it will continue. So I can authorize that. Let's see if it will work or not. Yes, I think it's working fine. Just to verify that. And here, if I go to the users page, yes, it's working. We have the ID and we have the email and we have the name and avatar URL as well. The conversation ID is by default empty. And just to verify that more clearly, if I basically refresh the data, we should have 2 users now. Yes, we have 2 users. And if you see, this is from the GitHub, and here we should also have 1 user as well in OAuth account because we also created that. And yes, it's working fine. Yes, so GitHub login is also done. Now let's implement the basically the middleware so we can protect the pages. And for that, I can come here within the pages and in the root of the project, let's create middleware. And within that, I can say protected.ts. Here I can simply say export default. I can say define nuxt route middleware, and within that I can say async. It will be a simple function. And here I can say const. We will have the destructor object, and here I can get use user session, and here I can say logged in. So it will be either true or false. If I hover on that, this is the boolean variable. So here I can say if logged in, not like this. If logged in dot value is true, basically if it's false, then navigate. I can say return navigate user to home page. Otherwise, we are fine. We are good. And let's save that. And here now I can add this middleware to the pages, and in users I can add that. And here I can say define page meta, and within that I can pass the middleware, and in middleware I can pass the protect. Now let's also add one button here to log out. So I can say button, a simple button, and here I can say log out, and here I can say clear. And after this logout, let's say here const logout and is equal to, it should be async, and in async here I can say await clear. This will basically clear the session, and then I can navigate user to the home page. Here this should also be await. And now if I do click logout, not this one, I can say logout. And if I save that and let's come here and let's click on logout, this should redirect us to the home page, and we are in the home page. Now if I do the login, I'm in the login page, and here if you see now currently we have the different email. So it's working as we expected. Now one last thing here I have to add here is the basically the watch effect. Whenever user is logged in, he should automatically redirect it to the user's page. So here I will say watch effect, and here I can say simply an arrow function, and within that I can say if user. By the way, we can get the user from here I can say user, and here I can say if not this user activation, here I can say user dot value. If it's true, then redirect user to the basically the user's page. Let's save that, and now let's refresh this completely. If I refresh, so now if by the way, after this watch effect, and now we have that here we are saying if user exists, then automatically redirect user to the user page. Now if I manually I try to go to the home page, this should redirect us to the user page. Yes, so now let's do the logout, and we should be in the home page. Yes, we are in the home page, and do login. So this middleware stuff is also working. Now let's implement the global error and loading state handling. Like if you see, we are not loading anything. If we have any error, we are not showing anywhere. So let's do that. For that, I will create the composable. So here in the root of the project, you can create another folder called composables, and within that I can say use store.ts, and here we will have the different. First of all, we will have the interface. So before going to interface, let's create the types folder as well. So within root of the project, I create types.ts, and here I can create that. So here I can say export type is equal to API type API error is equal to like this one. So here we will have within API error type, we will have the status code. Status, it will be just like if I come here in the server and in the API, if you hover in where we are throwing some kind of error, that's here. If I hover on the throw create error, we have these types. So I can copy this one, it will be the almost similar. So here, and I can paste that here, and obviously I have to define the types here. So API status code it will be number, and status message will be string, so I can say string, and in message this will also be a string, so I can say string, and here in the data it will be the optional field, so here I can say that it can be undefined as well, so question mark, and here in case of this one instead of this I can say it will be a record, and in record it will be a string and string. So let's save that, and now let's come here to the user store, and I can import their type, so I can say import type from types, here I can say type, and now let's say here the API error, and now let's define the interface for the state, so I can say interface store props, sorry not store, here I can say state, and here we will have that two things is loading, and the type of this will be boolean, not log, boolean, and then we will have the app error as well, so I can say app error, and here we will have the API error, or it can be null as well, so by default it will be null. So now let's define the state here, so I can say const state is equal to reactive object, this is important, it should be reactive, and here I can pass the type, so I can say it will be state, and then I can define that, so is loading, by default it will be false, then we will have the app error, and by default it will be null. And after that, now here I can define the composable, basically export, and here I can say export default, and within that I can say an arrow method, and here I can convert the reactive object to two refs, so I can say two ref, and here I can pass the state object, and here will I have the ref values, I can say is loading and app error. So now here we will have the methods to basically toggle the states, so here I can say toggle loading and toggle error. So toggle loading is basically we will pass the value, and then we will define that this is also important, state dot is loading is equal to the value we are passing, and same goes to the error, the type of error we will be passing either null or API error, and then in the state dot app error is equal to error. Then we will also have the show basically the user message, like the notification as soon as something happened. If I come here in the notification, here we should have that, yes, notification, this type of alert account, if I basically show a toast, this type of alert account, and for that if you see we need this basic setup app.config.ts. If I come here in the app.config.ts, yes, we already did that, and another thing which we have to do is basically we have to use that u notification in the app.view, so I can copy that u notification, and I can come here in the app.view, so after this layout I can paste that here, and what exactly, yes, then we have to use this like this somehow, so I can copy that this one as well, and by the way we will handle this in the use store. So here after this state we are defining that, so I can also paste that here, and now here I can say the show message. So in order to show message, let's define that method, so I can say show message is equal to, and here we will pass the content object, and here the type will be a little different, so we will define our own. So the content type will be obviously it will be an object, and within that object we will pass the title, the type of title will be basically the string, then we will also have the description, and in description basically this will be the optional field, so title is the only required field. So here I can say toast dot clear, and I can clear the existing toast, then if I hover on that, and then I can say toast dot add, and within that now I can pass the title, so I can say title, and in title I will pass the error, basically the content dot title, and then in case of description it will have description content dot description, so either it will be undefined or distinct. So for color I will use the primary one, so the existing one which will be the sky, and here we will also have another method to show the error, so I can copy this one, and here I can say show error, and by the way in error we will have this type of type, so I can say like this, in show error we will pass that, not null, sorry, we will not have null, so otherwise we won't be able to show that. And now let's clear that, and in case of add, here I can say title, in title we will have the error dot status code plus this will be a number, so in order to convert that to string we can use that, this method we already discussed. And here in the description, here we will have the error dot either message, if that exists then I will say error dot message, and otherwise we should say error dot status message. So it will be message is the important field, so that's why we'll show the either message or error status. And here obviously in case of a primary I can say that. And now let's import these, and here not import, basically return these fields so we can use them. So here I can say is loading, then I can say app error, then I can also say show message, and then I can return show error, and that's it. Toggle loading and toggle error as well, so I can say toggle loading, toggle error. Now let's save that and we can use them. So I can save that, I can come here in the index.view file, and here in order to import that after this user session, here I can say const is equal to use store, this is the Nuxt magic, so basically we will be able to auto import that composable. And here I can say is loading, then I can say toggle loading, then I can say show message, and then I can also import show error, and I think that's it. And here in try catch catch block, first of all I can say toggle loading, it means we will pass the true. So here I can say true, then I can copy that, and in the finally block I can say toggle should be loading should be false. And here as soon as user is done with the login, I can show the message. So I can say show message, and I can pass the title. I can say title user logged in. If you want to customize, you can do that. Let's remove this console. And by the way, if we face the error, so here I can say show error, and I can pass the error, and now this will give us the basically the error, because in show error we have to pass this API error, not like the if I hover on that this type is unknown. So in order to fix that, let's come here in the utils, and within the utils let's also create another file called index.ts. and by the way, not index because it's related to the error, so I can rename this to the error. And here basically I can define method called export const handle error is equal to the error will be of type any. And here I can say, and within that here I can say first of all we will have some define basically the general values. So the general values will be some variable, simple variable. So a general message will be an unexpected error occurred, status code, status message data. So here now let's define here I will check if error dot response exists, then what should we do? I can say status message is equal to status code and then status message. And after that I will also have another condition to check if error dot response dot data exists, and here I can do the login. So we will define the different variables here. So here I will say the data should be error dot response dot data and error dot response dot errors. If both of these values exist, then define that errors, otherwise this data should be undefined. And keep in mind data is basically the we know this will be an object, and then in case of message, if these two value exist, then do that, otherwise we will define the general method. And here I can return that. Now I can say return, and this type will be the same we defined. So here I will return the status code, I define the status message, here I also define the message and data. So let's save that. And now in order to use that, I can come here into the index, and here I can say const err is equal to handle error. This will be auto import for us, and here I can pass the error. And if I now hover on this err, we have the same method we were expecting in the show error. So I can paste that here, and let's save that. By the way, just to show you basically how we manage this one, like the status code and error.response data. If I not like so, if I come here in the index.view, I can also log in the error object, so we will have more clear. So I can say error, and let's save that. And now let's come here to the UI, and if I do the logout, and let's do the inspect network tab, and let's refresh one time. Let's close these because we don't need now. Now let's try to enter the wrong email which doesn't exist, so half is one. And now if I try to log in, we should have error of obviously 400 user already exists. That's strange. If I come to the login, and if not exist, oh, here I should say user not found. So if I save that, and now by the way the code, so basically, so I think instead of logging in here, it can create the problem. So you know where we are logging the login error here. So let's come to the index, not this one, handle error object. I just want to show you. So here I can do the log, I can say log error dot response, and if I save that, and now if I try to enter the wrong email, half is one, and if I do login, user not found, and here that's how the response object will look like. Here we have all the basically the status text, the arrow, the data object, and if you see this data object, this is similar to the response we are sending from the Nuxt side. So in order to access that the errors from the Nuxt, we have to use this kind of the approach. And here we also have the different properties we can set that. So now you know how the error response, because if you see this login, we can't do anything here by default. It is giving us this string, and we have to do a lot of customization, and we can't show user like this error. Basically it's not a kind of more readable. So by modifying the error object according to our own requirement, we can show a different and more readable stuff to the user. So that's why we did that. And here if you want to adjust that, you can adjust the different according to your own taste. And by the way, just to show you the now error is also working fine, like user not found. So and now let's handle that, and I can come here, and here let's also do that in the toggle loading state here as well. So here I can say toggle loading and true, and here I can say false, and let's also handle the errors as well. So let's remove this error object, we don't need to log in. So I can copy that, and I can paste that here, and let's save that. And now let's also implement this is loading state. So is loading, whenever we are loading that, we should disable these buttons. So I can say disabled is equal to is loading. If is loading is true, then we should disable this button. I can copy that, I can paste that here as well, and and here as well, and here as well. So let's save that and let's see. And if I do the login, this button was disabled. See, if I do the logout, and now let's enter the wrong email. So see, that was the for some time it was disabled. And now if I do the register, and here let's also enter the same user which is already registered. So I can say register user already exists. And if I do the different user, like I can say Afzal, and here I can say afzal@gmail.com, and password is the same, password @123. If I do the register, I can say update, and now if I'm in the login page, and here if I enter afzal@gmail.com, and by the way, just to show you, the email validation is working as well, invalid email, unless I enter the valid email. And now let's try to send the empty field. Password is required, 8 is minimum length. Now I have to enter the password as well. So now I can do the login, and I'm logged in as an Afzal. So everything is working as we expected. And we also have, so we can say auth module is done, global error handling and loader handling is also done. So now let's basically, don't worry about this dark mode, we will implement that. So now let's create this the basic layout for that, like this nav bar and that kind of stuff, and users page as well. So it will be a mixture of layout, basic layout, sidebar, nav bar, and this screen as well. So let's create that. For that, let's come here in the coding part, and here first of all I can come here in the, let's create the layout. So in layout, here I can say users dot view, and here maybe I can copy the basic stuff. So let's copy this basic stuff from here, from the default layout. I can come here in the users layout, I can paste that, and here basically we will have a different stuff. Here basically we will wrap this complete component with the layout component. We will create that. For now I can comment this code, so I can copy this one basically. And after that, within the layout, we will have different stuff. First we will have the basically the users list. So here I can say users list component, and after that we will have the by default stuff, like after the user, if I show you the design, basically I'm talking about this user list, like this complete user list, and then we will have the basically this complete stuff, the remaining. So it means we have to give some padding here. So here I can give the simple div, and within div I can give some classes. Here I can say class, and on basically the large screen I can say pl, basically it will be 80, and then height will be maximum height, it will be 100 dvh, and then basically we will have on also lg, it will be block. So I know it's confusing, but it will be clear once we will create that. So here maybe if without, basically here I can also give the div, like, and here I can say users list, and then after that I can remove this one, and within this basically div, here we will have this slot. So here I can say slot. If I save that, and now if I come here in the user pages and users page, let's give also the basically the layout. Here I can say layout, and it should be user. If I save that, and let's see how it will look like if I refresh. So here we have the user list component, and it's taking some, if you see the padding, and here we have all that remaining stuff. Now let's create the, if I come here in the layout, and here let's first of all let's create this layout component. For that I have to create the component. So let's close all of these, and within basically the root of the project I can say component, and then layout, and so let's delete this one. Obviously I have to create within components, I have to say layout, and then I have to say index dot view. So within index, here let's say base component, this one, and here basically we will have, first of all if I show you the basically the design, basically in this layout we will have this basically the we will call this as basically the sidebar, and by the way on mobile it will be a totally different. So here we will have the component called, first of all here I can say height should be full, here I can say class height should be full, and then here we will have the, I can say desktop sidebar. So obviously I have to create that component. So within the layout I can also create another component called desktop sidebar dot view, and here basically in this component let's create the base component first of all, and within that after this div, here I can say another div, not like this one, and here we will have some classes. So within these classes, so here we have these classes. First of all, by default it will be hidden, and as soon as we have the large screen we should be able to see that, and the position basically it will be y0, and also from left side it will be 0. This then z index should be 40, and the overall width of this sidebar will be 20 multiplied by 4, it's 80 pixels. So this complete with the smallest one I'm targeting this one. So we will have the 80 pixel of the width, and then we will have some padding. Overflow should be auto by default. We will have some background, and on dark mode, as we will also implement the dark mode as well, so this will be the basically the background, and then on basically the border we will have 1 pixel, and then the border color from padding from the bottom, and this is basically the also it will be flex, and the direction will be column and justifies between items. Like the if you see this one, this will be the one child and this will be the one child, so that's why this is the distance between them, and they are horizontally they are basically the justify between. And after that we will have the some nav items, like we will call these items, all of these items as nav items. And here basically first of all here I can say margin from the top, so I can say class empty from the top should be 4, and then it should be flex and flex column, and then we will have the justify between. Then here I can say ul, and within that I will have some classes. I can say class flex, this will also be flex column, and items should be center, and space by the distance between basically the item will be 1. And then we will have the here another component called desktop sidebar item, so I can create that as well. So here basically we will use the utility. If basically I can't show you because this is the design, so whenever we will hover on these items we will have that item as well, so we will have that here. And maybe before, because it will be a we will have a for loop on these items, so maybe before moving to this creating this component, maybe we can define our routes as well. So let's create these routes. So I can come here in the component, not here, but basically we will have another composable called use routes, so I can say use route dot view, and within that we will have all that stuff. So first of all I can say export const use, oh sorry, it should not be view, it should be ts, so here it should be ts. Yes, now here I can say export const use routes is equal to a simple function, arrow function, and here within that first of all here I can say export basically the const. And because if you see this item, this is for the dark mode, this is for the logout button, so we will have we need the user session as a composable as well, so I can say user session. And here basically I have to import the clear and fetch function, so here I can say clear, then the fetch, and after that I need the route as well, so here I can say for active, basically here I can say params, and it should be is equal to use route. Yes, and after that we will have the color basically the here I can say const color mode composable, color mode is equal to use color mode, and here I can say the dark, basically the is dark true or false, so I can say is dark is equal to computed, and it will be settable value, so here I will say get. In case of get we will return basically the return color mode dot value is equal to dark, and in case of set I will basically say color mode dot preference is equal to color mode dot value. If is equal to dark, then we should set that to light, and else we will set this to dark. So basically we will toggle that. Here I have to say the comma, and we are good. So we will also have the dynamic icon as well, so here I can say const theme icon is equal to computed, and so basically if is dark dot value is true, then I have to say we should have different icon, else we should have the different icon. So icons will be here from the hero icons, so the icon will be in case of dark hero icons moon 20 solid, so basically we can highlight the user, like you can go to the light mode as well. And in case of basically the otherwise we will have the sun icon, hero icon sun 20 solid. So after that here I can say the function, so I can say const logout function is equal to, it should be async, and within that here I will say first of all we will clear the basically session, so I can say await clear. After that I can refresh the session, I can say await fetch, and after that I can navigate user to the home page, I can say navigate to home page. And now let's define the route, so here I will say const routes is equal to computed, and here we will have that, and here I can say we should return an object, and within that I can say return, and it will be a array, so in each array we will have different routes. So in these array items, that's how our routes will look like. So we will have the label, then the basically the path where we want to redirect user each time user click on this, and here we will have the icon. So icons are hero icons, chat, bubble, overlap, ellipsis. So by the way, you can check all the icons from this website, it's called Iconify. You can check that all the icons here from here, browse icons, and if you want to use different icons, we have a lot of icons. You can find any type of icon on this website. And then we will have the basically the if the path is equal to the conversation, then we should do this, basically is active will be true. And then in case of the users we have the same case, and the icon is basically hero icon, users 20 solid. And in case of label we have the label, and here we don't have basically the here we are adding the whenever we click on that we should do the logout, and we don't have any path, and the icon is like hero icon, arrow left on rectangle. And in case of theme, basically we also have this on dark mode. We are toggling that we don't have any path, and the icon will be basically the this icon, the theme icon, and it is the basically the it will be computed item, and it will be changed on real time. So now we can return all of these. So here in this composable I can say return, and in return I can say routes and is dark. Now we are good, and we can use that in the desktop sidebar. So here first of all here I can say U tooltip. Maybe I can show you as well. So let's come here into the NuxtUI website, and NuxtUI I can open that, get started, tooltip. Where are you? Here we have the tooltip. So basically we have to give the text shortcuts and all that stuff, but we will use the different stuff. We don't need shortcut. Yes, I can copy that, this one. Let's copy that. I can come here, let's paste that here. And first of all obviously we will loop through the items. So here I can say maybe first of all let's import that. So here I can say const and is equal to use route. Yes, here, and here we will have access to the route. Yes. And here now I can loop through all of them, and I can say we item in routes, and key should be item dot label. And then here in the text here I can say item dot label, and we don't need this shortcut, so I can totally remove that. And in the popover it will be right as it is. So here now obviously here we have to use the list. So here I can say list item, and here I can say on click is equal to, here I can say handle click, and basically in this method what exactly I have to say. First of all here I can pass the basically the I can say item dot on click. So in this let's create that method here. So here I can say const handle click is equal to, here I will basically we will pass the item. So here maybe I can completely pass that item, so we can have that the reference. So here I can say item and is equal to, here within that here I will say if item dot on click exists. So it means it is not defined. So here basically in just to clear this error, so here I can say any, and that error should be gone. So here I will check if item dot on click exists, then basically we will simply return item dot, basically we will call this method on click. Otherwise we will simply say return navigate to, and we will I will redirect user to that particular path. So here I can say $, and item dot href. We know we are passing the href as well. So I hope this is clear. So let me explain again. So imagine that I am clicking on I clicked on this path. So here we don't have on click method, so it means this will return us the undefined. So in case of undefined we will basically call this method, and this will redirect us to the basically the conversation page. And now if I click on this basically the logout button, what exactly will happen? So it will check the on click exists, so it will call that on click method which we defined here, and it will call this method automatically. It will be more clear once we will complete that. And after that here I will have say we don't need anything, and here I can say another div, not div. Yes, and here we will have some classes. So within this div let me give some classes, and group flex, all of these are color related. You can copy them just to show you all of them. And here basically whenever active is here I can say item dot is active instead of simple, then we will style basically some background colors and dark color. And here now I can also use the icon as well. So I can say icon component, and within that first of all let's give the name. So name will be dynamic. So here I can say item dot icon, and then basically in case of classes I can say class is equal to height should be 5, then width should be 5, and we will have shrink should be 0. That's it. And after that we will have label. So here I can say span, not like this. I can say span, and within that first of all we will have the item dot label. And let's now give some classes. Here I can say class is equal to, I don't think we need the class here, so let's save that. And now let's come here in the index.view. In this index component, here I can simply say after this one I can import that. So here I can say desk layout desktop sidebar. So let's save that, and let's see how it will look like. If I come here and if I refresh, we don't have any change. Why? Let's come here into the layouts component in the user. Here, yes, I have to wrap this to the layout. So here I can say layout, and within that I can move all of this to the top. So here we will have the user list, and then we will have these components. So it means within the layout I also have to use the slot, because this all of this stuff should be in the slot. So let's save that, and now let's again come to the index.view. And here I can say after this desktop sidebar, here I can say main, and within main here I will say class, some classes. Class class is equal to LG. On LG, basically it should be PL20. Why PL20? If I show you the desktop sidebar, the width of this one is 20. If you decide to basically whatever reason, if you think it should be bigger or it should be small, you should also change this one, and then you have to adjust this one as well. And now here I can say this also be the height should be full, and here I can say it should be slot within this component, so I can say slot. So now let's save that and let's see how it will look like. Yes, here we go. I know something is wrong. We will basically fix that. First of all, if you see the tooltip is working, something is wrong with this one, so we will fix that. So if I come here in the desktop sidebar, yes, here I should add the SR only. So here I can say in the class SR only, so it will not be visible if you hover on that. It's almost if you see we have clipping 0, so it will be almost it will not be visible, and it's for SEO purpose and all that stuff. So now if I refresh that, now we cannot see that anything. Yes, now we have the icons as well. So if I hover in that chat, users, logout, and toggle theme, let's click on this toggle theme. Is it working? No, it's not working. Let's check that. In fact, that do we have something here? No, we are not. So let's first of all, if you see now that is gone because we are above the large screen, we will handle that. You don't have to worry about. And if I click on chat, no, nothing is happening. So it means something is wrong with this method. So if I click on log, and here I can say item dot item, let's only log item. So now if I click on this one, something is wrong with here because we are not calling that item. Okay, the spellings are wrong. So here I can say click. If I save that now, so now if I click, basically I saved this one, the spelling mistakes, and now if I come here and if I click on this one, yes, the toggle and dark theme is also working. If I click again, yes, now if I basically click on users, nothing will happen because I'm already in the users page. And if I click on this chat, I'm in the conversation page, and this should give us the 404 because we are in the wrong page. This page doesn't agree. And now if I click on logout, we should be redirected to the home page. If I click on logout, yes, we are in the home page, so it means everything is working. Let's log in again, and we are in this page, users page, and here we have everything. So this basic layout is ready, and now let's do this user list stuff. And by the way, let's also handle the if I come here, the mobile stuff as well right now, because if I come here in the right, and here now that is hidden because it's the we already did that. We did that our basically here if you see, I am by default this sidebar will be hidden, and only it will be visible once we are on the larger screen. So now let's come here in this one, and if you see I think I missed that design here. So basically it will be at the bottom of that. So let's create that. I can come here, and along with within the layout, remember components layout, and within the layout I also here I will define that. I will say mobile navigation dot view. So here I can copy that, this basic stuff from here. I can copy that and I can paste that here, and obviously we only need this div, so I can cut that and I can paste that here, and obviously this will be changed. So we only need this utility, so I can also cut this one, and here within that I can paste that. And now I have to change these classes. So these classes will be totally opposite as compared to the sidebar. So let's remove all of these classes just to show you. And if I paste that, first of all, fixed the justify between width is 100%, from bottom it is 0, z index is same as we have for the sidebar, and then it's flex, and the basically direction is not changed here, and background some classes. And the main thing is previously we were giving the border from the basically the right side, now we are giving in the top because it will be at the end, and here we will show at the bottom border some border. And after that, if you see, this is the important thing, on larger screen this will be hidden, so it's a total opposite of that. Now here we will have the tooltip just like for the desktop sidebar here, and then now here we also have to change some classes here. I don't think we need to change here something, at least let's see how it will look like, and then we can decide. So now let's come here in the index, and beside desktop sidebar I should also have another component here, layout navigation. So layout mobile navigation, so I can copy that, and here let's also mention that. Okay, now this should. So let's save that and let's see how it will look like. If I come here, now this should be visible, and yes it is, but something is wrong here. So if I come here, if I hide this one, and if I save that, still it's not working. Let me refresh, although it's working, but it's not as we are expecting. Okay, why this is we have this dot. First of all, let's change this placement. It should not be right here. I can say it should be top, and if I save that and if I hover on that, okay, I think I have to refresh. Mobile navigation placement should be top. That's strange. Yes, now it's top. Now let me check why we have this this let maybe we can inspect what marker. Okay, oh, I think I have to remove this li stuff. Instead of li, I can simply say div, because we are not using the ul, and so that's why it was creating the problem. So here I can simply say a simple div, and if I save that should go. Yes, now it's working as we expect. Now it's working. Yes. So overall basic layout is done. Oh, one thing is still missing, this the settings model. We will implement that. First let's focus on this user list. You don't have to worry about that. Main thing is, these a lot of UI, basic UI, and these features are done. And now let's create this user list. And for user list, it means we need all the users. So for that, it means we need to create the API in order to get the user. So let's come here in the servers within the API, and here within directly, not in the auth directly, I can say server API, and here I can say users dot get dot ts. Remember, this is the location, server API and users dot get dot ts. Here we will have all the let's for the basic stuff. I can come here in the login post, and I can copy the basic stuff, copy this basic stuff from here, and here within the users I will remove a lot of the stuff, so I can paste that. And now we don't need this schema, we only need db, and I can remove all of that. And let's also remove all of the stuff within that. So here db, we imported that db, and we have this one only. Now here I can say, first of all, this should be protected, and in order to protect this API, here I can say first of all it should be, we should call this require user session. And if you hover on that, this is from the nuxt auth util. So first of all, here I have to pass the argument event, basically this event. And here if I hover on that, require a user session, throw a 401 error if the user is not logged in. So this will basically check, and you can read the documentation here as well. If you this is the link as well. And by the way, it will be handled by us. So it means this API is by default protected. So unless user is logged in, he won't be able to visit this route. And the next step is basically, here I can say const session is equal to await get user session, and here I can also get the user session details. So here I can pass the event, and if I hover on that, although we will have that user session, but we don't know the exact type. So in order to create the exact type, what's the procedure? Here basically within this root of our project, this is also mentioned in the nuxt auth util documentation as well. We can create the file auth.d.ts. We can create that, and let me show you that. So here I can come nuxt auth utils, and I can come here, and if you want to define the basically the component, here we have that. Yes, here you can define the type of user session by creating a type declaration file in project to argument this one, the user session type. Let's copy that, and I can paste that here, and it means I have to define, sorry about that background noise. And here basically I can create the user type. So the user basically in this case it will be like this one. So we will have the ID, we know that. We will have the email, we also know that, because email is required, otherwise user won't be able to log in. So name is basically we will also have that name, so it is also required, so I can totally remove that. And avatar will be basically the optional, we know that. And then we will have that the basically the created date and date, we know it will be a date string, but I can say any, and we are good to here. So now if I come here in the user dot get, and if I hover on that user session, why it's giving this one, giving us the error here? It's saying okay, name, I think I have to give the null. So if I come here auth.ts, so this name should be null as well. Here I say that. Although in reality we know it will not be visible, it will always be a name, because this is the required field. But let's say we can continue just to ignore this Typescript error. Now if I hover on that, I will have that all the details related to this session. So here I can say basically const users is equal to await db dot user dot find many. We will find return all of the users except where, I can say where basically the current logged in user. So here I will say not, and here I can say id session dot user dot id. So by this query mean we will return all the user except the currently logged in user. So if you see in this list, we should show only those users which are basically other than our currently owned user, because there is no purpose of showing that here the our own user, because by clicking on this user, particular user will be redirected to the conversation page where we can chat with this user. So I don't think it's a good UX or any, it makes sense to show that user here. So that's why we will filter out, and here I can return the users. And let's save that, and just to, if I come here now into the users layout, here we will show the basically the user list, and here we can also fetch that as well. We can call that API. So here I can say const is equal to use await use lazy fetch, and I can call the API users. Here it will give us the auto suggestion, and here basically first of all I can give the key is important if you want to refresh for whatever reason the user. So I can say chat users, then we will have the server false. This is important because we are calling the API within the layouts directory, and here it's important to give the server as false. And then basically here I can also, first of all, let's see how these users will look like. So here I can say data, and I can rename just to for good reading purpose I can say users, and also I can here the status as well. So now let's here show the basically the, first of all I can also show the status. So here I can say, sorry, within this user list I can show all the users. So here I can say free, and within that I can say all the users, and on top of that I can also have another free for status. So here I can say status. Let's remove this and let's see how it will look like. Obviously I have to refresh. I can refresh, idle, pending, success. So status is success, but we have all the users. If you see, by the way, I created the user behind the scene. So this user is my own user, but from the GitHub. That's why we have the avatar. This is another user. This is Dawood. This is Shizad. So all of these are users are different. And if you see, this is the currently logged in user. And by the way, this is not, we are not showing that here within that page. If I show you, if I come here in the user page, pages, users page, I'm showing that here. I can totally remove that now. If I remove that now, I should not have that, this one. Yes, that is gone, and we are showing that all that. So now let's define, basically design this. It will be look like this. So let's come to the code part, and here basically within the users layout, instead of obviously I will totally remove that now, and here we will have the component called users list component. And for that I can come here within the component, and within the components let's create another folder called users, and here we will have within the user I will have the list.view component, and I will also have another component called box. So I will say box.view. So first of all let's focus on this list component. So here let's define the base stuff. So I can say v base is one, and here so the interface, the props will be, so I can say interface, I can say users props, and here I can say it will be basically the items. So in items the type either will be user, so from the Prisma user, so either it will be an array of user or it will be a null. So we can pass any of these, and then we will also have the pending. So I can say pending, so it will be of type boolean, and now I can define the props. So I can say define props, so I can pass here the user props, and that's it. So instead of users props, so I can say user list props, and here basically let's define that. So here I can say it will be a side component, and within that I will have some classes. So here I can say, by the way, it will also be a fixed item. So here, so it will be a fixed. So here I can say class is equal to fixed, and then the insert y, it should be 0. Then we will have padding from the bottom should be 20, and lg, the padding should be 0. So whenever if you see, because why I'm giving the padding from the bottom, because we will have that navigation bar once we are on the smaller screen, but once we are on a bigger screen we will not, we don't need that. And on lg the left position should be 20, and keep in mind this is same because this width is 20, basically 80 pixels. So this 20 mean 80 pixel, 20 multiplied by 4, and then we will have the lg width. So width should be 80 here, and then on lg it should be block, and overflow y should be auto, and then we will have some border classes and all that stuff. It's most of these are similar to the, we already defined that. So maybe I can copy that and I can paste that. So border from the right on dark, we are changing the border color, block width full, left 0, be divide and all that. Just to show you, you can copy that. Basically you can pause the video and copy that. And after that we will have another div here, and here we will define some classes. So here I can say the class px should be 5, just to see basically how it will look like. If I basically now if I say 3, not 3, sorry 3, and here if I define the items, let's see how it will look like. If I save that, and now let's come here, and within these users user list, now I can pass that. So here I can say users list, and within that I can pass now. So here I can say users items, sorry items is equal to users, and then we will have the pending state. So I can say pending is equal to, so I will check on this one. So status if is equal to pending, then here I can say it should be true, otherwise I can say false. And now this is giving us the some kind of error, like so we can basically, in order to fix the error, I can transform this user object. So in order to how we can do that, so here I can say transform, this is Nuxt magic. So here I will have access to all users. So you can say this all user is same as this user. So here I can now transform that. How we can do that arrow method, so here I can say all users dot map, and in map I can say user, and here now I can return a complete user, but the error is related to if I hover on that, just to show you. So this is the problem, created add add and updated at. Whenever we do that, we can face the problem. So date, it's related to the date, because of this serialization, the date is always it's returning, and we have the conflict between the date. Sometimes it's saying it's a string, sometimes it say it's the date object. So here we can say created at, and here I can say new date, so it should always be the date. So user dot created at, and now I can copy that for updated at as well. So here I can say updated at, and I can copy this one and I save that. Now that error is gone. Just to at least show you, if I basically uncomment this one and if I hover on that, here updated at created as considered as string, right? And if I now come to the list component and if I hover on this user component, here created at and updated at are date. So that's the error. And here what exactly we are transforming the user array and saying it will be always be a type of date. So now if I hover on that, this should be a basically the update. Here it's now date. So that now it's fixed. So if I save that now, and let's see how it will look like. So that's the basically the layout. Now if you see, this is within that particular screen, it's not going overflow and everything working as we expected. And also we have this border as well. And just to basically, if I inspect and if I come here in the bigger screen, now we have, you know, the distance from the bottom. And if I come on the larger screen, now we don't have the distance from the bottom. So everything is working as we are expecting. And now let's come here in the list and let's continue. Let's remove that. So here I can say after this px5, I can say space y, space y should be 1. And after that I will also have another div, and here I can say class is equal to flex and flex call, and here we will have the people, another div, and it will be a people. So here I can say people, and here I will have some class. So I can say class is equal to text should be 2xl, and then font should be bold, and then the text neutral 800, and when, you know, py should be 4, and when we are on the dark mode, the text should be white. If I save that and let's see how it will look like, we should have that people here. Yes, I have that people, this one. And if I change the theme, now this is white. So after this div, now here we will show either the users or either the loader screen. So for loader, we will use the skeleton from this NuxtUI website. If you come here and if you select on this skeleton, we will use that. So you know, we can define our own. So I can copy this component and the name basically, and within the component, in the root of the components, I can create another component called skeleton.view. So here I can define the base component. So here I can say base setup, and we will define, it will be almost similar to this one. So I can copy that, but we will slightly change some things, otherwise it will be similar. So first of all, here we will have the multiple skeletons. So here I will have the top div, and here I will give some spaces between the items. So I can say space y should be 1, and then I can move this to the top. And now here we will have the flex, and I can add the basically the overall gap, instead of, you know, the only the I can say gap should be 2. So I can now this remove this space x4, and then we will have the items center, and then we will have the padding overall 2, and I can say rounded should be lg. Now after that we will have this basically the skeleton. I can totally remove that, this one we don't need that. And here we will have the skeleton, use skeletons to skeleton. I can remove this one, and like so this is how the skeleton will look like. So I can now copy these and I can paste 3 times. So let's save that, and now let's come here in the list. So here after this basically the white people, just to show you, here I can say skeleton, show that. Now if I save and let's see and how it will look like, we should have that skeleton. So this is how the skeleton our look like. It's the, if you see the design, it's almost similar to this one. So we are showing that. And now obviously this will be based on the loader state. So here I can say show this skeleton v if. So here I can say v if pending is true, basically if pending is true, show that else. So here I will have, I can say v template, and here I will say v else. I will show the list items. So here, so for now I can simply log in. So here I can say div, not this, I can say div, and here I can say v for, and I can say item in items, and here I can say key is equal to item dot name, item dot id, and here I can, for now I can only log in as name. So I can say item dot name. So let's save that and let's see how it will look like. A loader screen, yes, and the name. So if I again, if I come to the logout, now if I do the login, see there was a loader, slightly loader, and then we had this list, and now the loader is gone. Now obviously let's create that exact box just like we have in this design, like this one. So let's create that, and for that I can come here in the box component. So here I can define the base component. So I can say v base, and here we will also have the prop. So it will be only user prop. So I can say define, I can say define props, and within props I can pass the object. So here we will have, we know that it will be a user, and the type of it will be user from the Prisma client. And here I can give the brackets and we are good. So now let's basically here define that item. So I can say class, we will have some class. We don't need class here, it will be our all item. So here we will have the class within another div. So div, so I can give the classes here. So I can say class, so we will have these items. So width should be full, it should be relative, it should be flex, then we will have some space between x, then we will have background colors and the hover colors and rounded and some transition and cursor point. That, so after that here we will have the avatar. If I show you the design, so for some user we have this emoji. So this is not the emoji, basically it's the exact image uploaded by user, and for some user we have this simple icon. So we will create, and we can create the avatar component, and basically based on the users, if user have this the avatar, we will show the exact image, otherwise we will show the general, basically the avatar. And for that I can create another component within the component called avatar.view. So here I can define the view based component. So we will use from the NuxtUI component called avatar, we will use that. So I can come here in the avatar, so we will use that. So I can copy this one and I can paste that here, u avatar, and here basically obviously here we will pass the user prop as well. So here I can say define const props is equal to define props, and here we will have an array object, and it will be, we will be passing the user. So I can say it will be either user from the Prisma or it can be null as well. So I can say null, and I can close this one, and now we are good. And here basically I will check the different status. First of all, here I will also, if you see, obviously we will handle that later, we will also have this badge as well. So this badge, so if user is basically online, we will show these kind of badges. And so we need the another computed property here, const is active, so it will be a computed property. And for now I will simply return false, so you don't have to worry about that, we will handle that later, but we need that. So here now the source, so in case of source I will check, it will be a dynamic. So here I will say if user exists and user dot avatar exists, then basically I will say assign the I can say user dot avatar URL, otherwise I will say only source should be empty. And same goes to the alt. So here I will say if user and user avatar, obviously here I will say user and username exists, then show user dot, okay sorry, here it should be question mark, user dot name, and otherwise I can simply say user image, a general basically string. Then we will have the chip color. So chip color will be a different, so here I can say chip color, and it will be a dynamic. So if is active is true, then here I will say primary. If is active is true, primary, and otherwise it will be undefined, which is the basically the default value. So then we will have the text, chip text. So here I will say chip text, so by default it will be a empty. And then we will have the chip position as well. So I will say chip position, and it will be a dynamic. So if is active is true, then basically it will be a top right, and otherwise it will be undefined. So here I can say the size of this will be lg. And by the way, I'm passing all this from the website, so you can read about that, it's all mentioned here. I'm not passing any extra props or anything else. Then I will have some class. So here I can say class is equal to, it will be object cover. Then we will have the icon. So basically icon, it will be by default undefined in case the this avatar exists. So within icon, here I can say if user and user dot avatar URL exists, then it should be empty by default, otherwise we'll show the icon. So here I can say I hero icons dot user dot circle. Yes, we will have these icons. And also this will be a last item. So we will have the image class prop, and here it will also be a object cover. So let's save that and let's see how it will look like. Let's come to this box component, and within box I can now say avatar, and in avatar I can pass the user. So I can say user is equal to user. This should work for us. I can save that, and now I can come here in the list and let's define that the overall. So here I can say user box, I can simply loop through it. So I can say v for item, simply like that. So I can loop through with that, and here I can pass the user. So I can say I can say user is equal to item. Yes, now this should work for us. Let's hide this one, and we should have some avatar here. So I can come here. Yes, if you see, this is the logged in user from the GitHub, so that's why this has avatar. And these user, they don't have any avatar, so they have the icon. So just to see the active status as well, if I come here in the avatar, instead of returning the false, if I return the true, if I save that, we should have that badge here. Yes, see, we have badge for every user. So everything is working as we are expecting. So now let's come here and let's complete this the box component. So after this avatar, we will have a simple some div, and with these classes minimum width should be 0, flex 1, focus outline, and all that stuff. These are the simple classes. And here basically here I can say instead of user dot name, and if I save that, we should have the all the names and all that stuff. Yes, we have that. And if I do the log toggle theme, now if you see we still have different colors and all that. Now each time we click on that, we should navigate user to the conversation page. So here let's create the click method as well. So here I can say const handle click is equal to, and here we will have that it will be a async function. So here I can say async. For now I will only log in the user. So here we will pass the user, and here I can say it will be a user, and type of it will be a user. So here I will only not user, it will be only user ID string. So we only need that. So here I can say it will be a type string, and for now I can only log in that ID because we will create that later. And each time we click on this box, I can say on click is equal to handle click, and I can pass the user dot ID. And let's save that and let's see whether it's working or not. Inspect console. If I click on that, a user ID, click on that user ID. If you see all of these IDs are different. So this is working. Now let's focus on this this profile icon, user profile. So basically in this user, I have each time we will click on that just to if I can show you. Yes, each time we will click on that, this will be a okay. I think I missed the design. So we will have this kind of model, and here we will have the basically by user details. The currently logged in user. So we will have all those details, and we will be able to basically update the user's name and profile picture. Not all of these users, the currently logged in users. So we will be able to update our own profile details. So let's focus on that. Let's come to the code part, and here basically first of all I have to make changes in the desktop sidebar component. If I come here in the layout and desktop sidebar, so here after this nav I can basically show the avatar where currently we will show the user avatar. So here I can say div, and here I can give some classes. So I can say class is equal to, first of all, the margin from the top should be 4, and flex space y should be 2, and then we will have justify between and items center, and within that we will have another div, and here I can say class equal to cursor pointer. Then I will have hover, and I can say opacity should be 45, not 45, 75, and then I can say transition. So as soon as we have some, and here I can use the avatar. So avatar component. So here I can say avatar, and here obviously you have to pass the user. User is equal to user, and in order to get this user, I can simply say const user is equal to use user session. So this is composable from the Nuxt util. Just to tell you again. Okay, this is we have something error type user or null is not assignable to type. That's right. If I go to the avatar, here we are assigning that. I think the only problem is basically this user is from the session, and the user basically I defined here is from the Prisma client. So it's Typescript related error. We can ignore that because in avatar, if you see, the main things are the name and avatar URL. And if I come here in the auth.ts, these exist, so we are fine with that. So in order to ignore that, I can simply say like ts ignore view expect. So I know this is hack. We should have some dynamic type, but I don't want to spend time on that. So now let's save that and let's see how it will look like. I can come here and let's see. Yes, we have the avatar here, and whenever we click on that, we should open the model so user can update in that. So let's create component here. Within the components, I can say settings model. So I can say settings model dot view. So here let's define the base component, and we will use the U model from the NuxtUI. So NuxtUI, and I can open that, get started U model. Here is model, and we can use this basic component. So I can copy this one, and here I can paste that U model, and here we should also have the U model. So I can say U model, and within that I will have the form component. So I can simply, obviously we don't need this action, and within the form we will use the card component from here. So card this one. Yeah. So I can simply copy this complete card, and I can paste that here. So within this header we will have the basically the details, like I can show the details to the user. So here I can say it will be a flex. First of all, I will have that basically this h heading, and then I will say edit your profile information, and then there will be a button. Basically on that we will emit the different stuff. So let's also define this props v model. If you see, this is saying undefined, and obviously this emit doesn't exist. So let's define these props as well. So first of all, here I can say const props is equal to define props, and within the props we will have only one variable. We will pass only one prop. So here I can say is open, and it will be a boolean, and then here I can close this and we're fine. So now let's define the emit as well. So I can say emit is equal to define emits, and here I can pass that. So here I can say define close model, and after that, by the way, this we will not pass directly is open here because we cannot update the props directly within another component. So here I will say const is model visible is equal to computed, so it will be a computed property, and also it will be settable, so not like that. So here I can directly say the curly brackets, and here I can say get, and within get we will simply return props dot is open, and in set I can say set, and we will have the value, and then I can simply say here we don't need anything, so I can totally ignore that. So here I think it's my bad, so I can, if that's the case, then I can simply return from here. So here I can say props dot is open, that's it, and we should be fine here. So after that, now let's see how this basically model is looking. So I can save that, and obviously let's remove this placeholder component because they don't exist. So I can save that, and now let's come here in the desktop sidebar, and after this, basically after this complete div, here I can also use the is setting model. So here I can say settings model, and obviously here I have to pass. So here first of all let's define those variables. So here I can say const is open is equal to ref. By default it will be false, and then I will have another method. So here basically we will be toggling that, so we can toggle that whenever user click on this div. So here I can say on click is equal to is open is equal to true, and here now I can say if I basically is open is equal to is open value, and then I can also on whenever we close the model I can here set is open is equal to false. So now let's see this how this will look like, and I can come here, and if I click on that, okay, something is wrong. If I come here in the settings model, yeah, here we cannot pass is open, so here I have to say is model visible here, and if I save that, and now let's refresh it, and now if I click on that, yes, the model is visible. If I click on that, model is closing. So now let's define the main part, which is the basically the upload button, and we will be using the Cloudinary for that. And just to show you, we already have installed the Cloudinary package.json file. We will be using this module, the nuxt.js Cloudinary, and just to show you, if you want to read documentation, obviously we will need the documentation. So nuxt Cloudinary get started. So yes, here it is, and we will be using this cloud upload widget. We will be using this component. So first let's use that. So I can copy this one, and now I can come here within the components directly, root of the components. I can call another component called upload button dot view, and here I can define that. So I can first of all let's define the base component, and now I can paste that here, and now obviously here we have to change this stuff. So first of all, for now let's keep this upload preset, but it will be dynamic. I will let you know how we can get that, and then here I can pass another basically the prop maximum options is equal to, and by the way all of the options are mentioned here. If you come here general props, what exactly we can pass the options and all that. On close what should happen, on open what should happen, if we are facing any kind of error what should happen. So all of the things are mentioned here. So now I can come here in the options, and I can pass maximum file should be 1, and now here instead of this button, and after that basically we will also have what should I do. I can say on upload what should I do. Here I will call the method, and obviously I will define that. That's it. And after that basically here we will have the label for that. So what exactly we will show that, and label will be passing from the props. So let's define the props as well. So here I can say const props is equal to define props, and within that define props I can pass, because we will be only passing the label. So here I can say label, and it will be of type string, and this will be the optional field, and I can close these, and we are fine with that. And now I can also define the emits. So I can say const emits is equal to define emits, and here basically we will be have on change, we will handle that. Now basically on upload we will have the method, and here I will call that method. So here I will say, maybe I can directly call that instead of creating that. So here I will say result on upload, we will get the result. I can say result, the type will be any, and then basically I will have and the arrow method, and here within that I can directly call emits, and in emits I can pass the on change, and the data I will be passing will be the result. So here I can say result dot result, I can say result dot info dot secure URL. That's it. So just to show you, basically if I just do basically here I can also do the log. So I can say console dot log, and here I show you the result. So we will be able to see that how our result will look like. You can read the detailed documentation here. Here everything is mentioned, or maybe you can directly go to the Cloudinary website and you can read that as well. So here basically we will have this type type of response, I know that. So that's why here basically we will have the exact image URL, which we uploaded that. And now after here basically we will have the p tag where I will mention the, if label exists, then show that, otherwise we don't need that label. So if basically label exists, then I will show the label, otherwise not. And each time user click on this label, we will call this a Cloudinary widget, just like if I come here, if I click on upload an image, and here this type of widget, we will be able to see that. So if you see, each time user is clicking on that, we are calling this on open method, and it's getting solved for us. So after that, here I will also mention the icon as well. So if the label doesn't exist, then we should have the icon. So I can say v else. I will call this method whenever user click on this icon, and the size and some text and some class. Now let's save that, and basically these are some TypeScript related error. I'm not sure why, so we can ignore them. And now let's come here in the settings model, and we can call that method here. So I can completely remove this one, and here we will have all that stuff. First of all, here the image and all that stuff, I need that. So it will be, in order to get the image, I can simply directly here, first of all, here I can say const, I can say user, and is equal to use user session, and here we know we will have that. So now in order to get the image, so I can say image is equal to, it will be the computed property, and in computed property here I can say user dot value dot avatar URL. So now it will be either if I hover on that, either it will be a string, null, or undefined. So here I'm checking that if v image exists, then it means we have the source, and I'm passing the source in the avatar component. And basically, by the way, this UAvatar is directly from the NuxtUI, not our own avatar component. And if it doesn't exist, I can simply, I'm giving the icon here. So basically, if I come here in the NuxtUI, and if I show you the avatar component, we can also pass the icon as well. Here, where is that? Yes, we can directly pass the icon, and it will work for us. And after that, here I'm calling that method the upload button, and on change, obviously here I have to create this method. So here for now I can simply say const upload is equal to result, and result will be, by the way, type of string, because we know here basically in upload method in result info.secure URL we will have the URL. I know it's currently not more clear. Once we will develop that, and I will show you in the UI, it will be more clear. For now I'm just showing you the log, and here I can say result. Let's save that, and now let's implement the environment variables, because otherwise this component will not work, because we need upload preset and all that stuff. So now let's come here, and I can come to the directory cloudinary.com. Here you can do the login. Either you can use the email or login with Google. For now I will be using with login with the Google, so I can click on that. So I will be choosing this user, so you can choose whatever you want. I will suggest to basically log in with the Google, so it's easier. I can say continue. So after login, you should have this type of overview. This basically you will have a product environment by default. So one environment will be created for you, and after that basically you can come here in the settings. And by the way, if this environment is not created for you, you can simply create that. Currently I cannot show you the another environment, because this is the premium feature, so but we can do that. And here basically we need the API keys. So here first of all, let's create a generate new API key, and here they sent me the email. Let me verify that on my end. So I can enter the code here which they sent me in my email. So I can say approve, and yes, I have the new basically the key. So here I can copy this API key, and we can come here into the .env variable, and here first of all I can say Cloudinary API key. And by the way, just another reminder, don't use this API key, because as soon as this video is published, I will delete that, so it will not work for you. So now let's come to this API secret. So I can copy this secret as well, and I can paste that here. And now we need the upload preset, and I can come here in the upload presets, this one upload preset. Here I can create the new one, so I can say add upload preset. Here you can give the name. So here I can say Nuxt messenger, I can say recording. So here keep in mind this should be unsigned, so I can say unsigned, and that's it. You can keep other default. If you want to change something, you can do that. And here I can say save, and now we have this one. So I can copy this upload preset, I can come here, and I can directly pass that here. And now we also need the Cloudinary cloud name. So here is the Cloudinary cloud name. Basically this one is the cloud name, so cloud name. So I can copy this one, and I can come here directly, and here I can paste that. So we will have now we have all the environment variable. Just to show you, you should have the exact same name, otherwise you can face the error. And now we also have to implement the change within the Nuxt config file here. So I can mention that, and here keep in mind they should also be the exact same name. You cannot change that, so otherwise it will not work for you. The Cloudinary API key Cloudinary API secret Cloudinary cloud name. And now we will also have another variable here within the secret. So I can say upload public upload preset, and it will also be the by default option, the empty, and Nuxt will automatically will be from here. So now I can save that, and I have to rerun the project, otherwise we can face the problem because we changed the env. And now I can come directly to the upload button, because here I have to mention the exact upload preset. So here I can say const is equal to use runtime config. So I can say use runtime config, and here I can say public, and within that I can say upload preset. It should give us this one, upload preset. So here I can say upload, maybe I have to refresh the window, I can say. And also if we see what the progress here, because this should work, I can refresh that. And now if I try to destructure, so I should have that, yes, upload preset, and now I can directly pass this one. So here I can say upload preset, yes. Now if I save that, and let's see if it will work for us or not. So we have that information, and now let's open the inspect as well. So console, we don't have any error. So if I click on that, and if I click on change profile pic image, yes, we have the Cloudinary widget. If I come to the right, and let's upload some image, so I can browse and sample image, and I can simply pass this user. I have this, and see, this is first of all upload button. And here if I show you the what exactly in the result variable is here, the result console.log result. So within the result, first of all we have the event, then we have the info, and in info we have all the details. And here if you see info, then within that we are using this resource, basically this secure URL, and this is the exact URL we can we can store in the database, and we can show that. And if you want to use some different URL like the thumbnail URL, exact URL, you can do that. So here even the weight, the height, you can play with that. This response, everything is here. So and also this is this we are passing that, and I'm consoling if I come here as soon as we are done with the on upload, I'm saying on chain method. And if I come here in the settings model, here I'm just whenever we have this on chain method, I'm just for now I am showing in the console. So obviously we will change that to the API. So but good thing is it's working for us. So now let's come here in the code, and we can basically add the footer part, and then we can create the API, so we can upgrade that. So in the footer part here, after here basically in this footer we will have the cancel and save button. So here I can directly say whenever we click on basically the save button, we should have that save button. I'm simply basically on save, basically I'm submitting this form. Obviously I will create that, and where basically we will submit our profile. And on basically the cancel, I'm just emitting the close model, so model should be closed. Another thing which I want to mention here, so basically first of all here I can say let's import this is loading stuff. So we can import from the use store. So here I can say is equal to use store, and here we will have that. So here I can say is loading, then I will also have toggle loading, and I will also have show error and show message as well. So because we will be calling the API here. Now all of the errors are gone. So now let's save that, and let's see if everything is working as we are expecting. Yes, we have this cancel and save button. So if we click, model is closing, cancel, model is closed. And here I also mentioned this model should not be closable. So here I can say prevent close. So if I save that, and if I open, and if I click outside, this model will not close because we added this property. Now let's create the on submit method, and before that obviously we first need API. So within the API directly here I can say profile dot post dot ts, and within this profile, first of all let's copy the basic stuff from the user. So I can copy that, and now I can come here in the profile post, and here basically first of all require session I'm getting the, and now I can totally remove this one, and I can create that. First of all, we know we will get the image from the user side. So here I will say is equal to await read body, and within the body I can pass the event. So here I know we will have the image, so I can say image, and then after that here I can say const updated user is equal to await db dot user dot update. So we can update that, and here I can say where the basically the user ID. So I can say session dot user dot ID, and then we'll also have the email, because email is also unique. So I can say session dot user dot email, and after that I will pass the updated data. So in data I can say avatar URL, and I can directly pass the image, because in image we know we will be passing the URL. And now here I can basically simply I can also transform the user as well. So because we have to set these updated basically the URL in the session as well. So here I can say const transformed, maybe I can copy that, lazy me, and I can come here. So basically we can copy this, and I can come here, and I can paste that here, and it means so instead of existing user I have to pass the updated user, and this should work for us. So if I save that, and obviously I have to call that here as well in the settings model. So let's create that model. So I can say on submit is equal to, this should be async, and within async I can say try catch block. So I can say try catch, and I will also have the finally as well. So here I can say first of all toggle loading, and here I can pass the true, and I can copy this one, and here I can say toggle loading false. And after basically this toggle loading, here we will have await, and in await I can say fetch, and here I can pass the profile URL, and here I can say the method should be post. So I can say method should be post, and the body, in body I can say we will have the object, and within the object we will pass the image, and image we know it will be here. I think I totally forgot to basically here I should have that. So here I can also define the post image URL. So I can say ref, by default it will be empty, and when we get the on upload image, so I can directly copy that image URL, and here I can simply say whenever we call that, I know we will have the image URL. So I can say URL, and the type will be string, and then here I can simply say image URL is equal to URL, and now here I can pass that. So I can say image URL dot value. Here is the problem. I got what we will basically we can face the problem, but let me show you. And here as soon as it's done, here I should refresh the session. So I can say refresh, oh not, I think I have to import that from the user as well. So here I can say fetch, and here I can basically instead of refresh session I can say fetch. Basically the purpose of this is if I hover on that, fetch the user session from the server, so we will have the latest session, and after that I can call emit, and in emit I can say close model. That's it. And in obviously in the error block I can show that. So within this block, so here I can say const err is equal to handle error, and within that I can pass the error, and then I can say show error, and in show error I can say err there. Now if I save that, and if I come here, so it will not be a error, basically it will be a just not good user experience. So now imagine that I'm uploading the image, browse, I'm choosing this image, this avatar. Now the only problem is if I save that, this will work for us, but we cannot, user cannot see whether profile image work for him or not. So we will fix that. If I save that, okay, I think I missed it because our API is getting refreshed, so it should not be. So here I'm not calling that on submit method. So here I can say submit dot prevent, and now here I can say on submit. Now this should work. So here if I click on, basically that comes to bigger screen, and here if I click on that, and now if I click on this change profile picture, and if I click on browse, and if I click on this one, we have this user, and now let's try to submit that. If I do save, we are calling that API, and it got updated in the profile. Now we should have the latest URL, and if I close, see we have that now URL, and even I can I am seeing that here as well. So in order to basically get the real-time update, what exactly I can do, instead of basically I can basically keep this as updatable. So here how I can do that, so I can cut that. So here I can say, so maybe I can change this thing. I think it's my bad. So here I can keep this as ref. So in ref here I can say user dot value dot avatar URL. By default it will be like this, but if it doesn't exist, then I can simply say it will be an empty, and now I can totally remove this image URL. We don't need that. And here whenever I can also remove this method as well. So on image, so here instead of passing the basically the changing the image URL, so here I can say image is equal to URL. So we will have the updated URL here, and also here instead of passing, here I can directly pass the image dot value. So by default we are saying take the URL from the user. If it doesn't exist, then we will have the empty, and also empty will work here. So it means if image is empty, then this if condition will be false, and we will show the icon. So now let's save that, and let's try again. So if I click on that, and if I change profile picture, and if I browse, and if I try to upload this another icon, if I open, we have this avatar, and see now it's working. Unless I here, because this is not the updated one, but and it's the previous one, but here we have the updated one. So it's a good user experience. Now if I save that, this should also get updated, and it got updated. So we are done with the settings model as well. Now the only thing is here, for example, if I show you the whenever we are in the people screen, we have this this screen as well, because each time we will click on this user, we will be redirected to basically the in this kind of page, so where we will show the user the conversation screen. So now let's create the empty box as well. So for that I can come here, and within the component, directly within the component, so I can say empty dot view. So the empty component, it will be pretty simple. So I can simply paste that. So if you see, first of all I'm I'm giving the the height should be full 100%, and then some paddings, some background colors, then the the text, some text related classes. If you don't understand something here, you can let me know. And here, by the way, this label will be a dynamic, so I can cut that, and here I can say the label. So in order to fix that, and here I will define the prop. So here I can say define prop, and within that I have to pass the prop. So here I can say label, and it will be of type string, and that's it. Now this should work for us. And how I can use that, I can come here in the pages user, and here I can use that. So I can simply say empty, and in empty I can pass the label. So I can say label, and it will be of type string. So I can pass that select a chat or start a new conversation. So obviously here if I show you the design, so select a chart, both are the same. So here I can say select a user or start a new conversation. So if I save that, we should have that here. Yes, we have that. So how basically the overall now structure is, for example, just to show you the if I come here in the pages, so how this is working. So if I come here in the users page, so here I am only showing that the empty, but the crucial thing here is the layout stuff. So you can say in the user page, this is the only part I am mentioning, and we have that. So from where this part is coming, like this snap bar and this snap bar. So for that, if you notice, we are using the users layout as user. So if I come here in the layout users, so what exactly we are doing here? Here we have another component called layout. So if I come here in the layout component, so if I come here I'm showing the, for now let's focus on the desktop sidebar. So for desktop sidebar, we have this part, and then we have the main slot. So it means in this part we will show the other stuff which we are mentioning in the basically here in the users slot. So here this part is same as this part. So in slot means we will pass whatever we will pass in this component, in this layout component which we are doing here, it will be mentioned here. So that's what happening, and that's why you see padding PL from 20. So this is working because the width of this desktop sidebar is 20, and that's why. And now if I explain, then we have this user list item, which is exactly this one, and then we have this slot component, and this slot is basically referring to which we have here in the user and this one. So that's the complete flow. I hope you got it. And now we are done with this, basically the basic layout and the user screen. Now let's focus on this conversation screen, and basically we will create the conversation each time we will click on particular user. So for example, I will click on this Hafiz one, right? So we will redirect user to this page, and here in this page there will be a two case. If this conversation already exists, then we will not create a new conversation. So if it's the first time, we will create first conversation, and then we will show this user this page. So let's create that. So the first step will be, if I come here in the user list component, so I can come here in the user list and then in the user box. So each time I click on that, here if you see we are handling this on click, we will handle that stuff here. So let's come here in the coding part, and here each time we click on that, we will call the API. So before going forward, maybe I can create the API first, and then we can move forward. So here I will have another folder called, here I can say conversations, and within that I will have index.post.ts. So basically to create the conversation, and here obviously we need this basic stuff, the basically the requiring session and all that. So I can copy that from here, and I can paste that here in the conversation index.post.ts, and obviously I don't need this all of that, so I can completely remove that. And now we have only this code, the basic code. So here after this session, I will check if session.user exists, then basically we will move forward. So here we can pass the data from the body. So here I can say const, and here we will have the data. So here I can say await read body, and here I can pass the event, and for now I will only pass the user ID, because each time we will click on this, we will have the user ID where we are clicking. So here I can say user ID, and after that here I will check, after once we have this ID, I will check whether this conversation already exists or not. So in order to check that, I can say const existing conversation is equal to await db. By the way, just to show you how conversation schema is looking. So if I come here in the Prisma, in the schema and conversation, so here basically within the conversation, first of all, if you see the important thing is basically the user ID. We only need user ID, and we will be able to create that. Basically the user IDs, we only need that user IDs. So two users, like one user existing, which basically in our case, which will be the logged in user, and the other ID. So we need only these two, and we will be able to create that. And then we also have this is group, basically the we will also have the group chat feature as well, and so we will create that as well, but this will be optional. So for now let's focus on the single conversation, and then we can move forward. forward. So I can come here, and in order to get the existing conversation, so here I will say conversation dot create, sorry, not create, so here I will say find many and within that I can say where. So here we will have two conditions, so I can pass first of all an object, and here I will have two options. If any of them is true, then we should have that something. So in R I can pass the basically array, and first condition is basically I can say user IDs. So user IDs are equal to basically here I can say equals, and in equals I can say array, and here I can say session dot user dot ID, and then I can also say user ID which we pass. And the second case will be exactly the same, but the order will be different. So here I can say user IDs, and within the user ID I can pass the object, I can say equals, and here the case will be user ID will be first, and then we will have the session dot user dot ID. So if any of the case, for example, if logged in user had a conversation with the user ID we are passing, or the user ID we are passing had a conversation with the logged in user, so either case we will have something here if it exists. So if it exists here, what exactly I will say here, I will check if, for example, here I can say if existing conversation. By the way, if I hover on that, we will not have undefined, we will have either basically the empty array or something there. So here instead of checking these directly, so here I can say existing conversation dot length. If it exists, so then I can say here return existing conversation dot 0. So we will have that first conversation, we will return that because we know that will be the only conversation. I can return that, and otherwise for now I can simply return. I can obviously here I will change that but for now I can simply return existing conversation. So let's save that, and let's come here, and within the box, user box, and here let's handle the API here, and here now I can import this toggling and error handling from the store. So here I can say is equal to use store, and within that now here I can say is loading, toggle error, show error, and that's it. Right? And now here I can say try catch block, and finally block as well, and within that now here I can say toggle loading, and I can pass the true, and after that here I can say await fetch, and within the fetch here I will have that conversation API. We should have that. Why it's not giving me the dollar fetch? It should be dollar, and now it should give me the auto suggestion. Yeah, we need this one, and here now I can pass the method. I can say it should be post, and then I can pass the body, and within the body we will have the user ID. So I can say user ID, and ID will be the ID we are passing in this method, this one, and here we will have the data. So here I can say is equal to data, and if I hover on that we will have the conversation. So here we have that. So here now I will say if basically if data exists, then what should I do? I should navigate user to this single conversation. Obviously that doesn't exist, but for now I can simply say log data. Yes, that's it. At least we can see that. And here in the catch I can say const err is equal to handle error, and I can pass the error, and then I can show the error. So I can say show error, and I can pass the error, and in finally block I can say toggle loading, and I can pass the path. Now this should work for us. So in order to see that, let's save that, and let's see if it's working or not. First of all, let's inspect console. Let's open the console, open the network as well, and if I click on this Hafiz Javed user equal, it's working for us. So we have 200 response, and if I come here in the console, for now it's an empty array. Why? Because there is no chat between these two users. Even if I click again network, I will still have the empty array. So still we have the empty array. Now let's come here in the conversation API index.post.js. If you see, we are only handling that, if existing conversation, if it exists, then show that. Basically here I'm returning only the first item, because we know there is no, basically we know we don't have any conversation between them yet. So here what exactly we should do here? So here I should create the conversation if that's not the case, if we don't have any conversation yet. So in order to create that, so obviously here I also have to update that. So here I can say const new conversation is equal to await db dot conversation dot create, and within create I can pass the object. I can say data, and in data I have to pass the users, and in users I can say an object, and then I can say connect, and in connect I have to pass the basically the array, and here I have to pass the two user ID. So here I can say ID, first user can say session dot user dot ID, and then another user will be, I can say ID, and here I can say user ID, which we are passing from the API. And by the way, after this data we should, in response I should also include the users. So here I can say users true, and now after this here I can say return new conversation. Now in this case either we will return the basically the existing conversation or the new conversation. I can remove that totally, all that stuff, And by the way, here I should also basically log out just to show you. If I do log out existing conversation, and if I come here and here, if I say log new conversation, so first time we should see the new conversation. If I save that, and now if I come here, and in order to see the log, we should have something here. So if I now click on this user, so first of all we should have the new conversation. Yes, new conversation. And now if you see, we have this response and we have all the details of a single conversation. The messages, IDs, name, user IDs. These are the user IDs because one is the currently logged in, the other user is which we click on that. And here we have complete details. hafiz@gmail.com. I'm currently logged in and this email is from this user, and you can see the name as well, and here the name as well. So now if I click on that, I should have the existing conversation. If I click on that and if I show you the log, I have the existing conversation. It means we didn't create the new conversation. So now this is also working. So now it means in order to show this conversation, I should have the new screen. So in order to see, in order to show that new screen, we will have another layout just like the users. I will have another layout called conversations. So here I can copy this user. I can copy that and directly within the layout I can paste that here, and obviously I have to rename. So I can rename, and here I can say rename to conversations. So I can say conversations. So now obviously here instead of user list we will have the conversation list, and for that it means we need the API. So if I show you in the conversation screen, this is the basically the conversation layout will look like. Here we will have the list of the conversation just like here we had the user list. And the one thing here which is kind of new here, if you see, this model will basically this is in order to create the chat model. So if I show you this model, that's how the screen will look like. As soon as I will click on this model, this will be a basically the create a group chat. So here we will be able to pass the name of the group, and then we will be able to select the member. So now let's first of all let's show all the conversation here in this case, and then basically, and in order to showing the conversation, it means we have to create the API to get all the conversation, and then we can move forward. So I can come here in the conversation API and I can create another API called index.get.ts, and here I will return basically all the conversation. So maybe I can copy this basic from here. So I can copy that and I can come here and I can paste that, and obviously I have to remove all of this stuff. And here basically we will have all the conversations. So here within the session, here I can say const conversations is equal to await db dot conversation dot find many, and within the find many I can first of all I can say order by should be last message. So here I can say last message add, and it should be descending. And then here I can say where, and within the where user IDs, within the user ID. So basically all the conversation which are related to the currently logged in user. So here I can say has, and so session dot user dot ID. So we will return all the conversation which our currently logged in user, either in case of group chat or either in the single case. If this user exists in the conversation object, if you just to show you, if I show you the response, and within this response we had the conversation, and here the users, we had the user IDs, and in our user IDs we are passing the IDs of the users which the conversation have. In case of group chat, obviously they will be a multiple. So any of the conversation which in the user IDs array we have currently logged in user ID, we will return that, otherwise we will ignore that. So that's this is what we are doing here. So after this, where here I can say include, and what exactly we will include. First of all we will include the users, and in users we will select some items. So I can say select, and here I will select the ID, I can say true. Then I will select the avatar URL, and it will also be true. And then I will also return the name as well, it will also be a true. And then I will have the created at, and it will also be a true. And then after this users, now I will also return the messages as well. So here I can say messages, and in messages I will include the user, so basically the sender, and here I will say return true. And now I can simply return the conversation, and I can say conversation. Let's remove these extra spaces and let's save that. Now I can come here in the conversation screen, and just like here I will also call another API for the conversation. So I can copy that, this one, and I can paste that here. And obviously here instead of the users it will be conversation, this one. And method, we don't need to transform anything here, so I will totally remove that. And here this also be a true, the server will be false because this is the layout folder. So here I can say conversation, and here instead of the user I will also have the conversation. And status, here I can totally remove that. And if I save that, and just to basically instead of user list, here if I show you the, I can say free, and here if I show the conversation, conversation. So if I click on that and if I pass that here conversations, and obviously we won't be able to see that because I have to create another API called conversation, then I can see that. So here I can copy this users page, I can copy that and I can paste that here, and I can say conversation paste, and here I can say rename, and in rename I can say conversation, and let's here I can say select a conversation or start a new conversation, and here instead of user here I can pass the conversations and we don't need that here, so I can totally remove that and this one. So now let's save that and let's see whether we can see the conversation page or not. So if I come to the conversations page, conversation page, we should have something here. Yes, I should have that list here. Yes, we have that. So here we are seeing all the basically the conversation, a complete conversation list. So now we have all the conversation because if you see this conversation is between the Afzal and the Hafiz, and this conversation is between the Hafiz and Hafiz Javed Iqbal. So different, just to show you if it's everything is working as we are expecting or not. If I come here into the user screen and let's also create the conversation with Dawood as well. So if I click on that, obviously we don't have currently any way to because we are not redirecting user to that page. And now if I come to the conversation page and I should have that here. So this conversation, now we have three conversation. This conversation is between Hafiz and Dawood. This conversation is between Hafiz and Afzal, and the last conversation is between Hafiz and Hafiz Javed. So now let's design this part just like it will be much similar to this one. So let's do that. So let's come here, just like the basically the user list, we will have the basically it will be much similar to this one. So here I can copy that and I can come here and let's create another component called conversation. So here I can say conversations, and within that we will have the list component. So I will say list.view, and here I can paste that, and obviously the props will be different and here instead of the user array, just to show you, if for example if I come here and here this conversation type is a totally unique type. So by unique I mean basically we are merging a lot of different models. So in order to do that I can create my own custom type, so we can ignore the TypeScript related error. So here I can say export type full conversation is equal to, it will be the combination of conversation. I can import from the Prisma, and then it will be we will have the users array. Here I can say users, and it will be user from the Prisma, it will be array of that, and then we will also have the messages array. So here I can say messages, and here I can say message from the Prisma, it will be the message array. So don't forget to import from this conversation, message and user, and here we will have that. If I hover in that, we will have the complete type. Now if I save that and I can import that in the conversation, not in the conversation page, in the conversation layout. So here I can say first of all let's import the type from here. So I can say import type, so I can say conversation full conversation from types, so I can say types, and here basically I will have the basically, and here I can say const conversation items is equal to ref, and here the type will be conversation type, or it can be null as well. So here I will say it will be array, always array, sorry, and here I can say an empty array, and just to fix the array, so if I hover in that, we are good here. So conversation items, and by the way we can directly pass this conversation as well, just like we pass the users here, but in later stage you will have more idea why we are doing that. So here I will say watch effect. So in watch effect here I will say each time the conversation values change, we should update that. So here I can say if conversations dot value, basically this data from the API, if it if it's changing, what exactly I can say conversation items dot value is equal to conversations dot value as any and array, and else what should I do? So here else I can say else I should define the empty array. So here I can say conversation items dot value is equal to an empty array, and here I will also just, that's it, we only need that data. And now I can basically here I can come here in the conversation list, this one conversation list, and here I can define the prop. So here instead of user list I can say conversation list prop. So I can say conversation list prop, and in the items basically we will have the conversation. I can import that, I can copy that from the here. So because I can copy this one and here I can paste that, and full conversation we will have that. So full conversation array or null. And now here I can come here, other things will remain same, just just like we have that, and here we will have basically the, instead of the people, here obviously we will have the messages. And also one thing I noticed here it should not be, we will have the different header. So because we cannot do the if I show you the UI, so if I come here in the UI part, here we will have this flex, and it's not like the column, so we will have a different basically the layout here, because here we will have this icon as well. So in order to do that, so here I can totally remove that. We will have only px5, so I can totally remove this one, and I can remove that. Here I will have the header status, basically the same. Here basically we will be passing the slot, basically this in case of in this button, I will show you how we will pass that. So it will be handled from the layout component, from conversation layout from here. So it will be handled by from here. So and now I can come here in the list, and obviously it will not be the case like that, so I can totally remove that here. So obviously I can now remove this one, and within this px5 I will have another status like the skeleton and all that stuff. So here I will say if basically the items doesn't exist, then we should do that. And if we are pending, pending is false and item exists, then we will show this conversation box. Otherwise I can say this skeleton. This is same. Now it means I also have to create this conversation box as well. So I can come here in the conversation, and let's create another component called box.view, and here I can say vbase. And if you see, by the way, in the list we are passing the single item as well here as well. So for now I can remove this prop, we will handle that later. And within the conversation box, if I come here, and for now maybe I can copy the content from this one, so I can copy that, and if I click on this I can paste that here. And obviously here I have to change this stuff. So first of all, in handle click, let's remove this internal stuff, and I can simply say log, and here I can say id, and we can keep this other stuff because we will need that. And here instead of the basically the single user, I will be passing the full conversation type, this one. So I can copy that, and I can come here and I can paste that here, and full conversation, and it will be the type of I can say the conversation. And here for now, just to at least see what exactly is happening here, for now I can remove all of this stuff because we will change a lot of stuff here. So here I can simply say for now conversation. So if I show you the in single conversation, what exactly we will have that, so all of that stuff, the messages and all that stuff. So what exactly we can show here? For now let's only show the id, conversation id. So here I can say conversation id, and here as well conversation id. So at least we can see if it's working fine or not. Let's save that. And now if I come here in the conversation box, why it's not working? Conversation, yeah, here instead of data I have to say conversation. Yes, now this should work for us. Let's save. And in layout, yes, here instead of user list items I have to use the conversation list. So here I can say conversations list. So here I can say conversation list, and here IDs instead of user I will pass the conversations. And yeah, here I have to change that, this one, not this conversation items, sorry, the type is missing. So here this one. Yes, now the errors are gone, and let's see if it's working or not. Yes, it's working. So we had overall 3 conversations, and we are showing the IDs here and all that stuff. Now let's change this box, and we can do the exact same thing which basically we are doing in the case of the user. And here I can come here, and first of all let's remove this ID, and here I can add some classes. So here we will have different classes. So that's how the classes will look like. So we will have these classes. You can pause the video and you can copy that. These are simple basic classes, some style related, and this selected basically we will pass from the props. So here I can say selected, and it will be a boolean or undefined. So it will be the optional field. So here I'm saying if boolean is true, selected is true, then add these classes, and otherwise these classes. So I can save that, and now here we will have the avatar, and in this avatar it will be basically not the existing avatar, it will be the avatar of the other user. So how we can get that? I can have another basically method here. Here I can say first of all const user, and I can name this to use user session, and here I can say existing user, and then I will have here the method. I can say const other user is equal to computed, and in computed here I can say props dot data, not here I will say prop dot conversation dot users, and here I will filter, basically I will filter, and here I can say you, not filter, I can find that. So I can say find, and here I can say user, and here I can say user dot id. Sorry, I have to filter out because I need the existing user id. So here I can say filter, and here I can say user dot id cannot is equal to current user, existing user dot value dot id. So here we will have the other conversation, because if I show here the complete conversation, not like this, if I show you the within the pre, if I show like conversation, in order to get that, so if I show you here we have the user array, and within that we have different conversation. One conversation is this is the existing user which I am, and this is the other user, so we need avatar URL from this other user. So that's why we are doing that. And if that's not the case, and here basically I can use the props. And for now let's comment this code, because each time I will explain I need that. And here after this, basically within this div I can pass the props, and here I have to pass the other user and first user. So now if I save that, and we should have that user array, and this is the all of the conversation users are here. This is, I think, one of them is Afzal, one of them is Dawood, and this is my own user from which basically we did from the GitHub. Now just like the user box, we will also have some basically these type of this type of div. So I can copy this one, and I can come here in this box, and after this avatar, so here instead of the username I will show you the different stuff. So here I will first of all I will check if conversation is group, if this group is true, and data is also exists. So data dot not data, sorry. So here I can say conversation dot name. If they both exist, then I will show the data dot conversation dot name, because this conversation name is belong to the, if our by default conversation will not have any name, but if it's the group conversation, then we will have the name. So that's why here we are checking that. And else what we will show, I will show the username. So here I can say other user dot 0 dot name. So that will be the case. Now if I save that, we will have that, we should have that names here. Yes, Dawood, Afzal, and here it's my own name. And what's the other thing we have to show here, which we didn't have here in this user box, the last message. So what is the last message? So it will be the dynamic message. So here I can create the computed property for that. So here I can say const last message is equal to computed, and in computed I can say first I can check if last, and here basically I can say last message. So here I can say const messages is equal to props dot conversation dot messages. So we will have a complete array of that, and it can be, if it's for some reason it's empty or null, then I can return an empty array. And here I will return messages, and here I can pass the messages dot length -1. So I can return the empty one message. But here in this case we will not show the last message, we will show the last message text. So here I can say const last message text is equal to computed. This will also be the computed property, and here I can say first I will check if it's then if last message is an image, then what should I do? So here I will say if it's an image, then I can say return, and here I can say send an attachment. And otherwise what should I do if that's not the case? And here I can say return. So I will have another case as well. So here I can say if last message dot value dot body exists. So if it's not empty, then I can say return, and here I can say last message dot value dot body. So that will be the text. And unless if both of the case are false, like in our current existing case, which are because we don't have any body and we even don't have an image, so I will say started conversation. That's it. And now I can show that here in this case. So after this div, here I can paste that, and we will have that message. So if I show you, so here we should have that started conversation. Maybe I can refresh. Okay, something is wrong. Let's inspect. If I come here in the console, last message dot value is undefined. Okay, last message dot value is undefined. Okay, here I should say this one here instead of like this one. So here I can say last dot message dot value and last message dot value. So here I can say and same goes to here. So and now if I save that, we should have something, and again I can refresh. Yes, started a conversation. So it's working as we are expecting. And now another thing I have to mention here, if you come here, we are also showing the time as well. So we have to do that. So within this, after this, basically here I can say another p tag, which is basically representing the date, and this use date format is from the Nuxt Vue use, and we already installed that here. So just to show you, package.json file, we have that these two packages, and also in the nuxt.config we have that module here, Vue use. Now let's come here in the box, and here this should work for us. If I save that, we should have that particular time for each conversation. Did I save that? Yes, I did that. If I refresh, okay, something is wrong. If I come here, console, no, not is something wrong. So if yes, I'm checking if last message is created as is true. So currently we don't have any last message. It means we don't have any date. So it will be visible as soon as we will create the basically the message. So I can remove that totally, and conversation list and conversation box. This stuff is also complete. Now let's implement this chat model feature. So now let's come to the code part, and where basically I have to add the missing slots within the conversation. So I can come here. Okay, I think I have to open the Visual Studio studio because it's the new day and I'm recording from the zero. And here I have to open that, open recent, this one. So by the way, the project is already running. Here it's running, so I just have to open the VS Code. So here first of all I can come here in the layout, not layouts, conversations.view, layouts conversation.view, and this is layout from the root of the our project, not the components layout. So here if you remember, here within this conversation list we also had a slot as well. So I will use that here just to show you. If I in conversation list, here we are mentioning the slot, so here we have to use that. So within this conversation list it will be a simple button, so basically the U button. So maybe I can copy that from here. If I come here in the nuxtui, and let's come here, get started, and if we come to the button, this button, and yes, we need this button but rounded one. So can we do the rounded one? Do we have here? Nope, we don't have any rounded button. There should be. So maybe I can copy this one and we can adjust this according to our rounded one. So I can paste that here, and first of all the icon will be different. So of our icon, so it will be hero icons, and it will be basically user plus, and if I save that, let's see at least how this will look like. So if I come here, and here we should have that. Yes, we had, but it should be rounded. So can I add the class? So if I try to add class is equal to rounded full, yeah, this one, will that work for us? Yes, it's working for us, so we are good here. So the only thing I have to add, instead of variant solid, here I have to say soft, and if I save that, I should have that variant soft. Yes, it's working. And now if I change the theme, this is fine. We are okay with this button. So now we have that, and now basically I want to change as once we click on this thing, we should have, you know, this type of model. Yes, the basically this type of model we have to create that. And for that, so let's create another component within the root of the components, and here I can say group chat model dot view. So it will be a basically it will be a model. So maybe we can copy the overall basic component where we have the model. So maybe I can copy the setting model. So I can copy that, and I can come here in the group chat model, and I can paste that here. So this thing will be same because we will need that, and we also need the card and header as well, but the content here in the header will be changed. So first of all, in case of profile, here I will say different text, create a group chat model, and in case of we will have a totally different text. So it will say like this: create a chat with more than 2 people. So 2 people are necessary, otherwise we won't be able to proceed further. And here we will have a totally different content. For now, let's ignore that, and for now let's focus on this thing. If we need to change, yeah, we don't need to change this thing, so it will remain same. And here now let's use the form input. So if I show you, we will have 2 fields. First of all, the name, and then the name of the group basically we will create, and then we will have to select the members like the existing user. We have to choose that. So here, you know, after this div, I can totally remove that, and here I will have another div, and here basically the first item will be pretty simple. We will have a simple u input. So here I can simply say a u group and then u name, and here obviously I have to define that this variable. And so here at the top after the emit, so here I can simply say const name is equal to ref, and then basically we will have the users. So how I can get the user? So basically I will be passing the props here, the user array. It will be a user array. So here along with is open, I can also say we will have the users, and it will be a user array from the Prisma. Remember this user array. And here we will have another I will have after the name, I will have the computed property like the option. So here I will say const options is equal to, it will be a computed property. So here I will say within that, and here I will say return props dot users dot map, and here I will have simple user, and in return here I will say return, and it will be an object, and within the object first we will have the value, and in value I will have the user dot id, and then I will have the label, and in label I will have the user dot name. That's it. Now if I hover on that, I should have that array of options where I will have the user id and user name as well, and these are the only fields I need. And then I will have another option just because this is for the option. We don't have any field here to, you know, what will be the selected option. So here I can say members is equal to, say here we will have the ref, and here it will be a, for now by default it will be an empty array, but we will know, you know, what will be the field. So here it will be a simply, you know, an object. So object will be like this. So here I can create my own type, and for that here I can say it will be a record, and in record we will have the string, key will be a string, and then we will have the value as number. So here I can say for now I can say any, and it will be an array. The type never is, so here maybe I can copy this one, okay, I think here, yes, this is the extra one. No, oh, this was not the extra one. So I can copy this one. Sorry, it's my bad. So here I can remove that, and now here I have to say array. Now the array is gone. So this is the object. So we will have here, and then it will be array. Now let's define the option field here. So by the way, we will use the use select menu from the NuxtUI component. So if I come here, the use select menu, this one. So we will use that, this one, like this object. So we will use that. So maybe I can copy this one, use select menu, and after this one here I can say, so in the V model it will be members array, and here in the option here I will say the options, and here by the way in the instead of basically customizing this leading, we will not customize this leading stuff. First of all, here I can say the what will be the option attribute and all that stuff. So here after the options I can pass other props which are basically the option attribute, like what exactly we want to share whenever user show this kind of menu, basically this option. So I'm saying it should be the label and then the placeholder for that, and by the way it will be the select we will be able to select multiple, and also this is the required field. So now we can also customize the label as well. So if you see, yes, slot, we will have the slot label, and we can customize that if we want to show something. So I can copy this one, and here within this one I can say label, and here we will have the total different stuff. So here I will say if basically members dot length, it means we have something within the members, it's not an empty array. Then basically what exactly I'm showing members, I'm looping through them and I'm just showing the member label, and I'm joining that with the arrow. And otherwise if we don't have any label, I will simply say within the label select members. Now if I save that, and in order to show, obviously I have to make change in the the layout component as well, conversation.view, and here I can now define another value called, I can say const is group chat model visible is equal to ref. By default it will be false, and now here within this list, sorry, not list, here at the top of the layout, so because it will be a model, so we can use that any place. So here I will say group chat model. Now here we have to pass the prop. So here I can say v if users, like user exists, and then here I will check, and by the way we already have the user, so here we are calling that API, so you don't have to worry about that. So here I will say v if users, then I will pass the users array. So here I will say users array, and then after that I will say the is open. So in case of is open I will say is group chat model visible, this one which we just defined, and after that on close what should I do, I say on close model I can say is group chat model, this one should be false, so I can say is equal to false, and now that's it, we will be able to see this model. So if I save that, and now each time someone click on this thing, so I can say true. So here I can say once you click on that, click is equal to true. So now I should be able to see that. So let's save that and let's see how it is looking. So if I come here and if I click on this one, nothing is happening. Let's inspect what's wrong. Okay, nothing is wrong. Maybe I have to refresh. I'm passing, yes, I'm passing that. Okay, this should work for us. Yes, we have that. So it was just a refresh issue. So now I can enter the name, I can select the name. See, these are the members, we can select that. So these are comma separated. If I remove that, so everything is working as we are expecting. Now let's within the save, so I can come here in the now group chat model, and what exactly we should be doing with whenever we are saving that. First of all, let's remove this image stuff, we don't need that, and it means we also don't need this one, so I can totally remove that. And now within on submit, we have to create the group chat model, and for that we will use the same API which we created, like to how to create the conversation, this one, but we have to basically edit that, and we have to add the more features here. So here beside basically within the body I will also pass other fields as well. So other fields will be is group, so is group will be true or false. By default it will be false, and other I will also pass the members array, and another thing which will be name. So here before creating the after this finding the conversation, before basically once we are done with the fetching the body, here I will check the different stuff. So here I will check if if is group is true, then it means we are group, and also I will check here and here I will also check if and is group is true and members are not empty, so it means we have something within the array members, it's null or undefined, because by default members will be undefined or null. Or we also have to check this member length should be greater than 2, or number name should be it should have something, then we will move here. So it means we know this is the group chat and we have to handle for that, so we have to handle here. So here if this is not the case, so it means something is wrong, and here I can simply say throw error, throw create error, and here I can simply say status code and status code 400, and here I can say status message, and in status message I will say fields are missing, maybe I can explain now again. First of all, here I'm checking is group, so is group is true, it means our group is, we have to follow the group functionality. And what exactly I'm checking, the within the end function, either members are null, or length is less than 2, or name is empty, so we can't proceed. Although we know this is the group functionality, but we can't proceed further because these are the required fields. Name should be there, members should be more than 2 or 2, and members should be a valid value. So that's why here we are throwing the error. So now after this, here I can say if is group is true, then also it means this is the group functionality, and we had all the validation at the top. Though here we can play with the group functionality. So here first of all, here I will create the new conversation. So in order to a new conversation, here I can say new conversation, new group conversation. I can new group conversation is equal to await. I can say await db dot conversation dot create, and within the create I can say data, and here in data I will pass the name, then I will pass the is group, so it means this is the true value, and then I will pass the users, and users will be all the user we are passing that. So here it will be object, and then I will have the connect, and within the connect I can pass the array because we have multiple users. So in array we will loop through the members. So members I can say map, and here I can say member, simple member, and then I can say I need. So I know what will be the type of this. So here I can define that. So just to for TypeScript error, so here I can say we will have the value and we will have the string, and we know this basically, this will be within the bracket. So we are fine now. So after that, here I can say arrow function, and here I can say id, and it will be member dot value. That's it. So because we know within the value we will have that. And by the way, just to show you again, if I come here in the Prisma, whenever we are creating the conversation, we need these basically the user IDs, and these are the string, and these are the string from the user. So that's why we are saying that. And now if I come here, so that's exactly what we are doing. So here this complete this thing, it will return an array of like that. So it will return, like for example, if we have ID 1 2 3 4 of first user, 1 2 3 5 6 of another user, so it will return that, and basically in connect we will have this type of array. So I hope I was clear about that. So this whole thing, because we are also destructing that as well. And after that, after this data, basically here I can say what should we include in that once we are done with the creation. So here I can say users, I can say true. So here, by the way, I just want to add another comment here, which we will do later. So here I can say to do, here I have to do the pusher stuff. So I can just once we will implement that, it will be easier for us to basically. So here I have to say pusher stuff. So in future we will remember that. And I can simply return new conversation. That's it. Oh sorry, new group conversation. Oh sorry, new group conversation, this one. So I can save that. So, and by the way, we also have to do the pusher stuff here as well. So once we are done with the new conversation, so here as well, so here we will also do the some existing conversation and all that stuff. So we are done now. This should work for us. So I can save that, and now I can come here in the group chat model, and here I can pass the data. So here within this body I will pass the different data. So here I will say is group. So first of all, let's change this UI so we don't have errors. So here now I will be able to pass that. So here I can say is group, and it will be true because we know we are group handling. We are handling that. And in members I can say members dot value, and then I will also have the name. So I can say name, and here I will have the name dot value. So we don't need to refresh this session here within this model. And yes, I can call this close model. And one thing I just have to, because we will be creating the new conversation, so I just want to refresh the conversation data. If you see this one, and here we have the key as well. So I just want to refresh this conversation. So we have the latest conversation. So if I come here, and here I can say refresh Nuxt data, and I can pass that. So here I can say it will be array and conversation, and maybe even I can await that as well. So once it's done, then we should move forward. So I can say await, and now this should work for us. Let's see. So let me refresh, and here currently if you see we have 3 conversation, and all of these 3 conversation are the single conversation. There is no group feature. So here now if I say group 1, and now let's select the members. So if I select this one, and now if I create that, let's also inspect that as well. So if we have some kind of errors, we can see that work. And now if I save that, okay, 500 errors. So response, what's wrong? If I see, do we have something here? Okay, here something is wrong within the API. So let's come here, and what is wrong? Members. So if I come here, group chat model, I'm passing the members here. Members, if I select this one, if we just want to see if we don't have any basically the spelling mistakes, or if I find that we have this is the same members. So just to verify that, if I come here in the code part, and where I'm submitting that, if I try to log in here, so log that. So if I log, and if I say member dot value, let's copy that, and here I can paste that, and let's don't call these methods. So let's for now comment that, and now let's try that. So if I come here again, and now if I select the basically the member, and here let's select multiple, and if I select save and console, it will not work because it is giving us the error. So here I can say for now let's, because we know we will not submit that. So if I hover and yes, we have that, then why it's giving us the error? Maybe let's try again, because maybe it was some kind of refresh issue. So let's save that, because here if it's working, then in the backend this should also work. Just one more thing I just want to verify. Yes, we are reading the body and we are destructing that. This should work for us. Now let's again try that. So if I can say group one, and then if I select the members, this one, and now if I save that, that's strange network. Now it means something is wrong here. What we do the login here? Let me basically debug this behind the scene, and I will be back. So I think I got the issue. So basically here is the problem. I'm not returning that object. So that's the problem. So here it's my mistake. So here instead of doing this way, I can simply, if I cut that, and here basically after the arrow, so here I can simply say like this one, and now this should work for us. So yes, that was the mistake. So I have to return that. This is the only way basically I can do that. And if you see, I add these curly braces here. So if I save that, and now let's try that again. Now this should work for us. Now if I save that, yes, we have something here, and yes, we are 200. And now if I refresh that, because we will handle that, you don't have to worry about, we will update this real time, this screen, we don't have to refresh. But this time I just want to refresh. Okay, we don't have that group feature. It means something is wrong with the conversation list. So let's come here in the conversation list. Are we handling that? Because here we are passing, if every passing, and in the box, are we handling the group feature? Yes, we are. Then why it's not working? Let me debug that. So I got the issue. It's a strange issue. Let me show you. Even it's not a strange issue, so it's a good thing. So it means our APIs are working fine. If you see, these are the user IDs live, and in these user IDs, I was this is the, obviously I created this group one, and this was the second group, and I also created that. And here we had these are the same user. But one thing, if you notice, there is no currently logged in user ID here. So that was the major problem, and it means our this API index.get conversation, and where I added this condition, it's working fine. So even in the database overall, here in the UI, it's saying we have 3 conversation, but here in database we have 5 conversation. So why it's that's the case? Because here we mentioned that send all those conversation which are linked with the currently logged in user. So that was the mistake. So now if I come here in the post, here I have to make change. Each time I create the group conversation, I must add the basically the currently logged in user as well, because that's where the group is basically getting created. So here after this basically the members array, here I can also add another object, and here I can say ID, just like here we I overall, if I'm from front end passing the 3 IDs, then overall we will have the 4, because here I'm also passing another ID here as well. So here I will say session.user.id. So that's the case. So that was the mistake. So now if I create another one, let's create here, I can create another group chat model, and here if I say user group 3, and if I now select the members, let's remove this one and select these 2, and if I now save, I should have that new conversation. And yes, if you see, we have this group 3 conversation. And by the way, in order to see the remaining conversation, we also should be able to see that how, if I basically do the logout, and if I do logout, and now if I try to log in with the Dawood, so if I say dawood@gmail.com, and now if I log in, I should have group 1 and group 2 conversation. User logged in, and now if I come to the chats, yes, if you see, I have group 1, group 2, and group 3 as well. So it means the conversation API is now fully automated and fully complete. Now let's do the logout, and I can come here again, hafiz@gmail.com, and here if I come here in the chat, and I have that these conversation, and know that group 1 and group 2. So this is also working. So now let's come here in the UI. We will create the basically the single conversation screen. Either you can where, because currently in the conversation, within the conversation, here we will show all the conversation, but once we will click on this thing, we should be showing a single conversation. We should where we should have all the existing messages, or if we want to send the new message and some all that stuff, related stuff. So now let's create that, and for that I can come here within the code, and here within the pages I will have another file here called, here I can say conversation ID. So conversation ID, and then I will have, it should be within the conversation folder. So here I can say conversation, and then within that I will also have index.view. It's just a name convention, so obviously you can adjust that according to your own. So conversation ID, and index.view. So here let's define the base component. So here we will have the base component, and here, by the way, I can define the base layout, and in base layout we will have this stuff. So it will be protected page, and the layout should be the conversation page. Now I will also have some title related stuff. So here I can add, within the after the page meta, so use head, and I can give some title, what will be the title of this page. And after that, here how I can, if you see within this default layout, I am defining the conversation, and here we had all the conversation. By the way, in this page I can also get access to these conversation. How? Here I can say const, and here I will have all the basically the conversation. So here I can say conversations. I just need the key. Key is very important. So here I can say use Nuxt data, and here if I mention the key, just like we have here these conversation. If you give something else here, the name, the if your string is different, then we should also have the different name here, and you can mention that here, and here you will have access to already fetched conversation here within this page. And now basically I also need the conversation ID as well, which I can get from the I will be in this page, and in this page I will have the conversation ID by route params and dot conversation ID, but I will not access that here. I will define that within the basically the use store composable, which we defined earlier. So if I come here in the use store, because I will be using these in other places as well, so that's why I'm doing that here. So here after these messages, here I can say const is equal to use route, and here I will have the access to the params. So here I can say params, and here basically I can say we will have the conversation ID, conversation ID. It will be a computed property, and here I will say if params, I can say if params dot conversation ID exists. So basically if it's undefined, so here I can simply return, it will be an empty array, empty string basically, and otherwise it will be a, I can say params dot conversation ID, and I can simply say as string. That's it. So if I now hover on that, I will have conversation as ID as string. So in this string, either it will be an empty string, or we will have the genuine conversation ID. Now I can save that. Obviously I have to first return that, and now if I can paste and I've saved that, and now I can access this to in this here in this page. So here I can say const is equal to use store, and here I can pass that. So here I can say conversation ID. I will have that access to that. Now basically here in this single conversation page, we only need that single conversation which basically belongs to this single conversation ID. So where the conversation ID is similar to that, so I can filter this conversation array. So here I can say conversation const conversation. So conversation single conversation is equal to computed. So it will be a, here I will say, and here I can return simply, and in return I will say basically if, like, sorry, I made some mistake. Yeah, we have this. So here I will say if these conversation, here I will say if this conversation dot value exists and array dot is array. So this is also an array. Then here I will pass obviously the conversation value, and if that's the case, if these are the true, then here I will return. So here I can return conversations dot value dot find, and within the find here will I can say I will have the single conversation. I can say conversation item, so we don't have the name conflict. So here I can say conversation item dot ID is equal to this conversation ID. So if that's the case, then here we will have the conversation, basically the stuff. So if I hover on that, I should have that conversation. Either it will return us the undefined, or either we will have the complete conversation item. And by the way, if I come here within the conversation, this is the most important thing. If when I'm getting that, I'm including all the messages which belong to this conversation. So this is very important. Here we will have all the messages which are linked to this. So don't forget to include that as well. So now here I will have access to this single conversation. Now if I simply say log just the free conversation ID and save that. And in order to access to get to this page, I can come here in the conversation box. So here in this conversation box, each time I click on this page, I should navigate user to that particular page. So here I can simply say aware navigate to, and here I can mention conversations, and then I can pass the ID, and for that I can simply say, first of all, I have to change this. I can cut that, and this should be like this. And if I click on that, here I can simply say ID. Now this should work for us. So let's remove extra spaces and let's save. And now if I come here and inspect console, let's remove all of these. And now if I click on this, like let me select on this one, I am on the new page. Let's see if it will work or not. Maybe let me refresh that, because this should at least give us a total different new way, new screen, at least in this page, this section. Okay, let me check why this is not working, because I am in the single conversation page and I should have different stuff here. Let me verify that. So by the way, this was a mistake. If I hover in that conversation ID, this is the ref value, and here I can say value, and now this should work for us because it was undefined, and that's why we were unable to see that. And by the way, another thing, I basically made the change. So previously we had a conversations.view file. I moved that file into this conversation, and now it's considered as index.view. I changed nothing here. It has same content, and just like the beside this, so a better folder structure and naming convention. And here within that I am doing same thing. This was the bug because this was the ref value because it's computed, and here I was not mentioning conversation id dot value, and now it's working fine. And here we have the single conversation detail. Now if I select on the group, here if you see the name, we have the group, and if I select on this my name, here name is null because it's not the group, but I have the user detail. And by the way, if I select on group, and here I have all the group related names and all that stuff, and if I click on Afzal, and here I have the Afzal. So this single conversation stuff is working fine. Now let's define the basically the UI part, which is basically this one, and this messages part. So the first part will be this conversation header. So I can come here in the code part, and so here I can create another within the components. Here I can say another component folder. Basically it will be a folder conversation, and within that I will have header.view component. So I will say header.view. So now let's define the base component. Here I can say vBase, and here we will have the different stuff. So first of all, the top div will have these classes. So maybe if I can pause the video, and you can pause the video, and you can copy these classes. These are the background classes. Then I'm saying it should be flex, because if you see in the design here, these are the justify between, so it will be a flex. And then we will have some padding classes and all that stuff. And after that, here I will have the avatar of all the users. So if you see the design here, first I will have the basically the avatar, and then I will have the basically the group name. And in case of group, it will be group name. In other case, if it's a user, then I will have the username here, and then here the other details. So it means this will also be a flex. So here I will have flex and gap between, and item should be centered. So by default here, we will have a different basically a back button. Once we are on larger screen, it will be hidden, but on smaller screen it will be visible. So as soon as we click on these, we should be able to navigate to the conversation part. So that's the case. And otherwise we will have the avatar here, and in order to define the avatar, I need, so if you see this avatar, it will belong to our other user which we just selected. So how I can get this other user? So here first of all, let's define the interface, because in this header, conversation header, we will use that here, and we will pass this complete conversation here. So first I can define the interface for props. So I can say we will have the interface, and then I can say header props, and we will pass the conversation within that. So I can say conversation, and the type will be full conversation type, full conversation, this one, not this one. I will have to say full conversation from the types, this one which we defined earlier. And now I can say define props. So here I can say not like this, sorry. So here I can say const props is equal to define props, and within that I can pass the interface. I can say header prop, and let's close this one. And now here I can say const, I also need the user, currently logged in user as well. So I can say use other session, use user session, and here I will have the currently logged in user. So here I can say user, and now in order to define the other user, here where I'll say const other user is equal to computed, and here within the computed I can say props dot conversation dot users dot filter, and here I will say u, and u dot id basically cannot is equal to current user dot value dot id. So it means it will give us all the user other than the currently logged in user. So here I will have that other user here details. So here I will pass that within the avatar, and after this here I can pass the avatar for that, and here I will pass the, because in case of group I will handle that differently, because we will have that name here, so you don't have to worry about that. So now if I save that, and let's see if it's working or not. So if I come here, and obviously it will not work because we are not passing the conversation header here as well. So let's remove this one, at least commit that, and here I can say conversation header, and I can pass the conversation header here. So I can say conversation is equal to conversation. If I save that, I should have that here. Yes, we have that, and this is the conversation. And if I click on Afzal, and if I click on this here, I have this avatar. If I click on Afzal, I have different avatar. If I click on this here, I have the different avatar, and so it means it's working fine for us. Now let's come again into the header component. So after this avatar, we will have the different stuff. So here we will have the two divs. First of all, I will check if conversation is group and we have the name, then I should show the conversation name. This case is for the group name, and and otherwise we will show the other username. And here we will have the status text as well. So within the status text, what we will show basically in case of the members, in case of the group, we will show the basically the how many members present in this group, and in case of the normal case, here we will show the either offline or online based on the user status. So here within the I can define the property here, const status text is equal to computed, so it will be a computed property and it will be real time. So here I can say I should return, first of all I will check if props dot conversation dot is group is true, then it means we are basically we are group. So here I can simply return props dot conversation dot users dot length. So it will be basically a string, so I can cut that and I can wrap this to in this variable, and then here after that I can say members. So this will be the members, and else we will return, here I can say return, and here for now I can simply say offline, but we will have another computed property which will return us the status of the online or offline. So here I can say is active. Obviously for now it will be basically a simple you can say static value, but we will once we will implement the pusher status, it will be dynamically updated based on the user status. So for now here I can simply return false, and here now based on the is active status I can show the text. So here I can say if is active dot value is true, then I should say online, and otherwise I should say offline. And now I can copy this status text, and here that's fine. Now this should work for us. So if I come here, I should have that here Hafiz Javed offline. Now just for the testing purpose, if I change this to true, we should have online. If I save that, I should have online. Yes, it's working. So now let's also test this group conversation. See group 3, and here we have the 3 members, and here we have the group name. If I click on Daud is offline, Afzal is offline. So conversation header is working. Now let's implement this messages part, and for that I can come here, and within the conversation I will also have the, by the way, I think conversation header is still remaining, because if I show you this is, we will have this icon as well, and this upon clicking on this icon we will show this type of screen. So let's implement that. Before going to the messages part, we will show this screen where we will have the different details based on the, so these will be the details if user, we have the single user, and these will be the details if we have the group chat model. So let's create that as well. So first of all let's create this icon. Where is that? So let's create this icon. So I can come here in the header. So after this div, basically this div, so here I will have another icon. So it will be a simple icon and some text classes, and icon is basically just to show you hero icon, the ellipsis, horizontal, and basically I have to define this drawer open. So here I can say const drawer open. So it should be is drawer open, is drawer visible is equal to ref, and here I can say false. By default it will be false. So let's copy that, and here I should also say that. Yes, I can save that, and now if I see the header, this is how it will look. Obviously now I have to change the, I have to create another component where we can show the the drawer and all the related details. So here within the conversation, this conversation, I will also have another component called drawer.view, and for this component we will use the slide over from the NuxtUI. So if I come here, slide over this component, and if I open, it will be like this kind of sidebar. If I open again, so this kind of stuff we will have that. So now I can copy this one, this component, the second one, and I can paste that here, and obviously we don't need this button, I only need slide over. So I can cut that, and I can simply directly paste that here. And obviously in case of is open, we will have the dynamic computed property from the props. So it will be just similar to this settings model. So maybe I can copy that. So here I can simply, just like here we have, I can define the props and all that stuff, and even I can get this is model and all that stuff. So I can copy this one, and I can come here in the drawer, and I can paste that here. And one thing I have to change here, so it will be a getable property. So I can cut this one. So here I can say like this. So in case of get, not like this. So in case of get, I will say I will return this property, and else in case of set value. So here I can say in case of set, here I will emit the close model. So here I can say emit, and I can pass the close model. That's it. And now I can pass this is model visible to here in case of basically the is model visible, this one. And by the way, instead of directly changing the is open, here I will simply call the if I say emit, and here I will call the close model. So now the errors are gone, and obviously I have to fix this according to my own requirement. So just to see at least if this is working or not, so let's hide this placeholder, I think, because they can give us the error. So if I hide them, and if I save that, and now if I come here in the header component, here I can import that, use that basically the conversation drawer. So here I can say conversation drawer, and I have to pass the is open value. So I can say is open, and is open I can pass this is drawer model visible value, so either true or false. And then I will also have the on close close model, I should set this is drawer model to false. So I can copy this one and I can paste that here, and in case of true, as soon as we close, I should say this should be false. Now if I come here and in the messenger and let's click on this one, yes, we have that, and if you click outside, the conversation is getting closed. Yes, so this is working. Now let's implement the inner stuff, but whatever we will have that here based on the existing conversation. So let's come here, what we will be showing. So first handle, let's handle this the single member. So now I can come here in the conversation drawer component, and here, so within this header, I can totally remove this stuff, and here I will have a simple div justify between and this button where the icons is like this, hero icon x mark 20 solid, and here the color is gray, and I'm simply omitting the close model just we did the earlier. Now if I save that and let's see, and if I come here and now if I click on that, and if I click on this button, the model is getting closed. Now let's define this base part. So by the way, in order to use this body part, if you see, we are showing the a lot of the user details, so we will have to pass the other props here as well. So here I will also pass current conversation, and in conversation the type will be full conversation, which we defined earlier. See this full conversation type. Here we have all the details. Now here we also need the active and is active status, like this one. If you see this offline and all that stuff, so maybe I can come here in the header and maybe I can copy that. So I can copy these two. There are two choices. Either you can pass the all of these variable as basically the props, so we can reuse that. Either you can copy that. Now it's up to you. So I can completely copy these all of these value. Other user is active because we need all of that. So I can copy that, and I can come here in the drawer, and after this is model visible, I can paste that here. The only thing basically, instead of current conversation, I can also basically let's make it conversation, so we have the consistency. So here conversation. So yes, now this should work for us, and obviously we have to make the changes in order to see that. And now let's show that here. So after within this body, so first of all let's define the div here. I can remove that totally, and here I will have this div, and this will be the case. So obviously I have to mention other divs here as well, so I can close that div and here as well. So this will be the first of all. Here we will have the relative position and some margin from the top, and then here we will have the avatar, and avatar will be basically the currently logged in user. So now if I save that, and now if I come here and let's see how it is looking, so we should have the avatar here. Okay, something is wrong. What is wrong? Because it is giving us the error. Okay, yes, here I have to pass the conversation. So here I can say conversation is equal to conversation. Now this should work for us. So if I click on that, maybe I can refresh. So after if I refresh, and now if I click on that, here I have the user avatar. If I close that and if I select this Afzal conversation, here we should have a different avatar, and which is here. So now let's implement the other stuff. So here by the way, I passed this conversation, and now here in the drawer component, here after this avatar, here we will have the title, and in case of title, if just to show you the design, here either we will have the username, or in case of group we will have the group name. So this will be a computed property, so I can copy this one. So here I can say const, we will have the title is equal to computed, and in computed I will simply say return, and in case of return I can say based on the basically if props dot conversation dot is group is true, then I can simply say props dot conversation dot name, else I can say return props dot conversation not props, here I can say other user dot value 0 dot name, and here this is what I will be returning here. And here after this mb2 I can define another div, and I can simply say title. So I can say title. So if I save that, this should work for us. And if I come here and if I click on this Afzal, I should have that Afzal, and if I select the group, I should have that group 3. Yes, this is working. And now let's implement the other stuff. So after this basically the title, we will also have the status text. So after this title, here I will have the status text, which we already defined. And now if I come here we have the status text. If I am the single user, then if I click on that, here offline or online. Now I will have another thing. If you see the delete conversation button, so we can delete the conversation. So here, so after this basically the status text div, I can simply paste that. It will be a simple div. If you want to basically copy that, you can pause the video and copy all the classes. It's pretty simple. In case of delete, I'm using this icon and then delete. Obviously I have to define that, so because we have to confirm. So here I can define that const confirm open is equal to ref, and by default it should be false. And now I can save that, and let's see how it will look like. So if I come here I should have that delete icon button, and we have that. So we will implement this feature later. For now, let's focus on the UI part. So after this div we will have the other content. For now I can simply paste that, and I will explain one by one. First of all, here we have simple div, some classes, and here instead of the data, it should be conversation dot is, if this is the group, then I will show the group member, just to show you the design as well. So in case of group, I am showing the group members, and this is the heading, and here I'm looping through the all of the group members. So here I can say conversation dot users dot map, and then I'm showing all the names by joining that with the comma. If you want to change the style, you can do that. And then, if group, we don't have the group conversation, so it means something, it's not group. So here I will show the email of that particular user. So instead of email, here I can simply say the name, and here I will have we know the what exactly, how we can get the other user. So other user 0 dot name, and here I will also say, basically, if we don't have that, the join date, when this user joined this one, so the our case. So maybe I can simply cut that, because we don't need that. We are already checking that is conversation here. So after this div, so I can simply paste that, and I can totally remove that. And here obviously I have to define this join date. So join date in, let's define that. So here after this one, I can come here at the top, and here I can paste that. Here it will be a computed property. First I will check, if other user exists, then I will use this use date format is from the Vue use. If you want to customize, you can check that. All the documentation is here, and then here we have this format. It's a complete documentation. It's very easy to understand. You will be able to adjust your format if you check the documentation. And we will have the the created at. So it means this was the time when this user joined that, and I'm returning the value here. This is very important, because if you hover on that, this should return, this will return us the basically the ref value, and we have to use this value. And if the user doesn't exist, then I will simply return the join date, empty date, and here now the errors are gone. This now should work for us. I am just, if you want to copy this one, you can basically pause the video, and I am scrolling through, so you can also copy that as well. It's not that complicated, so that's why I am copy pasting that, just to save the time. So now if I come here, and now if I click on that, here I should have that the name and the join date. Maybe I can give some space between these two. So here I can say class is equal to empty2. So if I save that, I should have a different UI now. Yes. And now if I click on group, I should have all the members here, and yes, we have all the name, Hafiz, Dawood, and Afzal. And because total we are 3 members, the one which is basically me, and then the other 2 members, Afzal and Dawood. So we are done with this one as well. So now let's implement the delete conversation. For that, first of all, let's come here in the API, and I can create the API for that. So it will be API conversation, and here I will also have another file called conversation ID, and then I will have index.delete.ts. So in this, it will be much similar to this. So I can copy the base part from here. So I can copy that, and I can paste that here, and we need this code basically where we are checking the existing conversation. So I can cut that, and now I can totally remove all of that stuff. So only other than this session user checking, so I can totally remove that. Even we need this pusher stuff as well, so I can keep that here. So within this one, I can paste that here, and obviously I have to change that because I don't need anything more extra. So here I will say const conversation ID. How we can get that? Event dot context dot params dot conversation ID. So I can here the question mark. So here in the existing conversation, I can totally remove that or stuff. So here I will say where ID, and here I can say not like this. So here I can pass the conversation ID, and I should also say here the include. So I can say include, and here I can say users, and users should be true. And after that, here I can say if basically if we don't have any existing conversation, so it means there is some kind of error. User is trying to delete that conversation which doesn't exist. So here I can say throw create error, and I can pass the status code 404, and here I can say status message, and here I can say conversation not found. And after that, what exactly I can delete that. So here I can say const deleted conversation is equal to await db dot conversation dot find many, and here I can pass all that stuff. So here I can say where ID, and here I can say conversation ID, and here I can pass user IDs. So in user IDs, I will pass an object and has some. So all of the basically conversation will be deleted where currently basically we have some session of currently logged in user. So here I can say session dot user dot ID. So now let's save save that, and here I can simply return the conversation, return, I can say deleted conversation. And by the way, here before deleting that, we will trigger the pusher stuff as well. So because we want to refresh our existing conversation, which we'll do later. So this comment is for later use. So now this should work for us. Now if I come here in the drawer, now obviously I have to also create this confirm model as well. So within this conversation, I can also create another component called confirm. So I can say confirm.view, and within that we will use that. So let's define the base component here. So I can say v base, and here it will be the props will be much similar to this one. So like this one, the drawer. So maybe I can copy that. Obviously we will not have the conversation here because we can get the conversation from the basically the param. So maybe I can simply copy this one. I can copy that, and I can come here in the, maybe even I think we need this one as well. No, I don't think we need this conversation and all that stuff. So I can copy that, and I can come here in the confirm model, and I can paste that here. And obviously we don't need this conversation, so I can remove this one, this line, and this one as well, and that's it. So here obviously it should be v model. So here I can say u model, and here as well u model, and here obviously it will be true. So I can simply say true instead of getting the, I can totally remove that, and now it's fine. So after that we will have the u card component. It will be pretty similar, which we already did. So I'm simply copy pasting that. So it's much simpler. I can explain too. We will have the u card, and within that we will have the header, and here within the header we will have simple icon, the close icon. Then we have this the body part. This is the body part, and here I'm adding the simple button, the just to show you the what is the icon. So hero icon, exclamation, triangle, the colors, the trailing, and some rounded clauses and all that stuff. Then we have that the delete conversation, and here the warning text. Are you sure you want to delete this conversation? And this is loading stuff. We can import that from the use store composable. So here I can say const, here we will have is equal to use store, and here we will have other values as well. So here I can say is loading, then I can say toggle loading, then I can say show message, and then I can say show error. So now let's define this this basically the component, this function on delete. So here I can say on delete is equal to async, and then here I can say try catch block, try catch, and here I will also have the finally block as well, and in finally, and here now I can pass all that stuff. So here I will call the recently created API. So first of all, let's say toggle loading, here it should be true. I can copy that, and I can paste that here in the finally, and here I can say false. So after this toggle loading, here I can say await, and in await I can say fetch, and here now I can call that API. So if I do that, here this conversation, because we can delete that conversation, and here I can pass the ID. How I can pass the ID? I can get that from the param. So here I can say, sorry, not from the params, so here from the use store, because we will have that. So here I can say conversation ID. Just don't forget to include the conversation ID dot value, otherwise we can have the problem. So here I can say conversation ID dot value, and after that here I have to set the method as well. So I can say method, and here it should be delete, yes. And if this is the, if we are done with the conversation deletion, so here I will say emit, and here I can say close button. And in case of error, obviously I can simply say error, handle error and show error. So I can simply paste that here, and in case of finally, this should work. Now this should work for us. So yes, another thing I have to do, so I should basically return user to the, because imagine that I'm in this single conversation page, and if I delete this conversation, I should not be here, because this will give us the error. I should be into the conversation page. So here I will say return. So I can simply say await, navigate to, and I can return user to the conversation page. Now let's save that, and let's see if it will work or not. And another thing which I totally forgot, obviously I have to call this within this method here in the drawer. So as soon as someone click on this delete, I should call that method. So here, as soon as someone click on this on confirm true, I should show that here. So here after this slide over, I will also have another component called conversation confirm. So here I can pass the prop. So in case of prop, I will say is open, and it will be is confirm open. So confirm open either true or false. And on close, what should say on close model is equal to I can say confirm open is equal to false. And now each time I click on this, I should basically, if I click on delete conversation, I'm getting the true, and now this should work for us. Now if I click on that, and if I come here, inspect the network tab, and let's open this absolve conversation. And now if I open this one, and now if I delete, first of all we have this model, and let's clear. And now if I close that, nothing happened. Now if I click again confirm, if I cancel, nothing happened. Now if I click delete, and now if I click on this delete button, delete, we are calling that API. Let's see, 200 and we are in the conversation page, and this conversation should be removed, but you don't have to worry about that. We will do that once basically we will implement the pusher stuff, but I think we can already do that. How we can do that? As soon as we delete the conversation, if I come here the confirm, I can, if I refresh the conversation screen, so if I do refresh Nuxt data and if I call the conversation here, this should work for us. Let's see. I am hoping it will work. So first of all, let me refresh this completely, because if I refresh, Afzal should be gone. Then okay, something is wrong, because Afzal conversation should be removed. Okay, let me try again, because this is strange. We don't have any kind of error here as well. If I open the conversation, we have that conversation, and if I click on that and if I click on delete, and here currently we don't have, if I click on delete, that's strange. Let me check why it's not working. So I found the bug. These are the strange bugs. So here first of all, instead of existing find many, I should be saying existing conversation find unique. Sorry, here I should be saying within the API. So here I can say find unique, and in this case I'll also, instead of find many, here I should be saying delete many. So now let's save that, and now this should work for us. So if I come here and now if I open this Afzal conversation and if I do the delete confirm, this should work for us. Still I cannot close that. It means it's in the loading state. We are still calling that API. Do we have some error here? No, we don't have. So it means it's related to my internet, so you don't have to worry about that. Yes, it worked, and Afzal conversation is gone because we have recently and we are in the home page. So conversation deletion is work. So it means all of this stuff, the header stuff and the header related stuff is done. So now let's come here. So kind of we did a lot of stuff within this header. So now let's come and create this messages part. As by the way, we don't have that, just to show you. So as we don't have currently these messages, so I think it will be best approach if I create this conversation form first, and then I can create the body. So let's come here in the coding part, and for that form component, I can come here within this where we have the layout, this single conversation page, conversation ID and index, and here after this conversation, here I can also say we will have conversation form. So I can create that component, and it means I have to create that here within this conversation, and here I can say form dot view, and here let's define the base stuff. So I can say be base, a base component, and here first of all in first div we will have some classes. So these will be the classes, some padding, some border and all that stuff. And after that, if you see, just to show you, here we have this image icon where we'll be able to send the image to the user as well. So we will simply use the already existing component, the upload button, and we have to only here mention the on change, what exactly I should do. So here on change I can say on image upload, and here I can simply call that. So if we are already using that, so if I copy this one and let's search where we are in the settings model, and here we are also passing the image URL, and that's the same thing we have to do here, but a little bit different. So here that's why I'm creating my own basically the method here, and here let's define the basics. So here I can say const image upload. For now it will be a simple arrow, just to basically arrow method, and here we will have the basic stuff, because one thing is for sure, within this image upload we will be passing the image URL. So here I can also pass that image URL, and here I can simply do the log. So here log, and I can pass the image. I know we will have the image URL there. And another thing, if you notice in the settings model, we are passing the basically the label, but in this case we are not passing the label. So it means we will have the default icon. And now if I save that, and if I use that within this index single, and here I pass the conversation form. So if I say conversation form, and we don't need to pass any web prop. So if I save that, we should have something here. So if I come here and if I go to the single conversation, let's come to the Dawood. Here I should have that, and here I have that. So just to basically differentiate between these two, if I give some padding from the top, empty to margin, and see how it will look like. Yes, this is the border of that, and let's also give border from all around. So this is the temporary, so we will have that. So this is how it will look like. Now it means we have to define this input. So it will be pretty simple input. So after this upload button, remember after this upload button, here we will have this basically the form component. It will be flex, and the gap between these two items will be like this. It will be 100, and here we will have the message input. This obviously we have to define that. So for now I can simply hide that, and here that's how it will look like. Now we need obviously this on submit and is loading stuff. So how I can get that? Obviously for all loading is loading, I can use this, use store composable, not storage, use store, this one, and here I will have all that stuff. So is loading and show error, that's that kind of stuff. And also I need the conversation ID as well. And now let's also create this on submit method as well. This will be a basic. So here I can say const on submit is equal to like this one, and here I can simply say return. For now I can simply say log send message. And now let's save that, and let's let's see how it will look like. If I come here in the conversation, that's how it will look like. Now the inner space will be taken by the message input. So instead of creating the new component, we don't need to complicate this stuff. So here I can simply say message, because this will be the only basically the component. And here I can, I don't need id, I don't need basically the type. Yes, I know it will be the required, so I can simply say required. It will be a required field. And in case of in this v model, I will be passing the simple message, which obviously I have to define. So here before this one, so here I can say const message is equal to ref. So it will be a simple ref here. And here I can simply say in v model v message, and in placeholder I can simply say write a message. So I can paste that directly here. It will be a string. And now I can totally remove this input component because we are not using anywhere else, so there is no purpose of creating that. So now if I save that, this should work for us. We should have that input here. Yes, we have that, and it all similar to this UI. Now let's do the submission. Obviously before that I have to create the API that as well, because currently first of all this button will be disabled. So here first of all I can say or. So this should also be disabled if message dot value is message basically is empty. So either it's null or something, that this should be disabled. So if I save that, now this should be disabled. So if you see this is, and now if I basically now let's create the API before basically going any further. So I can create that, so because it will be much easier to explain. So within this not conversation API is basically within API, then we will have the basically API, and then directly we will have the messages, but totally different. So here I will say messages, and here I can create that index.post.ts. So obviously we need the basic stuff which I can copy from the profile. So I can copy that, and I can now come here in the post. So here we need all that stuff. First of all, let's remove all of this one. We need the basic session, this stuff, and we also need the image as well, because we will be passing that. There is a possibility, but it will be optional field. So here I can also say message, and then we will be passing conversation ID. Now this is your choice. If you want to basically handle this way, you can, by the way, you can also create messages within this conversation ID, and then in this conversation ID, and then messages, because these messages obviously they will be belong to this conversation ID. So no matter all the messages, somehow they will be linked to the single conversation ID. So that's my approach. I can be wrong as well. So it's up to you. So if you want to merge that within this conversation ID, and instead of passing the conversation ID in the body, you can basically get as params, just like in the delete we are getting as params here. So it's up to you. I just want to show you, and I just want to try some different things, so you can also have the idea as well how we can do the different stuff. So after that, here I will say const new message is equal to, here I will say await, I can say db dot message dot create, and here I will say data, and in data I can say body, and in body obviously I will pass the message, and then I will say the image. So either it will be a empty, or the basically the undefined. So it's the optional field, so we are good with that. So then I will have the conversation, and in conversation I will connect this message to the basically I will say connect conversation, sorry, the within this conversation I will say connect. Why it's not okay, maybe I don't know, it's not giving, why it's not giving me the auto suggestion. So here we should have the connect auto suggestion, but and here I can pass the where I have to connect. So here I can say ID, and here I can say conversation ID. And by the way, if I top of that, here I can say include, and I think this will solve us. So here I will say sender, so this should be true, and now this is, I think this fine, it's not giving us the error. And obviously here I also have to sender, so here I can say sender, and within the sender I can say connect, yes, and within this connect I can say the currently logged in user, so I can say session, sorry, basically the connect and ID, and in ID I can say session dot user dot ID. Okay, still we have this data error. Why is that? If I hover on that, the okay, where is expecting the okay here, okay, yeah, now this fine. So that was it. So new messages, first of all I'm saying we have to include the sender, and then within this data I'm passing the body, image, conversation, how basically I'm connecting these two. So I'm doing that, and after that, by the way, if you come here in this schema, we have the link between the conversation and message. So that's what I did. So if you see in the body, it will be a text of the body, image, it will be optional field. So then the conversation ID, this is for the link between these two, and then this is also the sender, who is sending the messages. So this is also, and if you see, this will be a user ID. So that's why we are fine with that. So that's why here, in the session I'm mentioning the currently logged in user, and here the conversation, this basically connect is for to connect message to the conversation, and this basically sender is basically to connect the message to the user. So here we are connecting conversation plus message, and here we are connecting user plus message. So that's the whole game. And after that, I have to, obviously it means I'm creating the new conversation message, so it means I have to update that particular single conversation as well. So here I can say const updated conversation is equal to, I can say await db dot conversation dot update, and in update I can say where. So we have the conversation id, so I can say conversation id, and after that here I can say data. So what exactly I have to update? So in data, first of all I have to update the last message at, so it will be the new date, the date we just created. So here I can say date, and after that we will have the messages. So in messages I will say connect, and within the connect I can say id and id of new message. So not like this, so new message dot id. In messages we will update, we will add this new message we just created, and after that I can also say include sorry, after this data, and after this data I can say include, and here within this include I will say users, and here I can say true, and after that messages, and here I can say true. And now I can also, here we will have the last conversation, and basically here I need the pusher stuff, which we will handle that later. So here I can say to do pusher to do, and here I can say pusher stuff, which we will do later. So I can save that, and for now I can simply return I can simply return new message, and we are fine with that. So let's remove all of these extra spaces. So this we will do that later, so we can update the messages real time. And currently even we don't need this updated conversation, we will handle that once we will have that basically the pusher stuff. But for now I just created that. So but still we have to update that. This is although I'm not returning that, but I have to update, so it's important because otherwise conversation will not know it has new message. So now let's come here in the form component, and let's create that this method. So here we will, in submit we will have the basic stuff, and beside that I will also have another method called, which will be, you can say, main logic. So I can say send message is equal to, here I will say is equal to like this, and here I can say try catch block. I will also have the finally block as well. So in finally, and here now I can say first of all let's toggle loading. Okay, I think I have to, so here I can import that. So I can say toggle loading, and here now I can say toggle loading, and here I can pass the true, and then here I can say await fetch, and here within that I can create the call the new API messages, and here I will have the power, I can say method, it should be post, and another thing, it should be async. Yes. Now we are fine. And what exactly we have to pass in the body? I will pass the body, which will be will be sending here. So in this submit method, here I can say, instead of doing that, first of all let's make it as async, and here first of all I can check if basically if message dot value dot length, so it means message is empty, I can simply return where I don't have to do anything. Then I can say send message, await, I can say send message, and within that I can pass the data. So what exactly I will be passing? I will be passing message, and in message I can say message dot value, and I will also say conversation id, and in conversation id I can say conversation id dot value, and in case of image I can say image, and it should be basically empty string, because we know this will by default it will be empty. And here in this even I can ignore that, this will work for us, you don't have to worry. So here in this send message, now I can say body, and here I can say the type will be any, and we will be fine here, we will not face any error. And after that, once we are done with the send message, here I can simply say message dot value, so message should be automatically empty. And now let's also here another thing, which I'm not sure if it will work or not, but just to try, I can also refresh the data as well. So I can say refresh nuxt data, and here I can simply say conversations key. So these are testing thing, I'm not sure if it will work. I'm just trying, just want to see if our conversation will be updated real time or not without the pusher. Obviously we will use the pusher, but I'm just trying to test that whether it will work or not. And here now we have the on submit method, and we're submitting. Now let's also handle that this on loading, where we are submitting the. So here I will handle the image stuff. So here I can say async. First of all, this should be async, and here basically I can also basically call the send message method, and here instead of message I will pass the simple the image, and here we will have, I know we will have the image URL. Now this send stuff and all that stuff works. Let's also handle the toggle and finally basically error and finally stuff as well. So I can simply paste that here. Oh, sorry, I cannot do that. I can paste that here. Still I am doing the wrong, so let's do by other way. So here in the catch block I can paste that here, and in the finally block, this is the lazy me. Okay, now this should work for us on submit. Yes, now let's try this one. And in order to see this updated conversation, maybe within single conversation I can also mention here this one. So if I that's this one, and let's see if our messages will get update or not. Currently we have this one, and messages IDs, these are the empty messages, and even this message is empty. So now let's try to send this stuff. So network, and now let's try to select the message and send hello Dawood, I am Hafiz. So let's send that post. It's getting, let's see, still loading. Yes, 200, and we have that. And if I message these IDs, we have that stuff here within this message. So it means it's working, but obviously still we will have some error, but at least we can send the messages. And now if I, by the way, if I come here in the group 3, here we don't have any messages, but if I come here into the Dawood chat, I have the messages which I sent by, here are the sender details. So all the, because I sent that, and these are the conversation, how they are linked with each other. So these conversation basically belong to the Dawood, basically not to Dawood. These conversation belongs to me. So in basically, for example, if you see, I have conversation with Hafiz as well. So that's why, these are the IDs of one of IDs Hafiz, this one, this user. One of is basically the Dawood, and one of the IDs I'm sure belong to this group. So that's the, all of the conversation IDs here, and here all of the, my details I will be able to show that, and in this message. And main thing is we also have the message and image is not. Now let's try to test the image as well. So if I try to submit the message, and here let's send the any type of input. Let's select this one, and Airbnb or e-commerce, and now this should also work for us. Okay, we should have the new message. So if I come here in the console, okay, I have to refresh that, because if you see in this basically the form component, whenever I'm sending this message, I am not refreshing the Nuxt. So that's why. So I can copy this one, and I can also refresh the conversation here as well. So now if I refresh that, and if I come to the conversation page, and now if I refresh, I just want to show you another thing as well in this conversation page. See, the last message I sent to the Dawood, it was an image. So here in the last message, here I'm sending the sent attachment. We already tackled that in the, if I show you the conversation box, this one, this box here, I'm handling that. So here I'm checking, basically last message text. If I show you, so here if we are checking if last message dot image exists, then we will say sent an attachment. If it's the body, then we are showing that it's the body. So now let's click on that, this single Dawood conversation, and here I should have the more messages, and here see in this case of message I have this image as well. Now let's also test the another text message. So I can say this is second message, and if I click, and we are sending that, and here this also got updated real time, and here we have this second message. Even without the using the pusher, a lot of stuff is is getting update without using that. So this is also the Nuxt magic, and how useful this composable is. I was blown away once I mastered this refresh Nuxt data composable. It's magic. So see, without any using external library, a lot of stuff is getting update real time. So now let's implement this design screen, this conversation body, so we can complete this screen. So for that, let's come here. First of all, let's come here in the coding part, because we have to use that here conversation body just instead of like this conversation. So now I can come here. The first step is to basically I have to update the type. So I can come here, I have to update the message just like full conversation. I will also have the basically the full message as well. So here I can say export type, I can say full message is equal to, it will be a message, the message from Prisma, and here I will say we will have the sender as well. So in sender I will have the user details. So I will have the Prisma user, and here instead of messages array, it should be full messages array, because in a message we are also sending the sender, and here we have all the details belong to that user. So now I can save that, and now I can come here in the components, and within the conversation folder, here I can say body.view, and let's define the base component. So here obviously we will have to define the props as well. So here I can define that basic. So in the prop we will have the full message. Obviously it's not the type full message. This will be the type I will be passing from the basically the parent component, which obviously is the single conversation page, and in the props we will have that only the messages, we will be only passing that. And here let's add some classes. So it will be, this is very important class, flex1. So it should be flex1 and overflow by auto. So here we will have that, and after that we will have another component where basically we will be showing the messages box. And by the way, before going to creating that message, here I will also have another component basically to each time user send the message, we should scroll at the end. So this is for that purpose. And in order to use that, here I can because if you see I'm assigning that ref, so in order to use that, this key and this key, they should be same, and it will be a HTML div element, and here we will be able able to access that the different stuff which belongs to this bottom left component. And now the first step, let's the first step, because we are showing the messages here. So if I show all the messages here, so at least we can see this component is working. So here I can say messages. So let's save that, and I can use this composable here. So I can come here, and here I can totally remove that, and here between header and form, here I can say conversation body, and here I can pass the messages. So how I can pass that? So I can simply say messages, and here I can say conversation dot messages. That's it. And one thing which is also very important here, I should say, let's try without that. So if I save that, let's see how it will look like. It will be a I cannot see that particular message, the header. So it should be static here. So in order to fix that, here I can say class, and in class I can say height should be full, so it means 100%, and then I will also have flex, and flex should be column, flex column. Now this should work for us. So if I save that, yes, this is the static, and I can scroll between this body part. This is working as we are expecting. Now let's define this conversation body part. I can close this one, remove extra spaces. So now let's come here into this body, and here we will handle that. So let's remove this, and now let's create another component called message input, message box. So within the component, so here I can say message, and within that I can say message box.view, message box.view. So let's define the base component. So here we will have the different props. First of all, here I can say I can import this type which we defined here in the body. So 100% we will be passing that. So maybe I can copy all of this, and now copy that, and I can come here in the box, and I can paste that here. And also beside that, instead of body props, I can say box props, message box props, message box props. I can copy that, and I can paste that here. And also it will be not array, it will be a simple message, and it will not be a message, is a simple message, a full message, a single object. And then I will also say is last, and in last basically it will be either undefined or boolean. So it will be kind of, you can say, the optional field. So is lot is that will be the case. And here we also need some stuff here. So here we need the current users as well. So here I will say is equal to user session, and here I can say user, the currently logged in user, and then I will also need the is, basically if message belong to this user or not. So here I will say const is on is equal to computed, it will be a computed property. And here I will say if user dot value dot id, if is equal to message, sorry, here it should be id. And here I can say if it is equal to props dot message dot sender dot id. So if sender are same, the currently logged in and the this message sent by the sender, if those IDs, so it means this message belong to my own. For example, if I send the message, and in this case it will return as the true. If I receive the message from the Dawood, then this will be false. So it means this message is belong to the Dawood. So basically this property will be needed to basically differentiate between whether we want to show this to this side or this side. And also if you see these are the different style, we will have the different background and all that stuff. So in this basically first of all we will have the classes here like this one. So if is on is true, then if you see justify, and so it means this is my message, so it will be at the end. Otherwise by default it will be justify start, which is the default property, so we don't have to add that. And after that we will show the avatar. So here within this avatar, here I will have that. So by the way, if basically if you see another differentiation between, in this case, which is message from other user, this avatar is at the order first, and which is the default one. But in this case I'm showing the avatar at the end, so this is order 2. So that's why here I'm also checking if my own message basically then add this order 2 class. Order 1 is obviously the default one. And here what exactly we are checking, if is on is true, then in this avatar I will pass the user, currently logged in user. Otherwise here I will say message dot sender. That's same. Why we have the error, user or null. So this can be null. So in order to fix that, I know we will have the sender, so we can expect error. And now let's save that just to see at least if it's working or not. Here I can pass the messages box and all that stuff. So within this after at the top of that, so here I can say message box, and obviously here instead of API messages I can simply pass these messages and messages dot length and key, and then instead of here I will have that message, simple message. Now this should work for us. Let's save that, and if I come here, and I should have that something else. Yes, because currently all of the messages are from my end, so that's why I'm seeing my own avatar. Just to basically have a good overview. So if I log out, and if I logged in as Dawood at the rate gmail.com, and if I do the login, let's chat with this Hafiz, because this is the user Hafiz. And if I click on that, okay, this should redirect me to the conversation page. So I found another error as well. It's not the error, the missing point. So if I come here in the user and in this box, so each time I should click on that. Yes, here I'm not re-navigating navigating user to that particular screen. So here instead of consoling, here I should navigate user to that particular screen. And let's save that. Maybe even the top div we even don't need that. So I can simply do that and let's save that. And now let's try. So inspect as well. So whether we have some kind of error or not. So now if I click on user, I am in this page, and here, by the way, just to show you, because this is not on messages, because currently I'm logged in as Dawood, right? And Dawood is basically the in my case, once I was logged in as Hafiz, this avatar was here because we are showing the avatars if they belong to the currently logged in user, we are showing at this stage. Otherwise we will show that here. So now if I select the message as Dawood to Hafiz, hello Hafiz, nice to meet you. If I send that, here we have the avatar, so it means, and here we also have the new message as well. Now if I do the log out, and if I again logged in as Hafiz, I should, and if I click on Dawood, and here we have nice to meet you, and these are now avatar as opposite. So it's working as we are expecting. Now let's come here in the body, sorry, not body, obviously in the message box. So I can come here after this avatar, we will show the messages and all that stuff. So here after this avatar, order to avatar, so I can simply paste some basic stuff. I can show you what exactly I have to do. So here first of all, if it's on, then items end, otherwise the default one. And also keep in mind this is the column. So here obviously instead of the data, I will say message dot sender dot name, and here as well message dot created, not much model message. And let's save that and let's see how by the way, this use date format, it also belongs to the Vue use. And now let's come here, see this is the basically the Hafiz and the time and all that stuff. First of all, I'm showing the name Hafiz, and here it's Dawood, and the time, you know, when we send this message are we created that. So after this div, basically we will have the either the message or the basically the image. So here I'm checking if basically the message has the image, and by the way different colors are background colors based on basically these. If you see this, we have different colors, background color. So if we have, then I'm saying BG primary and dark and by default white and all that stuff. And if image exists, then we should show these kind of style. And here I can say message dot message, and we will have the height, and here message as well. And if image doesn't exist, then here I'm showing the message. So here I'm just taking message dot body and message dot body, message dot body and message dot body. Let's save that, and this should work for us. So if I come here in the conversation, we should have something here. Yes, we have tag. Yes, hello Dawood, I'm Hafiz. Here is the image. This is second message, and this message is from the Dawood. And now if I send another message from Hafiz to Dawood, hello Dawood, where are you? And let's also attach the image as well beside with this one. So let's select any image. So I can select this image, this one, and we should send that. Yes, we have this image. One thing I noticed, yes, I should be sending the message beside that as well. So if I come here, one thing I note in the form component, we are not sending the here. If we have the message, I should be sending that. So here I can say message, and message is equal to if message dot value exists, then I should say message dot value. Otherwise I can simply say none, which is the default value. So let's save that, and now let's send another image. Hello Hafiz, or hello Dawood, and let's attach the image. So I can say another thing, sorry, it's my bad. Here I should also clear the message as well. So here I can say messages, maybe instead of clearing mass within that, here I should clear that. So here let's save that, and now this should work. If I browse, and now let's select another image, open this one, and here we should have that text and that stuff as well. We had that background, but I cannot see the message. So if I come here in the conversation body, and then in the message box, here we should also check. I will fix that later. For now, let's be happy because our messages are working, and in terms of design, everything is working. One thing we have to fix that is basically once we combine the message and input, it's not showing the message. So it means something is wrong. So here, just to at least see the good preview of that. So if I come here and in the message, and here if I add the message, a single message, and if I save that, let's see if we have that all the data or not. So it should be the last message at the end. If I come here, and here I have the avatar as well, and no, not this case, I have the message input. Okay, in the body I'm passing none, so it means something is wrong. So if I come here, what exactly I'm passing? The form component, conversation ID, on submit, on image. Here, oh, it's not body, it's message. If message dot value have something, we should have that. That's strange. I will check that later. So overall, without this bug, you know, once we have the combo of both, everything is working as we are expecting. So I can come here in the message box, and let's hide this one completely, this free stuff. I can remove that, and everything is working as we are expecting. So even, you know, this is getting updated real time. So I can say hello. In the last message, we will have the hello. So everything is working. So now let's implement the real time stuff basically using the pusher. So each time, for example, if Dawood is logged in, we should have the badge. Just like, if I show you the design, if this user is logged in, we are showing this kind of badge. And also, our messages should get real-time updates. So imagine that if I send the messages, I have a lot of messages at the end. Now if I basically enter the some message here, hello Dawood, although the message will be sent, now here we have the new message, hello Dawood, it's sent, but we are not at the end of that. So this is we will also implement that. So a lot of the real-time stuff. So now let's come here in the pusher. So for that we will be using the pusher.js. So we can come here and let's open this website, pusher.com, docs and channels, and getting started. First of all, here you have to sign up or sign in depending upon the, I can click on the sign in, and even I will also encourage you to, you can directly come here in the sign in and you can use the sign in with Google or sign in with GitHub. So we will use the sign in with Google. So I can come here, sign in with Google. I can select this account, continue. Email has already taken our Google GitHub account with the same email has been used. That's strange. Maybe I can again sign into existing account, and now if I enter with the sign in with GitHub, let's try that. Okay, here I am. So this is my account. I can delete this one. So I can also tell you how we can basically create the new channel. So I can come here, manage settings, not here, sorry, overview, home, channels, home, and if I click on overall, this one, and app settings, I just want to show you how you can create that. Basically, if I delete this app, delete app, and now if I come here, home, this is how basically our channel will look like. I can come here, and now basically as soon as you will be done with the basically the login, you will have this kind of screen. We'll use this channel setup. So I can say get started, and here basically name your app. If you want to give any other name, you can give that, and here we can select the cluster. So because I'm in Pakistan, so Mumbai is the closest one. I think it will be auto selected based on your location, but if you want to change that, you can change that. And then basically here we will have that the stack. So in front end side we will be using the Vue.js obviously, and in back end we can select the Node.js. And now we can create the app. So I can come here in the basically the app keys. This is the important one, so we can copy that because we need that. And now I can come here in the .env file, and here we need that pusher app and pusher all that stuff. For now I can temporarily paste that, and here we need basically the pusher app key. So this is the pusher app key, so I can paste that. And then basically, sorry, this was the key, pusher app key, and the pusher app id, this one is pusher app id, so I can paste that here. And then we need pusher secret as well, and for that this is the pusher secret, so I can paste that here. And now we don't need anything, so I can totally remove that. I can save this one, and now I can come here the nuxt config.ts as well. So here we also have to mention that. So here first of all, here within the public, if you come here in the .env file, nuxt public pusher app key, so I can come here in the nuxt config app key. So here I can say pusher app key. Remember, this is the very important name, otherwise maybe it will, if you change the name for whatever reason, maybe it can give you the error. So because Nuxt has some specific format for the env names, you can read the documentation. If you don't understand, then I can explain it to you. And here I can also give the basically the name as well. So here I can say basically Nuxt, it should be Nuxt, and like this, because these are the server related keys. So here I have to mention that Nuxt, and that's it. This is also very important. So we should have that Nuxt prefix before that, and if it's the public, then public prefix as well. So now pusher app id and pusher secret. So now let's come here in the config file, and here not basically pusher app key was in the public, but after that all the two remaining will be here. So here I can say pusher app id and empty here, and then I can say pusher app secret. Do we have app pusher secret only? Pusher secret, pusher here, sorry, pusher secret, and I hope they will work for us. Pusher app id, pusher secret, and then pusher app key. So let's save that. I can rerun the project, otherwise I can face some problem. So I can rerun the project, and now let's come. So first of all, the first step, we have to do some basic setup for that. Or first of all, I can come here in the root of our project where we have Nuxt config file. I can create another folder called plugins, and here I can say pusher.ts, and here basically I have to define the basic setup. So first of all, just I want to verify, did I install the push up already? Yes, we have this one. So if you didn't install or didn't use the my starter template, basically please don't forget to install this pusher and pusher.js packages. Now you can come here in the plugins, pusher.ts, and first of all here I can design basically import that. I can say import pusher from pusher.js, and here maybe I can say pusher client. So here it should be, sorry, pusher.js. So pusher.js, and after that here I can say export default, and I can say define nuxt plugin, and here it will be async, and here I can say nuxt Nuxt app, and after that here I can say Nuxt app dot pusher client is equal to new pusher client, and here I have to pass the data. So within that, first of all, I have to pass the pusher key. So in order to get the pusher key, I can say use runtime config dot public dot pusher app key. This is very important, pusher app key. And after that, I have to say within that I have to say channel authorization, and within that I have to it will be object. And first of all, here I have to pass the endpoint, and for now I have to define the endpoint. And after that we have the transport as well, port I can say Ajax. So after that, here we will also have the cluster as well. So here I can say cluster, and within that it will be a string ap2. So this is very important. If you remember, if I come here in the cluster, this was ap2, so you should have the same here as well. So now here let's define the endpoint. So it will be a basic endpoint, so API, then we will have the pusher, and then we will have the auth. So it means I have to create that. So maybe I can copy this route, I can come directly in the server folder, and if I click on new file and if I paste that here, it will be automatically created for us. Just I have to remove the first one, the forward slash. Now if I click on that, okay, one thing I totally forgot, it should be ts, auth.ts. Yes, so here just to basically, so API, and within API we have the pusher, and then we have the auth.ts. So here before basically creating something, within this pusher auth.ts, we also need some server utils as well. So here within the server utils here, server utils, and the not these utils. So here I can also create pusher, I can say pusher server pusher.ts. So pusher.ts, and here first of all I can say export, maybe import, I have to import the pusher, basically the server. I can say import pusher server from pusher here it will be pusher, don't forget that. And here I can say export const pusher server is equal to, here we will have the new pusher server, and here I can pass the different stuff. Here I can say app id, and within app id I have to say use runtime config dot app dot pusher app id. Then I also need the key as well. So here I can say just like this one, so use runtime config dot public dot pusher app key, and then I will also need the secret as well. So here I can also say use runtime config dot pusher secret, and then we need basically the cluster. So in cluster I have to pass ap2, and then I also need the use tls, and here it should be true. That's it. So I can save that, and now let's come here within this API, and here within this pusher, and then auth. So first of all, here I can say export default and define event handler, the normal event handler, and here it should be async, and then I can say here we should have event as well. So event, and then arrow function, and here basically within that I have to verify that. First of all, let me check the required session which we normally do. So here I can say require user session. So here I also need the session as well. Okay, I have to pass the event here, sorry, event, and here I can say session is equal to await, I can say get user session, and after that here I can say const. Basically in this API we will be passing some data. So here I can say await, I can say read body, and here we will have the basically the socket ID and channel name. So here I can say socket ID, and then we will also pass the channel name. Don't worry, we will once we will implement that, it will be much easier for you to understand. Here I also have to pass the event as well, so that's why it's giving me the error. So here in the read body I also have to pass the event, and after that here I will check if basically session exists. So I can say session dot user dot id exists. Then what should we do? Here I can say const data is equal to user id, I can say session dot user dot id, and after that here I can say const, sorry, don't need const read, I can simply return that. So I can say pusher server dot authorize channel, this one, and here we can pass all the data. So I can say socket id, channel name, and then I can pass the data. So now let's save that. So now the basic setup is ready. So now remember we have if I come here and if I search to do, see, we have to make these changes here within this up, and because we will be first, let's start with this basically whenever we are sending the message. So I can come here in this stuff, the pusher, basically the index, just to show you the location. And if I come here, server API messages and index.post.ts. First of all, let's make the changes here. So here after basically whenever we have the new message, before returning that, here first of all here I will say await, I need pusher server, so we can import that from the server util. Don't forget to import that, this one, although it will be auto imported, but just to be safe, in order to get the auto import, maybe you have to first stop the project and then you have to run the project, and you will be okay. And here I can say, I don't know, my throat is doing some problem problem. Sorry about that. I think now it's fine. Let's see. So here now I can say await pusher dot trigger. So we have to trigger. I can say trigger, and here basically I can pass the data. So first of all, here I have to say the basically the conversation ID, and it can be basically the undefined as well. So in order to solve that, here I can add the exclamation marks, and here this is very important. So here I will say messages, and here we should have the new, and after that here I will also say the new message. We will pass the new message here. Oh sorry, here it should be pusher dot trigger. Now we are fine. So this is very important. First of all, I'm passing the conversation ID, then I'm passing the message new. This key is very important, and new message. And after that, here I have to say const. Remember, I told you we will need this as well, updated conversation. So here I will say last message, last message, last message, not message add. So here I will say last message is equal to updated conversation dot messages, and in messages I will paste that. So I can say updated conversation dot messages dot length, and here I will say -1. And after that I will say updated conversation dot users dot map, and in map I will say user, and basically I'll update the user. So here I will say if user dot id exists, then what should we do? I can say simply pusher server dot trigger, and in trigger basically I will pass the user id dot id. This is also very important. Then I will also pass the conversation update. This key is also very important, conversation update, because we will use these keys on the front end side. And then here I can say id, and here I will pass the conversation id, and then I will say messages, and then here I will pass the last message. Let's save that. So now let's come here in the conversation body component, this one, conversation body, and here we will make some changes here. First of all, the first thing I will be making, the change will be, I will not be directly passing the messages array. So here first of all I will define the basically the messages array. So here I will say, so here after that here I will say const, I will say API messages is equal to, I will say ref, it will be a ref, and here I will basically pass the I will say full message type, and it will be a array, and then by default it will be a props dot messages. But for whatever reason, if this didn't get update, I can also add the watch as well. So I can say watch, and I will be watching the props dot messages, and as soon as we get the updated messages I should update that. So updated messages, and here I can say API messages dot value is equal to updated messages. That's it. And now let's implement the pusher stuff, which will be here. So first of all, in order to use the basically the pusher client, which we defined here basically in the plugins here, pusher.ts, if you see, this is the key pusher client. So how I can use that? I can come here, and here I can say const like this, and here I can say use nuxt app, and here I can directly access that pusher client. And if I hover on that, we should have the type is unknown. That's not the problem. And here now I can say, first of all, I also need the conversation ID as well. So here I need conversation ID, so is equal to, how I can get that? I can say use store, and that's it, and conversation ID we also need that. And now each time basically here I will say on mounted. So each time we will have here. So first step here I will say on mounted is equal to, we should be subscribing to that conversation ID which we did earlier. So here basically in this message, so if I come here, this, if you see, we will be triggering this conversation, but we have to subscribe to this trigger for in order to basically give the signal to the pusher like we are implementing this stuff, and this conversation ID is very important. So now I can come here in the body. Here first of all I can say pusher client dot subscribe, and here basically as it's these are the TypeScript related errors. So here basically I can simply ignore that. So I can say ts ignore, so we will not face any kind of error here. By the way, if you guys found something how I can fix this, because I tried my best to basically fix these errors, so I don't have to add this ts ignore and all that stuff, but I didn't find, and so maybe I can learn from you guys. So how basically we can fix this pusher related TypeScript error. Now let's continue. So here within the subscribe I have to pass the conversation ID dot value. This is very important. And after that here I have to bind to the new message. So here I can say pusher client dot bind, and here I can pass this key is very important. If I come here in the messages, here I have to exactly mention that. So each time we have this new message, I have to paste that here, and here I will say I will create messages handler. I will create that this method. You don't have to worry about that. And then at the end of that, I will say bottom dot value dot scroll into view. So this is very important. So that's why we defined that it will be happening. By the way, once we will do the on mounted, it means we also have to on unmounted as well. So once we are not using this component, basically we should not basically listen to these triggers and all that stuff. So here I can say on unmounted, m should be small, and we are fine here. And here instead of subscribing, I will say unsubscribe. So unsubscribe. Okay, spellings are wrong. So here I can say unsubscribe. And here, by the way, I also have to, I hate it, but I have to do that. Otherwise, I don't like these warnings. So here as well, messages. And now let's create, by the way, instead of bind, here I have to say unbind, and we don't need that here on unmounted. So now let's create this messages handler. I can create that after, basically here I can create that. So I can say const messages handler is equal to, it will be async function, and in async function we will have the message, and in message it will be type of full message type. And here I can say if API messages dot value dot find. So if we have the message here, so message, if message dot id is equal to the message we are passing dot id. If that's the case, I can simply return that. I don't have to do anything. Otherwise, I will say API messages dot value is equal to, so it means we already have that message in the screen. But in other case, if that message doesn't exist in our array, it means I have to push that messages, so now we can have the latest message in our screen. So although this is also working, but I also want to implement this, because the I also want to implement this one as well. And also we will have the scroll into view, and here I can say message directly, I will pass that message, and we will be fine here. And the only thing I also have to add here is bottom ref dot value dot scroll into view. Let's save that, and let's see if it will work for us or not. I can come here and let's refresh that screen completely, because I remember we run the project and I hope it's running fine. Okay, let's see. Now if I come here to the chat, and let's come to the Dawood, and now let's implement the real-time stuff. I can also open the inspect as well, if it's working, or do we have some kind of error, everything. Network, let's clear that, and let's try that. So first of all, let me send hi real time. If I send that, we don't have any network request, we don't have anything here. That's strange. If I enter again, let me check why it's not working. So after a lot of debugging, I'm not sure if you will believe it or not, but it took me almost around 1 hour. So why this was not working? So basically, first of all, let me show you. So this was basically undefined. So pusher client was getting undefined, so that's why we were unable to send the messages. And at the time when I was testing the message, so I mistakenly cleared this console. So that's why, for example, even I can show you now, if the console is clear, now if I try to send the message TT, so basically nothing is happening here, because we have the pusher client is undefined. And the main problem why basically it was, if you see here, everything is fine, we are assigning that. And then I found basically this one, the Nuxt app, and if basically normally this type of define Nuxt plugin, we can auto import them. And if I remove that, I was getting this error, and I was not sure why this is happening. Then after almost around 1 hour, I realized this plugins folder, this should not be within this server. So that was the mistake. And even I remember when I was creating that, I basically mentioned that it should be in the root the project, but I don't know how we did this, and that was the mistake. Now I can cut that, and where we have this Nuxt config, and I can paste that here. Can I paste that here? Here, paste. Yes, now we have at the top and within this here, and that error is also gone. We don't have to import that, and now this should work. Now if I save that, and now let's come here and let's refresh that, basically a complete project. And now let's come here in the chat, and now let's come here to the Dawood, and here by the way, I was testing, so I have these random message, so you don't have to worry about that. So let's come at the top of the at the middle of the screen, and now if I send the new message, hello real time, if I send that, here the message got updated, and also we can say, so message was sent, but we were not scroll at the end. So let's see why it's not working. So if I come here, we should have that. If I come here in the conversation body, and I am doing that, maybe yes, I think one thing is missing here. So maybe before that, basically before this API, I can say await next tick, and after that I can basically update that. So maybe I can, and also this should be at the top. So So here, and also let's copy these two, and I can mention that here. And one thing, so here I can make it as async. And also one thing I noticed, so here within this message box I should be passing the API messages, because if you see, each time we are getting the new message handler, so we are basically updating the messages here. So not this message array, this one, the one we are passing from the prop. So here I should be saying API messages, that's it. So now if I come save that, and now let's come here. So, and now if I say hey test again, let's more at the top, and now if I send that, I should be at the end of the screen. Yes, test again, and without scrolling I'm at the end of the screen. So it's working as we expected. So now let's implement the remaining stuff. So another thing I totally forgot to mention here, I should basically this line, these two lines basically in this basically index API messages index.post.ts. So I also had basically these were also getting giving me the error. So we will fix that later. So for now I just commented this code, and for now I'm just only triggering these new messages, and we are fine with that in body, and we are basically handling that here. So new messages, and that's it. And now let's come here, the remaining stuff basically in the to do. If I come here, if I search again to do, and maybe from the body I should basically now basically here within this each time we are deleting the conversation, we should have something here. So if I come here in the delete conversation, and here I should do something here. So here I have to do, for example, each time I delete the conversation, I can say, because yes, here we have the existing conversation. So here I can say existing conversation dot users dot for each, and here I can say user, and within the user I will pass the basically user ID. I will check if user ID dot exist. If it exists, basically here I will say push trigger. I can say push trigger dot push push server dot trigger, and here I can pass the basically the ID. So here I can pass the user ID. So basically we will be sending this trigger to each user which is basically exist in the conversation. So each user will basically accept these and then update the screen in the in their own basically screens. Basically, if I imagine that we have two clients, I know it's hard to explain. Once we will implement that, then I will explain that here this to do. Now I can say conversation, and conversation remove, and here I can say existing conversation. You will be you will be able to understand that once we will be done with that. And now let's save that, and now I can totally remove that. So we can also filter out that stuff. So here basically after that, now let's also implement here as well. So after this deletion, I can come here, and here first of all, each time we will have this group conversation here in this basically where I am returning that. Here I can say for each user I can say const user of new conversation dot users, and here I can loop through with that. So I can say if user dot id if it exists, and then here I can say await push server dot trigger. The same case I can say user dot id pass user id, and here instead of conversation remove I will say conversation new, and then I will pass the new conversation. Okay, why we have the error? Let's see. New conversation is used before block scope. We are not assigning or anything. We are not doing anything here. New group conversation. Here it should be new group conversation. Sorry, new group conversation, and here new group conversation as well. Now let's remove this one, and here is the same case as well. Each time we are creating the new conversation, we are sending the basically the a trigger to the user. So I will explain that once we will have in the client side as well. So I can copy that, and now I can come here, and here I can paste that, and now instead of here the new, I can simply say new conversation, and here as well. Let's save that. And how basically we can let's also remove this one because we don't need now anything here. I can save that, and now I can come here into the, remember this is very important, so we have to come here in this conversation layout. So layouts, and this here in this conversation. So here we will do the magic after this watch event. So here first of all I need the user. So here I can say const, so user currently logged in user, so I can say use user session, and here I can pass the user, so I can say user, and after that here I can say const. So here we will have the pusher client, so is equal to use Nuxt app, and here I can say the pusher client, and after that we will have the we need the conversation ID as well. So I can say const is equal to use store, and here the conversation ID, so I can say conversation ID, and after that basically we need all the handling. So here, after here, on mounted and unmounted. So this is what I'm doing. First of all, in on mounted, I'm checking if user exists. Then basically I'm subscribing to the user.value.id. This is the same case we did with the messages, the conversation body. And then I'm checking the, basically I am binding toward the conversation new, and then this conversation remove, and this update we will handle that later because this is linked to with other stuff, so I can ignore that for now. So we have to fix that here. It's the same, this remaining stuff where we are facing the error. And after that, here as well, I am, on unmounted, basically I am unsubscribing that. Here I am unbinding that, and here as well. And for now, let's this uncommit as. And now basically we will handle basically the new handler, remove handler here. So each time, we create the new conversation. So here I'm doing, new handler. So here we will have the full conversation instead of type. Here we will have the full conversation, which we already import and we, created our own. So here each time we are new conversation. First of all, I'm checking if conversations dot value is empty. Basically, if it is undefined or null, then simply return that. Then I'm checking, the same thing just like we checked with the body. So if this conversation already exists, then we should also return. But if that doesn't exist, then I'm just adding the new conversation. And same will goes to the remove handler as well. But the only thing will be we will remove the conversation instead of adding that. And here it should be the conversation instead of type. And here the conversation if undefined, then return that. And then we are basically filtering that. Conversation items dot value is equal to this one. So conversation items, basically if you see, I'm removing their conversation from the existing conversation. That's it. Now if I refresh, basically I've saved that. And now let's come here and let's see if it will work or not. First of all, let's wait if it's loading. Maybe I can directly come here in the chat, and here I can refresh that. Yes, here we have the conversations. And let's also basically have another screen. So I can say new window. I can move that here so we can have a clear view. I can bring them side by side, this one as well. And here now I can also have another conversation, localhost 3000 users. And here I have the, maybe I have to go to the, if I come here in the chat screen, so I can come here in the chat screen. Let's make it a little bigger, more bigger maybe. Yes, here. Now if I come here to the Shazad conversation, let's click on this Shazad conversation. If I click on that, and I'm in this Shazad conversation. Now as soon as I will delete the Shazad conversation from here, this should get removed. Let's see. If I delete this one, delete, see, that is gone. That's the magic. So this is what we implemented in case of the the new conversation. Now let's test the basically the if the new conversation is also working or not. So in order to get that, I can come here in this screen. Okay, let's me here. And if I come here to the users, and if I try to create the new conversation with the Shazad, so let me move that. And if you click on this Shazad, see, that was added, new conversation. And here we have the Shazad, and it is automatically added here. So both of this stuff which we implemented here, the new conversation and remove conversation, it's working now. So that is basically possible with the pusher.js. So each time we are basically updating the real time. Now let's close this screen, and I can come here and let's continue with that. And now if I come here into the Dawood, and hey Dawood, so we have each time real time stuff. Now let's fix the remaining issue, which is basically this one, why this is not working. Let me basically debug that, and I will be back. So why basically each time we should update, we should have that something here. Although basically this is already by the way, why we are doing that, what's the purpose of this one? Let me show you. If I now again open another window, and if I bring side by side here, I can come here, localhost 3000. So here let's also open the chat, and here if I come Dawood, and now basically if I send the message from here, so I can say, let's say log in with the, maybe I can open, sorry, I'm confusing you, let's open the private window here. So now here I can log in with the different user. So I can say localhost 3000. I can log in as Dawood here, because here in this screen I'm logging as Hafiz. So here I can say Dawood, login, user logged in. Let's open this Hafiz chat. Let's chat here, and let me refresh. Let's come here, Hafiz screen, and here let me enter the hello Hafiz, I am Dawood. So although this message here, it is updated, but if I show you, this is here we are not getting the updated messages. So that's why we need this one basically, so we can also update each time we send the messages, we should also send this conversation, because we have to update the conversation and the last messages, because the current screen we can see that, and here even I can see that here as well. well and here as well, but in the other screen it's not working. So that's why it is, this is very important, so we have to implement that. So now let's come here. Basically, first of all, first step, basically I can uncommit this one, because after debugging I found there was nothing wrong here. It was, I don't know why it was not working, and it was giving me the basically the error. So this is important conversation update. So we are updating the conversation each time we are sending the new message. I can save that, and now let's come here in the conversation.view layouts, and here first of all here I have to uncommit this one, pusher client.bind update handler. So each time we are updating the conversation, we can also listen that, and when we are basically not using this one, I should basically conversation update handler. So I can save that, and obviously I need to have this method as well. In this method, what exactly I'm doing, I'm, we know the conversation, we will get the updated conversation here, and then just checking, updating the existing conversation item. If it's the same, then same conversation, but we know we will be passing the new messages here. If you see here we have the new messages and all that stuff. Here basically we will be triggering that and sending all the messages, and here and here, and here I'm returning the new conversation, and here we will have all the latest conversation within this basically the array. So now let's save that and let's see how it will work. By the way, another bug I found here, each time basically, for example, if I come here in the user screen and if I refresh that, we will fix that later. If I refresh and if I click on absolve, this will not work for us, although we are in the conversation screen and we have everything, but it's not working. See, this UI is also strange, and it's behaving strange, and here we have conversation IDs undefined and that kind of stuff. We will handle that, you don't have to worry. So in order to basically move forward, you can come here in the conversation screen and let's refresh, and now let's come to basically here in this auth screen and here as well. So I can also fix that here in this basically the cognito screen. I can directly come to the chat. Let me refresh and I can click on Hafiz, and here from basically here I can send message to the auth. Hey auth, if I send that, hey auth, send. Here it's updated. Here we are at the end. Hey auth. So hey auth, here if you see, here we also have that, and if you see we have the latest message. If I click on that, although here I have that message, but I cannot see that message here. And if I, by the way, if I refresh that, if I come here in the conversation, if I click on auth, still I cannot see that. Maybe let me refresh again all of these screen. Now if I click on this one, now I have that, and if I click again, now let me send this message from auth to Hafiz. Hello Hafiz. Oh, I am. Hello Hafiz. Hello Hafiz from here. Here we have that, and here as well. Here we have that, but here I cannot see that. Let me fix this issue. So now I fixed the error. So basically I have to make the two changes. First of all, in this conversation body, within the conversation, and then within this form, each time we are sending the conversation, we don't have to update the conversation here. So I can totally remove that, and then another thing here as well. So from these two places I have to remove that, and then basically I can come here in the body, and basically this was for the testing purpose, so we can remove that. And by the way, we also have to remove this condition, so we will be fine. So let's remove the extra spaces, and this should work for us. And now let's come here and I can open the chat and the conversation. I can refresh, and I can also refresh the screen. So I can come here in the chat, I can refresh, so we can see that. That's clear. And now let's come here, let's come to the Hafiz screen. So I can say hello Hafiz from the. If I do that, first of all, here I have the message, here I have the message hello Hafiz, because here I didn't open this conversation, but at least here I have the message. Now if I click on this screen, oh, again it's missing. Let me send again. Hey, yes, now we have that. Hey, we have that. So I can say again hello Dawood. If I send hello Dawood, here I have that, and if I come here I also have that. I will say hey Hafiz, I have that, and here I also have that. So this is also now working. Now let's fix this conversation screen. For example, if I refresh that, each time I come here in this single conversation screen directly, we can have the problem. Even if we try to come from the user screen, for example, if I refresh that, and now if I come to the directly to the Dawood, I will have the problem. So let's fix that. See, this UI is broken and we have the error. Let's fix that. So basically here, let's if I come here in the code part, so in order to fix that, after debugging, the only solution I found is basically, so if you see in the single conversation screen, what exactly we are doing, first of all we are checking if we have the conversation. The problem is whenever we try to directly, for example, if I'm the user screen and if I try to now go to the Dawood screen, the problem is here we don't have the conversation, so we don't have that data. So that's why here we are passing the undefined, and here we are getting the error. error. So in order to fix that, instead of using the existing conversation, the only solution which I found is basically I can create the API to get the single conversation. So I can now totally remove this one, and here basically first for now let's commit this one, and here within this API server API conversation single conversation ID where we have the delete ID. So here I can also mention index.get.ts, so we can have all the conversation a single conversation. And in order to use that, so I can come here in the conversation index dot, I can copy that from here where we are returning all the conversation. I can come here in the index.get.ts, I can paste that here, and now here what exactly I have to change here. First of all, this should be conversation, and here instead of find many I can say find unique, and here I can remove this one, and here within this where I have to pass the ID, and here I can pass the event dot context dot params dot conversation ID, and here obviously it should be the question mark, and here we have to include the user and all that, and here I can simply return the conversation. So here we will have the single conversation. I can save that, and here we can use that. So how I can use that? Here I can say const is equal to await. Here I can say fetch, not dollar fetch, it should be use fetch. So I can say use fetch, and here I can say this conversation, and now obviously I can cut that. Let's cut that, and let's change this to string, this one, and here let's mention that here let's also cut this one, and here I can say the dollar sign conversation ID dot value, and now here we will have the data and conversation. So here you can say data, and I can rename this to the conversation, and then we will also have the status. So if I hover on that, here we will have the data, and here now let's pass the data, and here first of all I can check that. So if I hover on that, it's saying this basically undefined is not assignable to type conversation. So how I can fix that? So here I can simply add the condition if I can say status cannot is equal to pending, and we have the conversation. And now if I hover on that, we still have the error. So here the error is related to the dates. So basically we can fix that, but I don't want to complicate this one. So in order to fix that, what exactly I have to do? So I have to, here we can transform that, and it's basically the date related error. Though this one, because we are, if you hover on that, this serialization by default Nuxt convert this basically these created at this type to this string. So that's why we are facing the error. And here, but because in this full conversation, if I hover on that, this last message is typed date. So that's the problem. So in order to fix that, I can simply say view expect error, and here as well view expect error. So let's fix that. Maybe if you want to basically, if you want to focus on this Typescript thing, you can improve that, and here you can transform the data. And here now if I click on that, now this should work. If I click on Daud, yes, now this is working. I can directly come from here screen, and now if I refresh, if I click on Daud, I'm in the Daud screen. Now if I again come to the user, and if I click on Shehzad, I'm in Shehzad screen, and if I click on Afzal, I'm in the Afzal screen. So now everything is working as we're expecting. Now let's implement the last stuff, which is the basically, okay, I can close this one, refresh page. So basically now the last thing is remaining, which is basically the, okay, I can reopen again. So here I can say it is this one, not this one, sorry. So I can say e-commerce messenger, I think messenger, it is let's directly open this, and if I come to the canvas, let's move this here, and the last thing which is remaining is basically this one, the active status one, this the blue badge. So we will have to implement that. So for that I can come here in the components. The first step will be in the components. Here I will create a component simple active status dot view. So here in this component, let's define the base component, and for now we will have nothing here. I can save that, and after this component, let's create a composable, and here basically the composable name will be, for now I can say use active list dot ts, and here it will be the much similar to this store. So I can copy that, and I can paste that here. So first of all, I have to obviously fix this one. So in the state here, basically here I will have the members. So I can say members, and it will be a basically array, and it will be a string array. So I can say string array, and now I can totally remove all of these one members as, oh, it's my bad, we even don't need that. I can cut that. We even don't need this interface. I can simply paste that here, and I even don't need to pass that here, because that's the only array we we need that here. So now I can totally, let's make it this empty, and basically this will be a list of active all the user who are currently logged in. So first of all, here I can say the basically we can convert the above array to ref. So I can say to refs, and here I can pass the members, sorry, state, and here I will have the members array. So after that, here we will have some basically the simple methods. Add member where I will pass the ID, and then I will basically add the member. In case of remove, I'm just filtering the member, and in case of set members, I will be pass the existing all the users array, basically the IDs, and I will setting that. That's it. Now I have to return that. So here I can say return, and here I can say members, then I can say add member, and then I can say remove member, then I can say set members. Let's save that, and now let's create another composable. Here I can say use active channel dot ts. So here first of all, here I can say export default, and in default here we will have the simple arrow method, and that's it. And here I have to import the some type, so I can say import type from pusher.js, and the types we need are basically the channel, and then I also need the members. So if I hover on that, we should have that types here. So now here, so first of all I need the pusher client. So here I can say const, so use Nuxt app, so I can say Nuxt app, and here I can simply say the pusher client, and after that we need the members. So here I can say const all the methods which we created. Here I can say is equal to use active list, and here I will have all the methods. So here I can say set members, add member, and remove member. So after that, here I can say we will also have const active channel is equal to a ref. The type will be channel or null, and here by default it will be null. So after that, here I can say on mounted. As soon as we we are mounted, we are using this component where we will use that. I will say let channel is equal to active channel dot view. After that I will check if we have the channel. So if we don't have channel, then what should I I will be doing this stuff here. So here I can say define that channel is equal to pusher client dot subscribe, pusher client dot sub. Basically here we will have the Typescript error, so I can say ts ignore, so we don't have this warning. So here I can say subscribe, and here I have to mention this is very important. It's the presence, this presence key is important, so you have to mention that. And after that we can give any name. So here I can say nuxt messenger, and after that here I can say active channel dot view value is equal to channel, because here by default it can be null as well. So that's why if we don't have, I am defining the channel again. So here after I can remove that. That's it, the extra spaces. And after this, here I have to bind the different stuff. So here I can say channel dot bind, and here I can pass the stuff. So first of all I can say pusher, and in here in pusher I will say subscription succeeded. So as soon as we added the member, so here I will say after the subscription, why it's giving us the error. Okay, that's fine. So here I will say here as soon as we have this type of event, here I will say members, and the type of will be members. Yes, and here it will be arrow method, and here I have to pass that. So here I can say, because we know the initial members are empty, so I can say initial members, the existing members. So by default I can say it will be a empty, and the type will be string and string array. And after that, here I can say members dot for each initial members. If I hover on that, here we should have that for each method, but I think it's so yes, not for each. Yes, this is very important. I was confusing the for loop. So here we have that. So here I can say each. So this is exactly the same as for each loop we use in the JavaScript. So here I can say we will have the member, and the type of it will be the record. I can say record. If I hover on that, currently it will not give us the any. So here I can say record. So first of all, the first thing I should do here, the member, here member. Now if I hover on that, it will not give me the any error. So basically the type. So here I can give the type. So I can say record. So we know it will have the string, and the t in case of key I can give any. And after this, here I can say initial members dot push, and within I can push that. So I can say member dot id, and after that now we will have all the members here in the initial member. So here I can say set members, and I can pass the initial members. So here it will set all the members currently logged in member. After that I will have another channel. Each time we will basically add the new member. So here I can say pusher, and then it will be basically the member added, and then here I will have the member record. So I can say member, and the type of it will be, maybe I can add another bracket here. So member, and here the type of it will be record, and the same the string, and the key will be any. And here after this, basically this line here I can say, sorry, I think I added the extra brackets, so I can cut that, and we don't need this bracket. Yes, now we are fine here. So now I can push the member. So I can say add member, and I can push the member, and same will be that change. Oh sorry, here it will be member dot id. Yeah, now that same will be same. Basically we will have to do each time user log out. So here member member remove. So each time we remove the member, here we have to do that. So I have to say remove member, and here I can pass the member dot id. Okay, I think I did something wrong here. I can remove that. Why we have the error? If I do control Z, yes, this was removed. So after this one, here I have to use the remove member stuff. So each time user is removed, yeah, log out. So here channel, and here removing, same thing, and we are removing the member. Now the after this on mounted, here I have to say on unmounted, basically, you can say on unmounted. So here I can call method, and what exactly, basically we have to unsubscribe to the existing channels, and let's paste this basic. So here the key should be same. So here we have the presence. So here I can come here. First of all, I don't need log out, so I can remove that, and here I can say unsubscribe. So here the key should be this, and active channel none. So let's save that, and here keep in mind we have to use that here. So here I can say use active channel composable. That's it. And now just to see how basically this active list and all that stuff is working or not, I can come here in the user screen, and here beside within this empty, basically maybe at the top of empty, here I can say use const. Here I can have that is equal to use active list, and here I can say members, and here I can log out that. So here I can say pre, not like that. So here I can say pre, and here I can say members. Maybe I can temporarily hide this one. So let's save that. Okay, I have to save that one as well. So now let's come here and let's see. Okay, I can come to this user screen. Users, it is getting refreshed. Let's come to the user screen. Currently it's empty. So now if I try to basically remove that, and now let's enter the new user. So I can say new private window, and now if I try to, let's click here and let's open the console 3000, and now let's log in here as Dawood. So if I do Dawood, and if I do login, now if I refresh here, I should have the members here, or maybe here something is wrong. Let me check. So after debugging, I found the issue. So it was very, basically you can say, silly mistake. So even if you see, main thing is how basically we are organizing this thing, the complete where we are showing this list. It's the it depends on this, basically the use active channel and the members we are adding here. But the problem is, although here in this component I am using this composable, but this active status component I'm not using anywhere. So I have to come here to the app.view file. So here app.view file, and here on top of that, here I have to use that active status, and I can save that, and now I should have that the the overall members and the list. If I refresh that, if I am not here, then I can now this is my own ID. So this is me, and now if I open another screen, let's open another private window, and let's reduce it, and now here I can log in. So I can say 3000, and now let's say login as Dawood. So I can say dawood@gmail.com and login. So now if I refresh this screen, yeah, this sometimes happen. We have to refresh that. Normally it works. In production it works really well. So see, now here we also have the Dawood, basically the ID as well, and here as well. Now as soon as I either I will log out or I will remove this thing. So this should the Dawood ID should be removed. So if I do the logout, or I can close the screen, now that the Dawood screen is on. So this is working as we are expecting. Now let's add the badge status, basically based on this member. So here I can come here in the code part, and I can search is active. So here basically we will basically check the member. If member exists, then we will show that, otherwise we will show online or the badge. So here I can come here, and instead of randomly returning the false, here I can say const. First of all, I will check the member. So here is equal to use active list, and here I will have the member. So here I can say members. So now here I can say basically if members dot value dot includes the props dot user dot id. If it includes, then I can say return true, otherwise I will return false. Why is that? The type string. So here I can also check if basically user and that. So I can say user dot props dot user, here I can say props dot user, and now this. So if I save that, and we should have some kind of badge everywhere, at least at one place. Yes, here we have the badge. So now if I basically, now let's also implement in other places as well. So I can copy this one, and and here basically we are done. Yes, because here we are obviously we are using this basically the variable. So now I can come here. Yes, here I also have to do the dynamic. So here I can paste that, and here I think the only thing, for example, this is the drawer, and this drawer basically is representing the other user. So this, if I hover on that, yes, conversation drawer, and it is representing other user. So here instead of basically saying the props are the user, here I have to say other user dot value, sorry, other user dot value, and basically the member. So for members I can copy this code. So because we need this member list, I can copy that. I can come here and I can paste that here. Yes, now it's fine. So yes, obviously here instead of other user dot value, other user dot value dot id, and okay, other user dot value dot, okay, sorry, it will be 0 now dot id. Yes, now it's fine. So I can save that. And by the way, if I come here, basically let's come to the chat and let's come to the Dawood, and here Dawood is currently basically the offline, right? So maybe first let's replace here in this header as well, so then we will have that. So I can copy this one again, these two I can copy that. I can come here in the header, and I think here it will be same as well. Yes, because header is conversation, header is also representing the other user, so it will be similar. So I can save that, and now I should have that. So first of all, let's open another private window again, and reduce its width, and here I can say localhost 3000, and now here let's log in as Dawood. So I can say dawood@gmail.com and log in. And now if I basically refresh, here I should have online because Dawood is online. Yes, and we also have the badge as well. So here Hafiz is online and here Dawood is online. And by the way, if I see, yes, if I see here Hafiz is also representing, although it's, for example, if I open the here, this is the Dawood screen, and here if I open the Hafiz screen, in basically here in this screen incognito tab I'm logged in as Dawood, but here it's saying Hafiz is online, and here in this screen I'm logged in as Dawood, sorry, Hafiz, and here we are seeing Dawood is online. So it's working as we are expecting. And now, by the way, as soon as I will close this window, Dawood should be offline, and it's offline. So we are done with that, and thank you very much for watching if you are still here. And by the way, if you want me to, please like, share and subscribe the video, and don't forget to share the feedback. I don't basically want to be, if you have any feedback, please share with that, even if it's positive or negative. I will be happy to take that. Till next video, bye bye.